The last roll. Kindly rise and come to the front, please. We will start the conference board. I request all of you to kindly come and occupy the front seat. Thank you. Please come forward. I'm going to sit beyond the participants. Come forward.
आ जाओ सर. आ रहे हैं सर. A very good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. So today is a great day for all of us, for India, that we are celebrating the 5 years of GST, which has increased the ease of doing business in India with more and more competitiveness in the international markets. And the progress of GST is reflected from the numbers. So we welcome our chief guest, Shri Vivek Jory ji, Chairman CBIC. Please give him a big applause. Thank you, sir. And we congratulate you for the success of GST during the last 5 years. And we look forward that GST will become more and more simple and prominent in the coming times for the ease of doing business in India. All the dignitaries, very good morning, and we welcome you all in today's great session on GST. And today's session will be moderated by Samriti Rastogi. She is journalist, anchor, producer, communication expert, and a writer, journalist, theater actor, visiting faculty in so many institutes. So I invite Samriti Rastogi for the moderation of the session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. A very good morning to everyone in the auditorium. I, Smriti Rastogi, on behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, welcome you all to the National Seminar on GST Conclave, Evolution and Challenges, 5 Years of GST. Before commencing the conclave, I would request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly take your seats. And now with the lamp lighting, we would officially set the tone for the national seminar. I would invite our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Johri, Chairman, CBIC, Mr. Pradeep Multani, President, PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, our esteemed speakers, Mr. Bimal Jain, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee, Mr. Ashok Kajaria, former President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Mahesh Gupta, former President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Gopal Jivarajka, former President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Rajiv Talwar, former President of PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, CMA P. Raju Iyer, President, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CA Rajendra Kumar P., Chairman, GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, ICAI. Light is a symbol which takes from darkness to light, and with the hope that today's national seminar is as productive and insightful, I request you all to kindly put your hands together for our esteemed guests. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Our gratitude to all the dignitaries here. I request you all to kindly take your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. Pradeep Multani, President, PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Bimal Jain, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee, to present the memento to our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Johri. A big round of applause for Mr. Vivek Johri for gracing the occasion today. I would now request Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the Memento. These are indeed the great moments which need to be captured on such a great occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries, will now be presenting the Memento to CMAP Raju Iyer, President, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and CA Rajendra Kumar P, Chairman, GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, ICAI. Sir. A big round of applause. Okay. And now giving a brief into our today's seminar topic, which is Evolution and Challenges, 5 Years of GST. The introduction of the Goods and Services Tax, which we call GST, was a significant step in the field of indirect tax reforms in India. By amalgamating a large number of central and state taxes into a single tax, GST will mitigate ill effects of cascading or double taxation in a major way and pave the way for a common national market. It has been a roller coaster ride for the economy with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, which is still not under control. It is highly appreciable that the gross GST revenue collection has crossed 1.68 lakh crore rupees mark for the first time in April 2022. This shows clear improvement in the compliance behavior, which has been a result of various measures taken by the tax administration to nudge taxpayers to file returns timely, to make compliance easier and smoother, and strict enforcement action taken against errant taxpayers identified based on data analytics and artificial intelligence. With an aim to discuss the developments and challenges in GST in the last 5 years, the Indirect Taxes Committee of PhD Chamber has organized this national seminar on the topic GST Conclave Evolution and Challenges, 5 Years of GST. Considering the ongoing COVID situation, this seminar has been organized in a hybrid mode. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. Pradeep Multani, President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to welcome remarks to the members. About Mr. Pradeep Multani, he has more than 40 years of experience in the field of Ayurvedic and Unani medicine sector and has been chairman of 81 years young multi-crore Ayurveda and Unani company for more than 30 years. He holds various positions in different industry bodies, chambers of commerce, besides industry association. A very warm welcome, Mr. Multani. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to each one of you. I would like to extend a warm welcome and greetings to Shri Vivek Johari, Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Shri S. Ramesh, former Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Shri Sanjay Mangal, Principal Commissioner, CBIC GST Policy Wing, Shri Anupam Prakash, Commissioner, CGST Central Excise and Customs, Shri Dheeraj Rastogi, Senior Vice President, GSTN, CMA P. Raju Iyer, President, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CA Rajendra Kumar P., Chairman, GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, ICAI, Shri Puneet Bansal, Managing Partner, Nitya Tax Associates, Shri Sudipta Bhattacharji, Partner, Khaitan and Company, Shri Anshul Mathur, Partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, CA Tushar Agarwal, Partner, Tatvam Advisor, Shri Prateek Jain, Partner, Tax and Regulatory Services, Price Waterhouse and Company, LLP India, Shri KP Narayanan, Director, Zoho Finance Plus, Shri Shailendra Kumar, Founder, Editor, and CEO, TIOL Private Limited. Shri Raman Sridhar, Consulting Editor, TIOL Private Limited. Our former presidents, Shri Ashok Kajaria, Dr. Mahesh Gupta, Shri Gopal Jivarjika ji, Dr. Rajiv Talwar, Shri Bimal Jain, Chair, Indirect Taxes Committee of PhD CCI, Shri Pavan Arora, Co-Chair, Indirect Taxes Committee, Shri Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, Dr. S.P. Sharma, Chief Economist, Managing Committee members, eminent dignitaries, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, we have got too many dignitaries here today and all outstanding people. As we clock in 5 years of GST, I would like to extend my warm greetings to all stakeholders who had worked tirelessly to make this GST era come true after many years of consultations, deliberations, and final rollout on 1st July 2017. 5 years ago, the indirect tax system in India went through a massive change with the introduction of destination-based consumption tax, the goods and service tax, known as India's most significant and historic indirect tax reform. This new system revolutionized the way India perceived indirect tax by introducing uniform taxation under its philosophy of one nation, one tax. GST as a consistent taxation system replaced indirect taxes like excise duty, service tax, additional duties of excise and other duties at the central government level as well as state level, state VAT, luxury tax, entry tax, central sales tax, entertainment and amusement tax, taxes on advertisements, taxes on lotteries, and purchase tax at the state government level. This marked the start of a tax revolution in the country, one nation, one tax. And of course, we can all not forget the big pain getting CST C forms used to be. So indeed, a most significant and wonderful taxation which came in. It has been increasingly felt that this journey of 5 years has been full of ups and downs for all stakeholders, including the government. The GST was envisaged as a game changer for trade and industry, merging a myriad of taxes and ironing the complex procedures involved in the erstwhile regime. However, in reality, it fared far from expectations, and the process of untangling the web of complexities under GST is continuously evolving. It is highly appreciable that the gross GST revenue collection has crossed rupees 1.68 lakh crore mark for the first time in April 2022. This shows clear improvement in the compliance behavior, which has been a result of various measures taken by the tax administration to nudge taxpayers to file timely returns, to make compliance easier and smoother, and strict enforcement action taken against errant taxpayers identified based on data analytics and artificial intelligence. Automation of tax compliances by the government has been a massive win and has worked efficiently, especially in comparison with the previous regime. This has been possible because of the introduction of a one-stop shop portal, namely GSTN, for all compliances under GST. It has resulted in a steep learning curve for companies, especially MSMEs, which have been able to capitalize on this digital wave to fast-track growth and strengthen their internal compliance processes. The GST Council is a true testament to the fiscal, federal, and consensus-based structure, which is a cornerstone of the GST regime. The central and state governments have been working together on various critical legal issues. The GST Council has met 47 times since the introduction of goods and services tax. In the initial phase of transitioning to GST, it was very challenging for small businesses to adapt to the new regime. With revenues getting resilient in the recent months and compliance issues settling down, a section of stakeholders strongly feel that the law has started to stabilize now and GST 2.0 is already in progress. GST represents not just a change in the indirect tax regime, but also a business transformation. Getting up for such a change in the processes, understanding the new legislation, and redesigning the IT systems for being GST compliant is the need of the hour. Though it is indeed appreciable that the government of India is taking remarkable steps to help the industry in times of COVID crisis, it is equally important to help the industry, including our MSMEs, who need requisite hand-holding from the government for facilitating GST compliances. It is important to streamline procedures under GST to help trade and industry for following voluntary tax compliance. Today's seminar marks 5 years of GST in India, and we have all industry stalwarts present here. I'm sure they will add value to the deliberations with their valued viewpoints, inputs, and suggestions. On this note, again, I would welcome all the dignitaries and participants in today's seminar. And I request all of us to kindly give a real big round of applause for our chief guest here today. And through him, we compliment our Honorable Prime Minister, late Shri Arun Jaitley ji, and all the people who have worked towards making GST such a super success. Thank you. Jai Hind. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Johri, Chairman, CBIC, to kindly come for the keynote address. Before that, a brief profile about Mr. Johri, that he's a Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, and Special Secretary to the Government of India. An officer of 1985 batch of the Indian Revenue Service, Customs and Indirect Taxes, he has served in a number of roles encompassing the entire gamut of indirect tax administration formulation. In an illustrious career spanning more than 35 years, he has held a number of charges, including Member Tax Policy, CBIC, and Chief Commissioner Customs at Nhava Sheva, the largest seaport in India. Earlier, during his tenure as Minister Customs at the Permanent Mission of India, Geneva, he made important contributions to the discussions in the WTO on a variety of issues, including the Trade Facilitation Agreement. A very warm welcome, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Shri Pradeep Multani, President, other dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking PhD Chamber of Commerce for having invited me today. It's indeed a pleasure. And it's not very often that tax authorities and tax systems are talked about in such a laudatory manner. And being such a major tax reform, which which we already know and which is often talked about, there can be no better proof than the fact that even at the end of 5 years, we're here to celebrate the anniversary. I don't recall any time pre-GST that we had such large-scale celebrations lasting almost a week, organized by different chambers of commerce and industry and other stakeholder bodies, to celebrate, let's say, Excise Day or the Customs Day. And before the discussion, before we got into the event, I was just having an informal chat with some of the other dignitaries here, and someone observed that CBIC was associated always with customs and not with much else. But here we are talking about GST. That itself shows what a profound reform and transformational change the GST has been. Very often I'm asked to sum up what the experience of the last 5 years has been. And it's described variously by different people, commentators, stakeholders, and depending on the experience where they're coming from, they characterize it as being very troublesome, very tumultuous, very difficult. Some have called it a roller coaster. So there are all kinds of descriptions of the experience. But I do not find any fundamental objections or philosophical discussions about the merit of GST as a tax system. So that in itself is very heartening. And the way I would put it is that, yes, it's been a very interesting and eventful journey over the last 5 years. It was a very steep learning curve, both for the taxpayers and more so for the tax departments. But eventually, I think we are getting there. And the business processes of GST have stabilized. The IT systems have stabilized. And if you look at a normal year, which 21-22 was, then even revenue collections have more or less stabilized. And they've reached we've consistently had revenue collections exceeding, threshold, which wasn't even being talked about only 2 years ago. A lot of concern is expressed often about the poor revenue collections from GST, and it is said that the 14% rate of growth, which was assured to the states, was not actually achieved during this period. But I think it's unfair to blame GST for some extraneous factors, like how the economy was behaving, what was the global economic scene, COVID-19 pandemic and all of that, and blame it on GST as a tax system, and say that it has not yielded the kind of revenues it has. So what I would urge all of you to think about is that in a normal year, which according to me 21-22 was, we've had very good revenue collections from GST. They continue to grow at a very fast clip. And in the first quarter of this year, 22-23, we've already done an average tax collection per month of 1.5 lakh crores. So that itself shows that we are on the right track. The achievements of GST, much has been talked about them. I think Mr. Multani also alluded to some of them in his address. They're pretty well known, and we found a one-stop solution, as he said, for many of the problems that the industry had been facing for decades on end. Things like embedded taxes, rigidities and the movement of ITC across the value chain, a very fractured tax space, a lot of problems with interstate movement of goods. I think GST has found a solution to most of these problems. Now, I would also like to remind you that, the 5th anniversary happened to be very close to the 47th GST Council meeting. And as has been the drift of most decisions that the GST Council has taken over the years, there are some very far-reaching changes that have been approved by the Council at the 47th. And I'm sure you followed, what those decisions were. And these are particularly focused on the MSME sector and generally meant to liberalize the procedures further. To give you a few examples, the industry had expressed a lot of concern about, centralized suspension of registrations based on risk parameters. And the concern that was raised was that even though the cancellation or suspension is done automatically by the system, but the revocation of that is done in a manual mode, and that very often takes very long. And even though the taxpayer may have filed the returns, which he had not initially filed, because of which the registration was suspended, it takes very long to restore the registration. So what the Council decided at the 47th meeting is that just as the suspension would be automatic, the revocation would also be automatic. I think that's a very, very big and significant decision. And it will go a long way in easing, the burden that some of the taxpayers felt. And many of them came to us also and complained that they were not able to transact business during the time that their registration was suspended. And very often this could be a matter of, many months. So this is a very big relief that the Council approved. There was also a lot of confusion about what kind of recoveries should be made in a case where fake billing or fake invoicing is detected in any part of the value chain. And the concern that was expressed here was that the tax department, whether it's the central or the state, asks each entity in the value chain to pay the entire tax or the credit at stake. The full amount was being sought to be recovered from everybody in the value chain, which is obviously unfair. And repeated demands for the same amount from more than one level in the value chain was something that was causing concern. It was seen as a measure which was excessive. This is another issue on which the GST Council has pronounced. And what they have said is that if there's a fake biller, there's an entity which is raising fake invoices, then admittedly the position is that there is no underlying supply of goods or services for that transaction. And if that is so, there is no warrant for recovering the tax from that entity. At the same time, that entity, because it has been issuing fake bills or fake invoices, is liable to penalty and is may even be liable to prosecution depending on what is the amount involved. For people down the chain, of course, if somebody's taken bogus credit based on a fake invoice, the clarification goes on to say that they would be liable to reverse the credit that was wrongly taken and may also be liable to penal action. So I think this is going to ease the difficulty that many taxpayers were complaining about in the context of fake billing and fake invoices. And many of them turned around and said, we were not even aware because this is 2 levels removed from our business entity. And so it was not possible for us to detect in the system that there was fake billing at some stage upstream. The third very important change, which you would have noticed, was with regard to electronic commerce. And there was a disparity in treatment of taxpayers depending on whether they adopted the electronic commerce mode or the offline mode. And again, the concern was, and these are mainly B2C transactions, the concern was that if you do it in an offline mode, you get the full benefit of the threshold exemption or composition. But if you choose to do the same business using an online mode, then you don't get the same benefits. So that problem has also been resolved, and the council has approved the proposal to remove the disparity between the two. So even taxpayers who are transacting business in an online mode electronically will be entitled to the same threshold exemptions and composition schemes as those doing it in the offline mode. Of course, there are safeguards. So, this has been permitted for the time being only for intrastate transactions, which means transactions within the boundaries of a state, and the responsibility of keeping track of the threshold and ensuring that it is the benefit is available only to intrastate transactions has been placed on the electronic commerce operator or the platform owner. It's easy for them to do that thanks to technology because these mainly involve a physical delivery, and so the address of the recipient is available with the e-commerce operator. So that's another very major change, which has been a long-standing sort of demand from the MSME sector. Other than that, there are some normal things like applying the 2 crore threshold exemption for filing the annual returns. There's a change in the GSTR 3B return format, but don't be scared. This is mainly meant to address some of the concerns which the industry had been raising about how the return does not take into account, for example, additional recoveries that may have been made, taxes that may have been paid, or amendments that may have been carried out in GSTR 1. The details are not being captured in a very granular way in GSTR 3B, and the proposed changes will help us to do that. And therefore, it will be facilitative for the trade rather than adding to their compliance burden. So these are the 5th anniversary gifts which the GST Council has bestowed on the trade. And that's not all. I was going through the list, and there are at least 21 clarifications which have been issued on a wide range of subjects where we had received representations from the trade. 7 of them relate to supply of goods, another 14 relate to supply of services, to clarify the position. And some of them, for instance, I'll just give you an example. The Ice Cream Parlor Association had been raising the issue about whether for the past period also they were liable to pay tax at 18%, or is it going to be 5%? So is it going to be restaurant service, or will it be chargeable to 18%? The council has clarified that for the past period, they've all paid at 5%, and the council has clarified that that would be sufficient. So they will not be liable to pay the additional tax of 18%. So this is just one example, but when you go through the fine print, you realize that there are many other such issues which have been clarified by the council. So the point of sharing this with you, although many of you may already have read the details and got the sense of them, is to say that one of the critical success factors, I think, for the implementation of GST has been the creation of a GST Council. And it's a very unique experiment, which India alone has done. I can't think of any other tax jurisdiction which has a similar mechanism. And it's very remarkable that such a large body with such a diverse range of interests, political inclinations, and all of that has been able to deliver decisions and pronounce clarifications on such a wide range of issues, over the last 5 years. They've been the other important thing to note, and these are all positives, which I think we should all be proud of, is that most of the measures which the council has announced have been either trade facilitative. So I can't recall a single instance, where the law has been made more restrictive. But where it has been, it's been done with a lot of deliberation and discussion. And it is meant actually to protect the honest taxpayer. And this is very often lost sight of. And it's misrepresented as adding a compliance burden, to all taxpayers. It's very unfair, I think, to expose an honest taxpayer to a situation where his competitors are indulging in fake invoicing, fake billing, and he's a person who's compliant, who's been issuing genuine invoices, who's been filing returns regularly, paying the taxes regularly, and yet he's expected to compete with someone who's just indulging in underhand transactions. I don't think that's a fair tax system. And so whatever provisions have been sort of incorporated for tightening, if I may call it that, the regime on, let's say, registration of new taxpayers, or in filing of sequential filing of returns, for example, these are all meant to ensure that the honest taxpayer does not has, in fact, a level playing field vis-a-vis others. So I would urge you to view them in that light. The other thing I want to say about the GST Council is that you must recognize that the decisions it takes are not taken in a hurry. There's a lot of deliberation that goes into every decision of the council. There are several committees that assist the council. I'm sure you're familiar with the law committee, the fitment committee. These are just 2. And they go into every issue in a lot of detail. There are officers from the central government. They have representation from the state governments. And that is where a lot of thrashing out of ideas happens. Every representation that we receive, whether on rates, taxability, or on procedure, goes through the mill of these committees. So there's very considered examination of every issue that is raised by the trade. And it's only then that, a distilled sort of version of what can be done and what ought to be done is put before the council. And even in the council, it is not as if these decisions are taken, without any discussion. There is an exchange of views. Very often, if there is lack of agreement on a particular issue, then these matters are deferred. The group of ministers mechanism is invoked to look at issues which are either, which require more discussion. And that is also a mechanism which helps the council takes its decision. So I think this has been a very, very unique mechanism and experiment which India embarked upon, and which I think has contributed immensely to the success of GST in the first 5 years. The other very important 2 or 3 things that I would want to sort of recall for everybody's benefit is that I think we were absolutely right in going in for a tax system which was fully automated end to end. And initially, of course, there were glitches. I recall, the trade was, found it difficult to cope with the system, considering the length and breadth of the country, the size, its complexity, different levels of evolution that different taxpayers were on with regard to technology. And to suddenly embrace a system, which was completely automated was actually quite daunting at the beginning. But in hindsight, I think this was one of the best ways of configuring a tax system. And because there are very positive spin-offs, of this development. So first of all, it eliminates physical interface, in your day-to-day working with tax departments. You can work from the convenience of your homes. That is something that is very well known. I don't need to repeat it here. But there are the other spin-offs are that it's resulted in a very large degree of digitalization in the trade itself. And one thing feeds on another. So because of that change, which Indian businesses have seen, small, big, micro, all of them have felt the need to adopt technology for transacting their business. I'm sure, there are many spin-offs that are evident. So one is digitalization, the other is formalization. A large number of small units and micro units have been able to connect because, it's a technology-based platform. The movement of credits is so much easier. Also, what it has done is that it has given the tax departments a wealth of data which we can use, using analytical tools, using AI and ML and big data kind of any number of technological tools that are available to analyze this data and to sift, the risky taxpayers from the rest. And now we're confident that we're not doing it, leaving it to the whims of any tax authority or tax official, but it's being done, in a very scientific way. There are certain risk parameters that have been agreed to, and that will keep sort of evolving as we go. And based on that, we've identified taxpayers who we perceive as being risky. And so it's possible for us to make life easier for a very large part of the population, which is compliant and, which does its business honestly. Take, for instance, a QRMP scheme. The quarterly return monthly payment scheme has the potential of benefiting 89% of the taxpayers, which is a very large number if you think about it. And it's not as if all taxpayers who are eligible for QRMP are availing of it, but the potential is 89% of the taxpayers can potentially benefit from the QRMP scheme. And we've seen that the offtake of the scheme has improved over a period of time. There's a demand from the industry to convert it into a quarterly return and quarterly payment scheme. I would like to share with you that this is a proposal which had gone to the GST Council at one stage, if I remember right, to the 46th or maybe the 44th. But, it was felt that some more time was needed to work out the details. So, for all somewhere in the future, maybe not very far out in the future, you will even have a quarterly return and a quarterly payment scheme. And all this is possible because of technology. So I think we should never belittle, even though we had pains initially in proper implementation of the technological solution that we had adopted. But do consider that it was a very large system. There was data that was imported from 2 or 3 different systems, and it had all to be converted into a common sort of lexicon, common language, and then used for GST work. And that's why initially you had a lot of glitches. The capacity was inadequate, but those are all things of the past. So by and large, I'm very confident that with the kind of ramp up that the GSTN has done, you're not going to have any problem with regard to peak filing, on the 20th of every month or on the 23rd or whatever is the due date. In fact, you've not had that problem for more than, I think, January 21 onwards. We've been tracking it very regularly and very closely. And we find that there is no major problem with the system. Last month, of course, there was an event, but that was because we had changed the software and because of that there were some issues in GSTR 2B. But look at the advantages of that technology. Today, you're in a position to see on the 13th of every month, you're shown the GSTR 2B, which tells you exactly how much credit you have in balance. What are the invoices that your suppliers have uploaded on the system? And whether that supplier has filed his return or not. I hope all of you are aware that GSTR 2B even gives you that status. So for a taxpayer to turn around and tell us that he didn't know whether the taxpayer has filed his return, and therefore he's not to blame if he's taken credit for a bogus invoice, is not acceptable. Because the GSTR 2B shows you very clearly that these are the 10 invoices which your suppliers have uploaded on the system. Details have been uploaded on the system, and whether that taxpayer has filed his return or not. So this is thanks to technology. E-invoicing is revolutionary. And again, this is something we don't realize the significance of. There is no other country in the world that I can think of which has adopted that method. And again, there were problems initially, but the phase-in has been very gradual, and that is deliberate. We didn't want to burden the entire sort of taxpayer community with the invoices right from the word go. We knew full well, and by we, I mean the GST Council, that it cannot be done in one stroke. And that's why we phased it in. We've gradually dropped the threshold. We started with a very high threshold, and soon we're going to have all taxpayers with an annual turnover of more than 5 crores having to generate invoices for their B2B part of the business. Please remember that in the initial phase of GST, there was a big debate about how we had missed the opportunity by not going in for invoice matching. And despite being a technology hub, an IT hub, India had failed in having a foolproof system of invoice matching for GST, which was promised at the beginning. With the launch of e-invoice, you don't need invoice matching because the same invoice is used to construct all the returns, whether they be of the supplier or the recipient. So there's only one single source of truth in the system, which is an e-invoice. And that invoice goes on to populate all the other returns. So not too far out in the future, I may not be there to see it, but I can assure you, you may have a system where we can just give you all returns auto-populated. You just have to look at them and click a button to say, yes, this is right, and your return filing is over. So that is the power of technology which the GSTN and the GST system has unleashed, and we should all be thankful for that. I think the third critical success factor for having got us where we are with GSTN is a very comprehensive outreach that we did in collaboration with the Chartered Accountants Institute, with the Costworks Institute, with the industry, at the initial phases of GST, and we continue to do that. So we've done a lot of handholding. I recall there was such an intense program of seminars and outreach programs on different subjects when GST was launched for many months at end. And they've also organized for the tax officials. And so both of us were on the learning curve. And I think those also helped immensely in the smooth implementation of GST. And lastly, what I identify as another very important and critical success factor is the IGST model. That's again unique in the world. I can't recall any other tax administration which has adopted such a simple and neat solution to the movement of goods and services across borders, retaining the ITC chain without the need for refunds. So if you look at parallel, jurisdictions like the European Union, of course, the context is slightly different because those are countries, we are states within a country. But every time goods cross the border, the supplier has to claim refund of taxes that he's paid, and then the recipient in the other state, the credit chain begins all over again. Now we've obviated the need for all of that through a very simple IGST model, and I think it goes to our credit that we've got it right. I don't think there are any major problems with the IGST model. The feedback we get, and I'll be honest with you, is that at the ground level, a lot of things need to change in the day-to-day working of the department. And as Chairman CBIC, I want to assure you that this is something that we do not sanction. I mean, bad behavior by tax officials, or overpitched demands, or excessive enforcement, high-handedness are values that we don't subscribe to at all. And as and when we receive complaints, we do act upon them. But that is only a one-off, that cannot be a systemic solution to the problem. So as I told you, we are trying to move into a system, evolve into a system which is more technology-driven, so that the discretion as far as possible is not there at the hands of individual officials. But even otherwise, I assure you that we'll continue to work to improve the quality of our service when it comes to taxpayers. On enforcement, you would be aware that we've already come out with 2 SOPs, one on spot recoveries being made during an enforcement activity, and the other, which was issued some time back, was about attachment of property during an investigation. We are about to issue a couple of more SOPs that deal with enforcement. And hopefully with that, the field will be absolutely clear about how they're expected to handle enforcement activity, audits, and whichever other touch points there are between the trade and the industry. I would also like to finally thank all of you for very valuable feedback and inputs that you've been giving us from time to time. They've been extremely helpful in knowing what the reality is on the ground, in understanding what your pain points are, and we are committed to address. We may not agree with all the solutions that you provide, but if there is a problem, I assure you that we will have a good hard look at it, and we'll try and come up with the best possible solutions. So thank you very much. I think I've overshot my time already, but I thought these are important things that we must recall.
Thank you so much, sir. Your address was indeed extremely insightful, and we are highly obliged for your august presence here today. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. Bimal Jain ji, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to give his theme presentation to the members and participants. A brief profile of Mr. Jain. He is the Executive Director of A to Z Tax Corporation LLP, Tax and Law Practitioners. He has a vast experience in indirect taxation, GST, service tax, excise, customs, VAT, CST, FTP, DGFT related matters, and so on. A very warm welcome, Mr. Bimal Jain ji.
At the outset, let me thank our chief guest, Sri Vivek Johari ji, Chairman CBIC,
for accepting our request and gracing this occasion. GST at the rate 5 years. Thanking all the past presidents sitting on dais, dignitaries on dais, off dais, senior government official, former chairman, Mr. S. Ramesh, CGST Delhi Zone Commissioner, Mr. Anupam Prakash, GSTN Senior Vice President Dheeraj Ji. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I'm echoing what chairperson has said today. It's fortunate, I must say, that GST got introduced in the country. It's the biggest indirect tax reform, no doubt about it. And we all are complimenting. We know that this GST has a revolution change in indirect taxes. Multiplicity of taxes has gone, double taxation gone, cascading of taxes to a certain extent gone, and realistic term, one nation, one tax, one market. We have integrated all the process together. Like we were knowing we are in an NCR region. Just recall the days pre-GST era. Noida UP VAT was applicable, but not applicable in Delhi. Delhi VAT was applicable, but not applicable in Gurgaon. I'm not going far off. And language was the barrier. I always say GST law is a Gita, Bible, and Quran. Irrespective of any language, religion, race, and caste, applicable from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And that is what one nation, one tax, one market. A realistic advantage, we all got united together. Having said that, I also echo the role of GST Council. They're playing very important role, pivotal role. Wherein center and state both are coming together and deciding number of issues and by way of consensus. Important aspect. Look at, we are having differences of opinion. We hear a lot of news coming out, but what we are finding, everything they are deciding by way of consensus. Some of the important pointers is being said by Chairman, sir. I'm also highlighting some of the important pointers which GST Council regularly taking, and recently 47 GST Council meeting. Some of the important decision. Electric vehicle without battery pack or with battery pack. 5% GST, clarified. Even development of plot, where you're leveling the plot and putting drainage system with a GST leviable. Say it is a sale of land, no GST leviable. And two important recommendation part of Finance Act 2022 got notified very recently. No interest leviable on reversal of wrongly availed credit, but not utilized. Unfortunate part with retrospective date from July 1, 2017. And other things, we are having cash balance in our CGST head and IGST head. Now can be transferred among distinct person from one registration to another registration of same PAN number. So it is easing out everything. And look at the refund part. Risky exporter for number of regions, they were not getting refund. It is now going to be expedited. And even when we are taking erroneous refund and repaying that erroneous refund, along with interest and penalty, issue was recredit of my e-credit ledger. It is being notified PMT 03A. These are really appreciating some of the recommendation in 47 GST Council meeting. When we see GST at the rate 5, evolution and ease of business, can we think of that this GSTN, barring few IT glitches? Yes, we know that there was IT glitches. And when we talk about IT, it is by default that may happen. But handling so much of voluminous data on GSTN, we got 1.4 crore taxpayer, and data is being unified starting from registration, payment, return, assessment, adjudication, appeal on single portal, one shop portal. Look at the eBay bill, the kind of smoothness has come. I'm saying that there are certain glitches, some problem, but still when we look at macro level, things are improving. Look at the e-invoicing, revolution steps is being taken, and Chairman sir has rightly said that they are in phase manner, started with 500 crore, reduced to 100, then 50, then 20. Now over a period of time, it would be 5 crore and more. And once e-invoicing is there, everything is captured. My ITC matching, mismatching will go away. Automated. These are definitely good advantage. And these are at macro level, we must appreciate that we got GST in the country. It's the biggest indirect tax reform. But from trade side, sir, we did certain analysis. We have taken the feedback from the members. Some of the things are coming and which I'm putting before you as a constructive suggestion. On policy issue, first of all, GST is on accrual basis, sir. We are SME and MSME. We are not being paid for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And if we delay in payment of GST, rate of interest is 18% per annum. It's too high a rate, sir, looking at the present situation. And when you compare the interest rate when we get from the department on delayed refund, it is 6% per annum. There's no parity, sir. This is the feedback I'm sharing, sir. This is what we got from the trade and putting forth before you, because you are listening to us and you are really taking up these matters before the GST Council. Second subject matter on policy, rate rationalization. We got different rate. And there's a group of ministers, they are talking about their submitted report, and this report would be considered by GST Council. And there is, news coming out that 5%, 12%, and 18% GST rate will maybe two-tier rate. My only submissions are twofold. The first fold, yes, we know that we started with a revenue neutral rate of 15.5%. Now it is about 11.6%. There's a need that we need to phase out the exemption. We agree with you. PSD Chamber of Commerce is agreeing with you that we can phase out the exemption, and exemption should be given only for the necessity. But when we think of upward revision of GST rate, maybe you can look into. All the time, upward revision is not giving good advantage to all of us together. And changing GST rate and then to done away with the inverted duty structure in piecemeal manner, it is also not giving certainty and clarity. My only humble submission would be, why can't we prepare one white paper and propose the slab according to the goods and services? And whenever you're making change, that white paper must be put on public domain for their input, suggestion, and feedback. Maybe we can come back to you. And I'm only saying we have seen when rate is increased, we see the tax arbitrage. We see the tax evasion. So maybe increasing the rate, maybe you can look into my submission only. Coming to the challenges, sir. Yes, you rightly said a lot of points you have picked up for macro level. Even at macro level, I'm raising certain concern. Legislator intent is there in the GST law. So legislator intent with the implementation at ground level and how they are reading the law, what kind of ease of business we are getting. Let me put forth some of the pointers before you. The first pointer, retrospective amendment. Sir, my submission would be, don't bring in retrospective amendment like section 7, subsection 1, subclause AA. Activities and transaction by club to its members. And that too with retrospective date, and there's deeming fiction. Just try to appreciate these are B2C transaction. Transaction has already happened. Now this is B2C, where from they will get the money collected. If this retrospective amendment for the chargeability, only submission from our side would be that retrospective amendment for the chargeability should not be. That's the submission from our side. Coming back to deemed supply concept, schedule 1, even without consideration, cross-charge is one of the points which we are debating at length. Cross-charge means supply of goods or services between related person or distinct person, even without consideration. And I'm sure a lot of companies are not following that. They're looking for the clarity. For the region, pre-GST, stock transfer of goods was not chargeable to VAT, barring some state for ITC reversal. But in GST, we have said that is deemed supply. So first of all, understanding issue, lot of taxpayers not agreeing, how can my right hand can give service to my left hand? Which is the cross charge first. And second, the valuation. If you go back to valuation, sir, one of the important point, and this may be one of the area of tax evasion as well. Proviso 2 of Rule 28 says I can pick up any value as a supplier. If recipient is entitled to avail credit, that would be considered open market value, deemed open market value. Can it be rupee 1? Because that is what proviso is saying. Or can it be any higher value to just move a credit from one state to another state in the name of cross charge when this proviso exists? When recipient is entitled for ITC, then maybe we can look at relaxation that for ITC when available, we can done away with the cross charge. The problem is when it is for exempted sector like healthcare, like education sector, credit is not available. First go, they are not getting credit. Second go, if cross charge applicable, then that credit become again cascading. And third problem, valuation, whether salary need to be included. Salary is being taken out. Schedule 3, neither a supply of goods nor supply of services. So these are the pointers we are looking for the clarity. In Schedule 1 transaction, another transaction is which some of past president has faced during the audit time. Any guarantee given by the director or the parent company to subsidiary company for taking a loan, whether this is really supply of service, first of all, and second, if it is supply of service, what would be the valuation? I may have taken a loan of 50 crore and there's no valuation mechanism. I'm not being paid, I'm not charging any money. I'm only giving my personal guarantee in addition to the all corporate guarantee and hypothecation. Next point is, sir, Schedule 2. And Schedule 2, again, very good. It is either to determine either a supply can be supply of goods or supply of services. But there's one important point to liquidated damage, which is as per Schedule 2 is a supply of service, but it has to be read in the context of whether it is supply or not. Liquidated damage are being paid only for the contravention, for the contract as a compensation. We are never entering for the performance of contravention of contract. They have said, and I seen you on circular yesterday, and highly appreciated, highly appreciated. Now, one more pointer, which is again, sir, you will agree with me, intent of legislator is very good. That is the way law is being drafted, and that is the way amendments are happening. Schedule 3, neither supply of goods nor supply of services. So supply of goods from non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory. I'm registered in India, but I'm getting goods delivered from Korea to US. It is entry 7, neither supply of goods nor supply of services. But Schedule 3 got amended only with effect from 1st February 2019. So at ground level, what is happening? They are saying prior to 1st February 2019, it is taxable. Whereas IGST had clearly saying it is applicable only whole of India, not outside India. Now, again, on same context, legislative intent versus implementation, you can pick up the example of composite supply, for which we have gone up to Supreme Court in the Mohit Mineral case. If concept of composite supply exists in the case of CIF import, it is a composite supply. So whenever law intent is very clear, then notification cannot go contrary. And what for we are creating litigation? Only submission, humble submission before you. The main pain area which we got from the trace side, they all are sitting here, is the input tax credit. And that is the most pain area. The first I'm starting that petrol and diesel being out of GST, cascading continuing, that is a matter of, send GST Council to decide as a way forward. But Section 17, subsection 5, which is there within the GST law as a block credit and negative list. When GST law got introduced, it was envisaged seamless flow of credit. I'm getting my factory constructed, hotel constructed, mall constructed, and that I'm using for taxable outward supply. So on construction, I'm not getting credit, but my outward is taxable, creating cascading. And when we are talking about infrastructure development in India, so this is the point of concern I'm just putting forth before you. Coming to ITC mechanism, yes, we know there were certain black sheep in our system. They have spoiled our system and they're termite. I do agree, and we are not advocating for them. When we look at the GST credit provision under Section 16, subsection 2, there are a lot of conditions started with the 4 condition, then got added 5th one to be checked. Then we got this year budget 6 restriction. Sometimes this is the voice coming from the trade. Why so many condition and restriction? Yes, I do agree. On one side, we want to check verify that genuine, honest taxpayer must get the credit, and those who are dishonest, they should not get the credit. But this is creating hassle in the trade in terms of understanding smooth ITC. And second, which you have clarified by way of circular, but still I'm putting forth before you, recipient credit is being denied as ineligible. They are recipient, they are availing credit, it is being termed as ineligible credit, maybe because supplier or preceding supplier or L1 or L2 is non-existent, or his registration get cancelled with retrospective date, or he might not have paid the taxes. First, we have to understand, sir, why this situation has arisen. We have not implemented automated GST return system with ITC matching and mismatching, which we invest as GSTR 1, 2A, 2, 1A, and 3. GSTR 2 and 3 never got implemented. In this process, even my buyer can only see the transaction with the immediate supplier. He can check whether 2A is auto-populated, whether supplier has paid the taxes or not, but beyond the supplier, he can't see any transaction. Thus I agree. And I just wanted to say to this trade as well, this is being clarified. And this is what a lot of litigation has started. So look at scrutiny notices. Scrutiny notices for credit not matching with GSTR 2A. 38,000 scrutiny notices are being sent only for the 1780. Now my submission is, 2A, as per the law provision, was not there. 2B got introduced only from 1st January 2022. And we got Bharti Airtel judgment from Supreme Court saying GST is a self-assessment tax. And 2A is only facilitation. But at ground level, they do not understand. They're saying if it is not matching, I'm giving you the notice. And last time when we were discussing together, we were talking about some threshold. Why to invite unwanted litigation? It is time and efforts lost for both of us together. This is the one pointer. Now coming on the important pointer, like when we are talking about fake invoice, fake credit, of course, I do agree with the e-invoicing, with the sequential filing of GST return, everything will ease down. And this is process to come. But for the past period, whatever clarification is being provided, they must implement. When clarification is given at the ground level, they are not listening. Giving you a right example, during search and seizure, instruction is being issued that no money should be asked to be collected unless accepted by the taxpayer. But ground level reality, I'm telling you, with my folded hand, it is not a critics. I'm giving a ground level feedback to you. Nothing, sir. They give the threatening of arrest and then get the money collected. We are filing DRC 03. That instruction, when we show to them, they are not ready to listen that one. And even for the parallel proceedings, state are not giving any importance to that instruction. They're saying it is central. We are not listening to that. And you have to get it deposited. I can tell you some of the live cases which I can produce before you. Even Center DGGI anti-evasion has done. Two authority coming for the same proceedings and state then coming and saying, I will also do the investigation. Yes, we are into dual GST mode, but the taxpayer need ease of business. He's saying that, okay, you have started the investigation, you culminate the same. That is the only submission I'm putting for. Now, when we talk about arrest provision, of course, I'm with you. I'm with you, and we are not advocating for the tax evader. They have taken fake registration. They have passed on the credit by way of only GSTR1, did not pay the taxes, must be handled properly. And this is the voice of the trade. And we are saying so. But only problem, we need balancing. This has to be distinguished approach with the honest taxpayer. Yes, provision must be strengthened, and we must cross-check, and we must ensure tax evasion should not be there. But the honest taxpayers should not be handled with the same stick as we are doing with the dishonest taxpayer. Coming to the last one or 2 points, said provisional attachment. Yes, instruction is there, but look at the provisional attachment provision under section 83. First of all, it was stated that during pendency, and specific provision was there, 62, 63, 64, 67, 73, and 74. Now it is being widened. After initiation of chapter 12, 14, and 15, starting from 59 to section 84, even after issuance of summons, this power exists in the hands of commissioner. What I'm putting submission that we can create one credit rating, even for the taxpayer, that where from I'm purchasing goods and services, if credit rating is being assigned, I would be knowing that he's a tax compliant supplier. So I can really choose my supplier, know your supplier concept. And then accordingly, this ITC dispute, whatever going on. Similarly, we must also put accountability and responsibility for the tax officer as well. Yes, I do agree at the ground level, sometime you're also getting feedback, but that need to be cross-checked. Provisional attachment and recovery. Recovery can happen only after 3 months when order is being passed and I'm not paying the taxes. But recovery initiated even before that. Only submission, sir. And last 2 point, GST at the rate of 5 years. We all are looking for appellate tribunal, appellate authority for the advance ruling. When state are giving difference of opinion, difference of advance ruling, and GST tribunal. Lot of cases are piling up before High Court and reaching to the Supreme Court. We are SME and MSME sector. We are not in a position to go and file writ petition before the High Court. We are only looking for the clarity. And last submission, sir, maybe this can be considered. We are having different kind of dispute. One is on interpretation and classification with respect to rate. One is pertaining to the tax evasion. One is pertaining to GST ITC. Yes, you have clarified GST ITC issue. You have clarified 17 subsection 5 block credit concept also. But only point, if dispute resolution can take up interpretation issue, classification issue. And maybe that dispute resolution panel can be headed by past CBIC chairperson or any retired High Court judge or Supreme Court judge, so that we can get the clarity. And that for interpretation, we can say only you pay the taxes, accept the tax, no interest, no penalty, because interpretation issue. Maybe for the tax evasion, you must take, and we are with you, that interest and penalty. So these are my submission, quick and short before you, because your time is very important. Whatever best I could present before you from the trade side, I'm thanking each one of you for being part of this National GST Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bimal Jain ji, for aptly setting the tone for the conclave with the theme presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite CMA P. Raju Iyer, President, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, for his remarks on our today's theme. A brief introduction about Mr. Iyer. He has a rich experience over a period of 4 decades with increasing and progressive responsibilities, covering wide areas of organizational developments, wealth creation, and value addition process to his profession. Thank you so much, sir. I welcome you.
Thank you. Respected Chief Guests, Chairman CBIC, and other dignitaries on the dais and after dais. And my presentation has been made very simple by our previous speakers, highlighting all the issues and everything. And I am very happy that PhD Chambers has invited our institute for this grand function, half a decade of GST implementation. And as we said that it's a one nation, one market, one tax, and it is whatever the initial kickbacks over there, it has been rectified, and so many things were there. And as has been pointed out over previous speaker, chairman, that the same thing, that in the project stage itself, the cost is going up because input tax credit is not available on stamp duty paid and land registration. So it is increasing the cost very much, and so that we are not competitive in export market. So other issues are there where the interest, penalty, interest, fine, and penalty is also there. The penalty is very high, and where the honest taxpayer, our client, is also unnecessarily put into problem because of the penalty is very high, though they want to comply with all the provisions and all that. And as far as our institute is concerned, we are providing a lot of wherever the advisory is required, especially on the MSME sector. And we are conducting certificate course on GST and advanced certificate course on GST, so that many of the members will be able to take up. Especially in the colleges and the universities, we are entering into MOUs and we are conducting classes. More than 6,000 students have benefited and participated in our course, and they were able to take up the consultancies for the MSME and other areas. So as a GST, whatever the issues are coming, we are also collecting information from our clients. We are passing it on to GSTN Council. And it is about how the things are going to take shape. And as we haven't pointed out that it become the 1,46,000 crores has become the near normal in GST, and the registration and whatever the amount we are collecting has shown that the GST, it has brought into bracket that honest taxpayers also, so that the industry is getting maximum benefit from the GST. And whatever the issues are there, we'll be definitely able to get into sort it out. And especially the advanced ruling, as I pointed out, it is creating a lot of issues with our clients because different states are giving different advanced ruling, and it has to go to the High Court and Supreme Court, and which is creating a lot of difficulty for the honest players to equip our members. And we have brought so many guidance notes and technical guide on GST. Especially we have brought fortnightly bulletin on indirect taxes, and which is being welcomed by all the industries and members and all the stakeholders. The bulletin highlights all the notifications and what are the issues involved, case laws and all informations which is required by the stakeholders. So this bulletin is available in our website, icma.in, as well as we are circulating to various industry associations and other authorities also. Whatever the information required, we are conducting various seminars, workshops, and all other things also. Of course, the GST Day has been celebrated by our institute and 112 chapters and 4 regions throughout the country on 1st July. And especially yesterday we have had a celebration in Scope Complex also, where Honorable Sushil Modi ji addressed our members and industry people. And whatever possible steps our institute is taking, and as a profession, we have to ensure that the honest tech players are getting the real benefit and they are not punished. At the same time, wherever the tax evading is there and ethics is not followed, we should be able to call up them and take the appropriate action. Wherever the support is required from our institute as a professional, we are ready to provide it. We have such a time. I want to listen to all the other speakers. Thank you very much. Wishing everyone happy, healthy, and prosperous days. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would humbly request all the dignitaries to kindly abide by the time limit of 2 minutes each, as we have to ensure that our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Johri ji, has to leave in another 15 minutes. A humble request again, a reminder to everyone, all the dignitaries on the dais. Now I would request Dr. Mahesh Gupta, former President, PhD, Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to kindly deliver his remarks on today's theme. Thank you.
Shri Vivek Johri ji, Honorable Chief Guest today, dignitaries on the dais and friends. I think a lot of things have been said about GST. I'm not going to repeat them. It's a wonderful text, and I'll repeat the word when it was introduced. It's a good and simple text. Good and simple text. And that's what it has lived up to the 5 years. And wonderful things have been done. Industry has welcomed it. And I leave at that. I would only make few suggestions here, coming short of it. I think a lot of clarifications have been coming through advanced rulings. They become law for that ruling, and they are not generic. I would request that as and when these rulings come in, it would be good that if the council or the board could pass out the rules or say that this is applicable to everybody. Then it becomes an easy way of life. Otherwise, it remains in doubt. The consultants comes and tell us, no, this is applicable only to one, it's not applicable to another fellow. So it would be much easier, and because the point is, this law has still not got to the court systems. It is not yet matured. It has to pass through many judgments, have to come in future, and then we'll know whether this is applicable or not applicable. By that time, ambiguity will remain, and past things can happen. So it would be better as many advanced rulings, if are implemented by a ruling or a circular or rules have been made, that would be most welcome. Mr. Vimal has already made a point. I'm going to highlight the second point. The tax neutral system of credit and debit should be avoided as far as possible. A ruling came in wherein they said that whatever expenses you incur in HO should be debited to different units. Now, we don't understand it's neutral. You put certain money here and then you credit there. It's tax neutral system. Why should such provisions come in? We are not clear about it. And the GST should come in if there's a transaction, to my mind. Today, I was reading the newspaper. All banks have been asked that they need to pay royalty on their subsidies, even if they are not charging any fees for their branding in the mutual funds. Now, I don't know if the transaction has not taken place, but the ruling says, or the people apprehend that they will have to pay 18% of GST on any amount of royalty which they're going to charge you. The simplicity should be there. As you said, it's a good and simple tax. So simple means it should remain simple. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Mr. Gopal Jivarajka, former President, PhD, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly come forward for his remarks on our theme, Evolution and Challenges, 5 Years of GST. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning and welcome to the chief guest, all government officials, members of the PhD, former presidents. 2 minutes is a long time. It's not a short time. So first of all, it's been a very heavy session. So just on the lighter note, we can't have a better chairman than you, जिसके पास विवेक भी है और जौहरी की परख भी है. So I'll just make a few points. Some are philosophical, some are suggestions. You said that as philosophy, no one doubts the merit of GST, we agree. So, but as a philosophy, I think legislators must legislate for the honest, not for the dishonest. Finding the dishonest is the job of surveillance and your anti-evasion agencies. When you start legislating for the dishonest, you actually make life difficult for the honest and they start thinking of becoming dishonest. So it's a philosophy, I think you can think about it. So second, whenever you make provisions or legislations which are for your purpose of tracking, for example, TCS, TDS, I think you should make it in such a way that it doesn't affect our cash flows. So your purpose is tracking, not to disrupt our cash flows. And if you do, please put the lowest possible slab, or there should be a provision that once your purpose is served, that money comes back to us as we want it. Like TCS in cash ledger, why can't we get a refund automatically if we apply to you? So then there are a lot of court orders on the subject of buyer getting entitlement for ITC. And I'm not talking of fake invoices, sir, but for reasons the seller has not paid. Why can't this matter be settled? Because you will find every week one court orders that the buyer is eligible even if seller has not paid. I think this is a matter of great dispute and you should find some solution for this. Sir, I must appreciate one initiative of the department. You started sending these appreciation certificates for companies who are filing regularly. So it's a good encouragement to make sure that we continue doing that. So last 2 points. Sir, on APOB, I think you should have a simpler process than getting a new registration in a state. Once I am a regular taxpayer, a regular filer of my returns, I think APOB should be granted on request, not wait for the whole process. I don't think it makes any sense. And lastly, sir, I'll come to my industry, which is the television industry. Sir, electronics industry is a very porous industry. And over years, it has proven that high tax only leads to lower collection. The classical example has been mobile phone industry. We had 90% taxes and 90% gray market. The taxes were brought down to 5% and the gray market got eliminated. And the success of mobile phone industry is known to everybody. So today, television industry, half the value of television industry is taxed at 28%. By which standard is it a sin good, sir? Second, the complete impact of taxation on television industry is around 35%. And so believe me, 35% is the gray market. I think you really need to look at it, bring down the taxes, because it is not only GST, sir. To avoid GST, there is under invoicing, smuggling, income tax loss. You need to take a call on this. Believe me, your tax will become double The industry will grow. It's one of the sunrise industries, a future industry. It'll be a very good decision by the board, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Mr. Rajiv Talwar, former President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly give his remarks. Thank you, sir.
Chairman CBIC, past presidents, people on the, distinguished members on the dais, and everyone in the hall, which I must appreciate. I was just telling the chairman that two excellent presentations by the chairman and Mr. Bimal Jain, and everyone here silently but attentively. And the test was that there's 4 little girls over here, probably from school, if not mistaken, but none of them slept. They were all listening, and these were highly technical matters, and compliments to them and to all the ladies here. I think this is such a live subject, such an important subject that all the officers over here, all the businessmen over here, I think we must not forget this is the 5th anniversary. It's the biggest tax reform in the history of the country. We must not forget to pay our gratitude to the Prime Minister, to late Mr. Arun Jaitley, who actually brought it together, and to Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, who has shepherded this tax and the finance ministry probably to become one of the finest finance ministers in the history of the country, because she went through a test by fire during the pandemic. Believe me, the importance of GST, sir, is that while people were suffering from the pandemic, I think your rising tax collections, especially of GST, gave a hope to everyone that there is a future in this country, there's a future in the economy of this country, because tax collections are not only rising in GST, but they are unprecedented levels. Like you said, 1.68 lakh crores and 1.5 lakh crores in the first quarter of this financial year. I think that is a great tribute to all the officers and to all the members of the CBIC that they have been able to induct technology. There have been maybe some complaints, but yes, the truth is that the larger pie which has been established, that is the hope for this country. We remember discussing with Mr. Arun Jaitley as the finance minister that 16 lakh crores is my combined revenue of direct and indirect taxes. What should it be? And we all said, to achieve a $5 trillion economy, we must have 40 to 50 lakh crores. And I'm sure with faceless assessment in the income tax and with the induction of technology and the smooth way in which GST has been implemented, this will be a truth, and people will really marvel that how soon India will be able to achieve its target of 5 trillion. But of course, the way lies way beyond. We have to achieve a 10 to 20 trillion dollar economy for a population of our size. I think two things which Mr. Arya has said. He was the revenue secretary when it was introduced, and he said it in his article recently, sir, that yes, we need to look at tax slabs, which has been brought forward here too. I think Gopal has done a great job by giving you the example of the television industry, but even otherwise, sir, sin tax will remain on a certain number of industries, which is probably alcohol, gambling, and tobacco. But otherwise, we need to do away with such things. We need to have simplification of slabs. 18 is a bit high, 5 is a bit low. You will increase some, you will decrease some. So maybe you will have to decide, like you said many things in your speech, that I may not be there to see the future and how it evolves. But sir, you can lay the seed that how do we arrive at a system of anywhere between 12 to 14, which will be the third deciding slab, because that is something which needs to be simplified. And of course, as Mr. Tarun Bajaj has said, and I beg to only differ a little bit with my very senior colleague and very well, informed colleague who's an expert in this field, Bimal, that exemptions. I think the direct tax code also says we must do away with the exemptions. And similarly, with the GST also, there must be a serious effort to do away with exemptions, because India has a problem. Before we introduce the law, we also announce exemptions. So both go hand in hand, and that must get over. And the biggest compliment which one can pay to all of you, sir, is that there is a very famous filmy dialogue. One actor had said, for legal cases, ki date pe date, date pe date, date pe date milti hai. Similarly, it was in indirect taxes. Ki right from the chungi onwards to every place, it was tax pe tax, tax pe tax, tax pe tax hota hai. I think a great breakthrough has been made by GST and the CBIC department that now there is a single tax. And I think that is a great achievement for this country, and we must build on it. We must get more women into this field as even chartered accountants or Indian cost and works accountants are. And we must have a great population which contributes equally, both genders, into this tax regime, because to achieve a $20 to $30 trillion economy, as Mr. Piyush Goyal has announced recently, is not only an aim, it's an achievable thing in the next 2 or 3 decades, as we have seen a neighboring country do it too. Thank you very much for your time, sir. You've been marvelous.
Thank you so much, Mr. Talwar. I would humbly again remind all the dignitaries on the dais that let us try stick ourselves to 2 minutes, as our chief guest needs to leave. Now I would request Mr. Ashok Kajaria, former president, PhD, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly come and deliver his remarks.
Vivek Johri ji, our chief guest of the day, dignitaries of the dais, senior officers of the Government of India, very good morning to you. I will not talk about, first, GST has been a game changer for our industry. I represent the tile and sanitary ware industry. Before GST, the tax on this industry, I will limit my discussion to this industry because others have talked about everything more on others. Before GST came in, our tax on the industry was 28 to 32%, depending the state you are in. If you are in Delhi, it was 28%. If you are in UP, it is 32%. Today, our tax is 18%. In our industry, showrooms are very important. As Kajaria, we have 1,700 dealers across India. जो पहले शोरूम बनाता था वो बेचारा क्राई करता था, बोला सर हम शोरूम बना के क्या फायदा हुआ, because the smaller people used to say take a WhatsApp there, come to me, I'll get you cheaper, because they were playing on taxes. Let me compliment the department, let me compliment the entire GST scheme. After that, things have changed drastically. Those who have made showrooms earlier are winners. They have made more and more showrooms. The industry is growing in a positive manner because the level of tax is the same at 18% today for everybody in the field, number one. Number two, we as an industry, whether it's Kajaria, Somani, Johnson, we were competing with an industry at Morbi where there are 600 manufacturers of tile people are there. It's a place in Gujarat where there were lot of tax play. Let me compliment today, tax play has been eliminated to a great extent and the industry is growing in a progressive manner. So my heartiest compliments, and I would say it's a great decision as far as this industry is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very quick and brief and to the point. Thank you once again. And now I would call upon Mr. C.A. Rajendra Kumar P., Chairman, GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, ICAI, for his remarks on today's topic. Welcome, sir.
The Chairman, CBIC, and other esteemed members on and off the dais, good morning, or rather good afternoon to all of you. In fact, much has been said about GST and much has been spoken about the various issues that are surrounding this particular law. And as a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and as a person representing my president here, and also as the chairman of the GST and Indirect Taxes Committee of my institute, I would only say that GST today is a roaring success also because of this great profession, the profession of chartered accountancy. Taliyan to honi chahiye. Every profession has its own minus and plus, but I must tell you, esteemed friends, working in this for the last about 3-4 years now, we have been doing enormous hand-holding at all the levels, whether it is by way of our publications, programs, and this year in particular, we are meeting each and every state commissioners. In fact, The CBIC has that extensive knowledge and data bank. But then, sir, when it comes to states, and especially after 30th June 2022, when they are left to fend for themselves for the loss of revenue, we from the institute have gone to and met each and every commissioner of state taxes. And let me tell you, capacity building programs for enhancing the knowledge of the GST state officials has been done. Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Bihar have already trained all their officers have been trained by the institute. And as an institute, we continue to handhold, we continue to train, we continue to discuss, debate, and also in closed doors, we continue to raise our issues. And about the GST, since the year 2014, I've been in the OECD and the technical advisory group. And whenever I've gone for those meetings, the foreigners have looked at us saying that you are such a vast country, and how are you going to bring GST into your country? We are just waiting and watching how GST is going to happen in your nation when there is so much of fragmentation. You're a federal country. But then now when I go and talk to them, they say you are a standing example of federal cooperative federalism. And we in the West, we borrow your concept of cooperation. Numerous changes have happened in the European Union VAT post the Indian GST experience. And that is a creditable objective. And myself coming from the state of Dr. Raja J. Chellaya, the man who started all this, he must be happy today to see that what he proposed way back in 91, 92 has almost become a reality. And with an ending note, I must say, GST is a dynamic tax. Don't expect to be static. It will change as the economy changes, as the economy goes up and down, as there are differences between supply and demand. You would have noticed today, chairman spoke for about an hour or so. Bimal Jain followed him, and then dire, and now I have only 1 minute. This is supply and demand, and this is GST, friends. It will never be static. You will always be young. It will ensure that it will keep you young at heart at all times, because your brain will be working, keeping pace with these changes. So don't expect it to be static for your own health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to give a vote of thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished chief guest, Shri Johri ji, distinguished former presidents on the dais, members of the managing committee, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media, and my colleagues on and off the dais. It's been wonderful interaction today with the advent of the 5th year of we are celebrating the 5th anniversary of the GST Council and the GST regime. And it has been one of the game changers, as was already brought out by everybody. So we wish to thank each one of you, especially our chief guest, for sparing his valuable time and giving so much of time explaining the newer things which are coming in the GST. So there's only one request from our end, that we all thrive on ease of doing business. And our Honorable Prime Minister has been always talking about it. If the oil and gas sector could be brought in, the petrol, diesel, and lubricants could be brought in under the GST, it will give a very big fillip in the logistics sector. The goods and services will become cheaper. The industry will get benefited immensely. And the $5 trillion target of the GDP, which has been proposed by our Honorable Prime Minister by 2025, will become a reality and not a dream. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And now we would extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest and all the dignitaries on dais. Thank you so much, sir, for your august presence. I request you all to kindly keep seated as we are now about to begin with our first technical session. Our first technical session is on GST most litigated issues. Among the various important issues and topics which we will be discussing in this session are supply cross-charge versus ISD, dispute in POS versus destination-based consumption tax, classification, HSN, SAC code, composite versus mixed supply, GST on ocean freight, fate of refund on input services under IDS, various issues under refund, IGST versus ITC refund, valuation, transitional credits, dispute and way forward, GST input tax credit, conditions to avail and challenges, among others. And now I would introduce our panelist, Mr. S. Ramesh, former Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, CBIC. I request you to kindly come on the dais. A brief introduction about Mr. Ramesh. He was formerly Chairman, CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, heading the apex body in Government of India in the Ministry of Finance for Indirect Tax Policy, Revenue Collection and Customs Enforcement. He played a key role during the Pan-India rollout or implementation of GST and was a part of the GST Council as well. He has led several government delegations in discussions with the WCO and World Bank on custom trade facilitation efforts by India. Thank you for gracing the occasion today. Ms. Anita Rastogi, partner, PwC, I request you to kindly come on the dais. Mr. Puneet Bansal, managing partner, Nitya Tax Associates. Mr. Bansal is advocate and chartered accountant by profession with an experience of 20 plus years. I request you to kindly come on the dais. And now I would request Mr. Sanjay Mangal, who will be chairing this session, Principal Commissioner, CBIC, GST Policy Wing, and Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Founder, Editor, and CEO, TIOL Private Limited. He will be moderating this session. Mr. Shailendra Kumar is the founder and editor CEO of India's first online taxation, trade and economic news and views portal, which is www.taxindiaonline.com, which is popularly known as TIOL. I would now hand over the mic to Mr. Shailendra Kumar to take forward the session from here. This will be followed by a Q&A session and a presentation by Mr. KP Narayanan, Director, Zoho Finance Plus. The stage is all yours, Mr. Shailendra Kumar.
Good afternoon, friends, and very distinguished panelists on the dais. We have, after a storming session in the morning, where you have gone through different stages of GST and how interesting this journey has been in the last 5 years. This session, if nothing else, will promise you some of those bothering issues which we have collected in the last 5 years, the possible set of solutions, because the experts here, their domain expertise is to work out solutions. So I will expect a storm of queries from all of you. I will request rather that you should start jotting down the queries on these issues, and we will try to answer most of it. And I will request the panelists also to give you a very brief insight about the complex world of technicalities in the GST provisions. Although most of the speakers in the morning session, they concluded that it's a good and simple tax. I will request you not to believe it. Let's make it our goal. That, our goal is to make it good and simple, but the history of taxation doesn't teach us so. Prior to BC, in fact, I mean, if we start from the BC area, the first millennium to, of course, the AD now, 2200 years. Probably Institute of Chartered Accountants should have a chapter on this. I think Mr. Kumar has left, Rajendra Kumar has left. So this will give you an insight that something is technically complex is not necessarily bad, because we live in a very complex society. Technology is making it a little more complex. And that is where the compliance becomes a major challenge. And we have to think from the perspective of revenue gatherers also. And that is where the taxman job becomes a little more tricky and harsh. So it's an ongoing journey. It doesn't have a goal. The journey goes on. It never ends, because the taxation will never come to an end. Every society, every civilization will require tons of taxes for development, for taking care of the disadvantaged, the vulnerables, for infrastructure, for education, for health. These needs are not going to be eliminated. So the state will always require taxes and revenue. The only goal should be a harmonious equilibrium where the compliance is simple and state is able to gather sufficient revenue. And we could make the laws simpler, easy to understand, easy to comply with. And that is where the GST we find is a very different tax system as compared to what we had earlier, because it's a completely tech-driven system. And I'm sure most of you will agree that technology has made our life much simpler, easier. Of course, some complexity, sometimes some of you may come across, but those are temporary issues, small glitches, which are being overcome. And in fact, the revenue collection, most of you will remember prior to COVID, during the COVID, and post-COVID. The difference is the peak they have reached is 1.68 lakh crore. It's not a small achievement. It's more because of the technology assisting, cushioning compliance from the taxpayers in a big way. And that's because the GSTN has been very responsive. They have been very proactive. They are coming out with various tools and facilities and making things easier for the taxpayer. So without taking much time, a lot of things, most of you know about it, you have heard in the morning. Now I will start with, I'll request most of the panelists to briefly touch some of the issues which they are very good at, give you an insight about the challenges involved, some of the issues which have been already probably decided, but terribly undecided, like advance ruling for that matter. Certain issues may be decided by advance ruling authorities in one particular tax jurisdiction, but other jurisdiction will have a different set of rulings, and there is a conflicting situation. Issues are pending before the High Court, and the taxpayers are in a state of flux and indecision. They don't know what to do, and the litigation goes on. So some of those challenges will remain. However, some of the technical issues where our experts are going to give you an insight today, you may not find them fully resolved or decided till date. However, they will assist you in terms of understanding those concepts and the challenges and the road ahead as well. So let me start with Honorable Finance, former Chairman of the CBEC, in fact, not CBIC. During the GST period, another change which became across was CBEC became CBIC, but we have former Chairman CBEC. So Mr. Ramesh, I would like to request you, sir, for a couple of minutes, maybe you could touch some of those issues which you are going to talk about, and also handle the queries. And then I will move to other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you as usual. Very introduction is very interesting. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me for this session. I thought it's about 4 years since I left the department and people have forgotten about me. But thanks to GST, I think I've been remembered. So once again, thanks to the organizers for calling me and to share my thoughts on this occasion of the 5th anniversary of GST. A small correction, Shailendraji, I was Chairman CBIC after it was CBIC. So just a change of name. We were instrumental in making the change. And in fact, there were a lot of controversies about how to change the name CBITC or CBIC. Then finally, I decided that it should be crisp, it should be CBIC. So I was the second chairman of CBIC. Before me, Mrs. Anuja Sarna was there. So names apart, I think as Mr. Johri was mentioning in the morning, the CBIC is now known more for GST rather than customs because it handles both, but GST is one of the main things we are doing. I would just like to go back to 5 years. On June 30th, 2017, the night of 2017, June 30th, I was in the Central Hall of Parliament when GST was introduced. The enthusiasm, the aura, the entire splendor of GST came out in full sway with the Honorable Prime Minister, the President, inaugurating GST. And since then, it's been a great journey. And of course, as Mr. Johri was mentioning, it could be termed by different people as different things. It could be a roller coaster. It could be a smooth journey. It could be a tumultuous journey. Each one sees it from their perspective. But I really wonder whether any tax can be good and simple. As Shailendraji was saying, can we ever aspire for a good and simple tax? Yes, we should aspire for one. But there have been challenges all these 5 years. Mind you, when we were ready to go for GST in 2017, it was a totally unknown animal. We have no clue. We had no clue as to what is going to happen. Forget about 5 years. Even 5 minutes after introduction of GST, how things will pan out. No one could actually visualize. It was a big game changer. It was a leap of faith, I would say, a big leap of faith for the entire country and for us as taxpayer, tax administration also. This experiment was something so unique. Today we speak after 5 years that this has been so successful. But on the day it was launched, we were waiting with bated breath as to how this pan out in the next few years and few months. Thankfully, a lot of preparation went into it. We had the sagacity and the expertise and the experience of people like late Mr. Jaitley, with whom I have closely interacted. His sagacity was something remarkable. And as has been seen in all the GST council meetings in the past, when he used to head the meetings in the council, there was a spirit of consensus, spirit of cooperation, and he would take things further and further towards consensus, even though there were large possibilities of dispute and friction in the GST council. He used to steer away from friction. Such was his sagacity. And I'm happy that the same sort of consensus, spirit of consensus has prevailed over the last few years, and I'm sure it will continue. As far as revenues are concerned, I would say that when we launched GST, especially about transitional credit, it was something very, very difficult to imagine. Imagine transitional credit, not speaking about one tax system, but speaking about transitional credit, about different tax, different VAT systems and CBIC. So much of credit has to be transitioned, and it has to come to the mainstream. It was a big gamble. I'm reminded of what Charles Darwin mentioned. He mentioned that a mathematician is like a blind man searching for a black cat in a dark room, and the cat is not there. So this is the sort of revenue we were looking at, because what could be the revenue potential? We knew it would be about 1 lakh crores, but how would it be achieved? What were the issues? What about transition credit? How much of IGST would get resolved? All these issues were big, very big things in our minds. And thanks to the way in which the systems were put in place, and as Chairman Mr. Johri was mentioning, a large outreach program was done, a large education for the taxpayers, a large capacity building for the tax administration across India. About 60,000 people we had done even before GST was launched. And you won't believe the Twitter handle of GST, moment GST was launched, we had a Twitter handle, and that Twitter handle reached about 1 lakh capacity, almost 1 lakh followers immediately after we launched it. And we had young officers in our department tweeting clarifications at 2 a.m. in the morning. This was the level of activity we used to do when GST was launched. So that was a level of preparation, a lot of activity which been behind the way in which GST was launched. It was a very tumultuous period, but still, looking back, we find that we have been quite successful to a large extent. Of course, every tax, as Shailendra ji was saying, is a journey by itself. There is no common goal or endpoint for any taxation. Tax policy, much like public policy, cannot be cast in stone. It has to be an evolving document. And I'm happy that GST, even after 5 years, is being discussed in such vigor as though it was introduced yesterday. And still it is going on. So I think these discussions are very important to keep things going in the way in which we want it to go. Having said this, I would just like to allude to a few topics very briefly, because I have the other panelists also. One, of course, is the very, very remarkable decision of the Honorable Supreme Court, which has been mentioned time and again about Mohit Minerals. It was about ocean freight, but it got discussed more about something else. And it was all about the way in which the consensus, spirit of consensus is to prevail in the GST Council. And the Honorable Supreme Court has mentioned that the decisions of the GST Council, at least according to media reports, have been flashing more and more that these are not mandatory, they are only recommendatory. But what has been missed in the larger picture is that the Supreme Court has also mentioned very clearly which of the decisions of the GST Council is mandatory. They have very clearly mentioned. They have clearly pointed out that there are certain provisions in the IGST Act and the CGST Act which are very, very clear that this is mandatory. It is based on the recommendations of the GST Council. And what are those provisions? Think of any tax. What would you think? You would think of the rate. You would think of the tax exemptions. You would think what is the taxable value? What is the charging section? This is the pith and substance of any tax. And all these, mind you, are binding. The recommendations of the GST Council are very much binding as far as these important issues in taxation are concerned. The Supreme Court has clearly held that this is binding. And I think this needs to be reinforced time and again, that this is the way taxation in India, based on the constitutional amendments, have happened, the way taxation in India has evolved into a situation where the GST Council has become a very important constitutional body. We should think of the pooled resources, the pooled sovereignty which is there, rather than a loss of sovereignty of either the state legislatures or the central legislature. There is no loss of sovereignty. They still have the freedom to decide. And there is a question of pooled sovereignty in the GST Council. So I think this particular landmark judgment has to be reinforced, has to be looked at a fresh perspective to take things in the GST Council forward. In fact, in spite of the decision which the media had portrayed that the decisions are not going to be mandatory, the GST Council itself has had a unanimous run of all the decisions it has made. And even the last council, after the decision of the Supreme Court, last council meeting has also reiterated the spirit of consensus. And I think this is something very, very remarkable. And I'm sure that this is going to be the building block of GST. And I think this is the fundamental pillar on which GST is actually resting upon. And I'm sure this will be strengthened in the days to come. And I hope that this will be carried forward in the same way it has been happening in the past. So I would like to leave the floor to the other panel members to take up the other issues, and I will join the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And let me also thank you for correcting me. This 5 years has been such a cyclonic period that completely forgot that you were a part of that, the historic event, But anyway, as you rightly put it, sir, in fact, a lot of important issues you have touched, particularly Mohit Mineral and, the non-binding nature as per the ratio. Probably I will not say ratio also, sir. The Mohit Mineral, this is obiter dicta by the Supreme Court. So this is one of the observations which have been made in the context of the federal nature of our constitution and what is binding, what is not binding. And Honorable Supreme Court has classified, rather they took the pain of categorizing the expression recommendations under 5 different categories. And interestingly, they left the GST Council Article 279A, the provisions, the word expression, recommendation, where exactly it fits in. Probably this is for the Bimal Jainji, probably he will come out with something later. And in any case, my experience in the last 5 years, as Mr. Ramesh rightly pointed out, and Mr. Sanjay is here, Mr. Mangal will tell us more about it, that not a single state has decided not to comply with the decision of the GST Council. And I think one episode which I can share with you, you will remember that out of the 47 GST Council meetings, there has been voting for just one particular issue. And in that voting also, all the state finance ministers who were siding with the gentleman who insisted on voting, that was the state of Kerala. And the issue was lottery, but the lottery actually proved to be a lottery for him, where all his friends left him. And there were 3 abstentions. His good friends, they abstained, they said, we will not vote. Some of the people, they voted because they had to cast their votes. So they voted along the political lines and the issue was decided. And Kerala went back and they implemented the decision taken by the council. That is the level of integration we can talk about and the cooperation in the nature and character of federalism. So the council, rather than as a taxpayer, we should not get into the business of what is recommendatory and what is mandatory. We are on the other side of the fence. Everything is mandatory for us. That means we have to comply with whatever the council decides, either in terms of tariff, or tax rates, or in terms of procedures, we have to comply with it. And we should be concerned about that. So far as constitutional aspects are concerned, we will leave it to some of those distinguished constitutional experts and advocates to debate and discuss and keep us enlightened. But our job is to comply. So before I go to the chairman of the session, let me go to the most gracious lady we have on the dais. So Anita ji, maybe you could, briefly, and then I will come to Puneet ji and then the chair. Thank you.
Hello. Right. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for this nice introduction. I think I would just like to congratulate, of course, the government that they have been able to bring this GST into India. And it's a most dynamic law, I would say, and it will continue to be a dynamic law simply for the reason that we don't have such a law in anywhere in the world, and we have been able to manage to get it implemented through a lot of difficulty as well, both from the government side and from the traders and the association. I would say that the cooperation has been together from both the aspects. It's not just the technology glitches which we faced, but we managed it. And I think I must also congratulate, apart from the government, the trade and industry as well, because I think all of us together ensured that we wanted the GST to be a win-win situation. We wanted it to be successful, not just for us, but for the world to see that India can bring such a different and a challenging law and implement it as well in such a populous country like ours. So with that, I would really congratulate both the government and the trade and the industry. Apart from that, I would like to say that, I think the journey is actually just started, I would say. People have kind of now understood and absorbed what GST is all about. But GST is one law which needs a lot of validation as we keep moving on because of the learnings which we keep getting, right? So when we do the implementation of GST, when we are looking at the transactions, and when we're looking at the various challenges which we are facing in the economy, the law also needs to get aligned with the changes in the economy. And I would just like to give an example of the latest, which is the virtual digital assets. I think that is one area where we really want the government should come up with absolutely crystal clear guidance. It's a very, very new concept globally. There are very few countries who have started even looking at it. If we can also be in the front runner race, right? The way the world is now looking at us, that we were able to bring in GST, why can we not actually be the front runner and bring a clarity on how this virtual digital assets, the NFTs, can be taxed, and who has to pay the tax, who has to do the TCS, if there is a TCS, because we do know that in income tax, has been a TDS circular which has come out, which of course does not say that whether it's good or services, because for them it doesn't matter, but for us it matters extremely, extremely high. And we all know that these economic activities are happening. Government needs to tax them, but the point is that we don't know how to tax it because there is no clarity on that. There is no law on that. Of course, whatever is not good becomes services, but then that's a very, very, very wide definition. And hence it's very critical for the government. I will really sincerely request, sir, that a committee is formed and actually you should actually take the insights from the industry, because the industry is already working on it. They have exchanges. And I think it's important for you to understand the realities of this particular type of transaction for you to come for a legislation. Because I think the experience has been that, we can't make a law and then try to remedy it. I don't think we are in that situation today. So that's one, sir. Second is a little bit of a disappointment that this year the healthcare sector was also brought under GST. I think I do know that what the comment of the Revenue Secretary was saying that, well, 5,000 rupees per night as a room rental is not very high and the tax comes only 250. I think the issue is not that a 5% GST is now proposed to be levied on the room rentals when one is admitted in the hospitals other than ICU without input tax credit. I think the challenge is that if the entire sector per se was always perceived by the government, it should be exempt. It should be exempt. It cannot be a situation that I actually pick up a little bit of an element, which is a room rental. Now, I sincerely believe, sir, that in a hospital, nobody really goes for a room accommodation. Everybody only goes in a situation where one doesn't want to go to hospital, but is forced to go because of a treatment. And one is forced to stay in a hospital and forced to spend that money on the room rental. On that forced spend, if there is a GST levy, maybe it is not, we have still not reached to that level of economic development that this should be charged. Please, we would request if that can be put on hold, at least for a few more years, till the time we are able to afford to spend that money. Now, affordability, whether it is affordable in larger cities, smaller city, is not the controversy here. The point here is that anyways, people have to spend so much. money on healthcare, let's just be a little more mindful of that. I think that is my request. And also, it's going to be a huge, huge challenge for the hospital sector to implement it, simply because today we know that there are packages, there are health packages which are being given, whether by the corporates or by the government. Even the Ayushman Bharat actually works on packages. They do not work on separate fees for a doctor consultation. So if the entire healthcare sector is working towards packages, which includes the surgery cost, the doctor cost, the stent cost, or whatever knee replacement cost, the consumables, the medicines, and a small portion of it also goes for a room rental, it's not really advisable in today's world to carve that out and say, hey, please pay the tax on that. And you know what? You don't get ITC. I think that's a little bit of a hurt, which I think the sector has got. We really request you to relook at it. That's the second point. So the third point is we would really want the government to bring back and reactivate the sectoral committees, sir, which you had formed at the time of introduction of GST. I think they were extremely, extremely useful. You had very brilliant officers which you had given in charge, where they would actually look at the sectoral issues in the particular GST environment, whether it's the e-commerce or whether it is pharma or whether it is manufacturing, so on and so forth. And we also did see that a lot of good clarifications were issued by those sectoral committee for that particular sector, which was very critical at that point of time for people to understand. Today, as we talk, GST law cannot be considered to be same for everyone, for every sector, though it is one tax, one nation, but the sectors' nuances are very different. And hence, those also need to be understood by the government along with the help of the industry. And the committee can understand those challenges and issue clarifications for that particular sector. I think that is going to actually bring a lot of ease as far as interpretation is concerned. It's also going to help in reduction of a lot of unnecessary litigation. Because at the end of that, what happens is when the matter goes to court, and there is some statistics, sir, in the past regime itself, that maybe I may be a little wrong, but 80% of the cases actually are decided in favor of the assessee and against the government. And if that is the case, the government is also spending time on not a right place. They should spend time and energy in a better place. I think that is our serious recommendation. I have a long laundry list that I can speak till morning, but I think there are a lot of people on the dais, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Making a very interesting point, interesting take. This is one of the views which can be taken so far as some of the exempted sectors are concerned. But my understanding of taxation is very simple. It's a mathematical equation. If 100, to arrive at 100, I need A, B, C, and D. Then, if B and C are exempted, then who bears the burden? Naturally. I don't need a mathematics teacher to tell me that A and D. So there are multiple sectors which are exempted. If the exemption continues, then the sectors which are paying taxes today, and if you want to move from 18 to 12 and 28 to 18, and you have a group of ministers which is going to rationalize, reason the slabs, it's not possible. It's not possible then. So we have to look at every tax system. Today we talk about Income Tax Act 1961, which is largely seen by experts as a Paleolithic age taxation system. Something which our forefathers also were not very familiar with. It has become so voluminous, so many concepts and principles are outdated now that as a practicing chartered accountant who is specializing in tax laws will find it too difficult to cope up with that kind of complexities. Similarly here, in every tax system, there is something called tax efficiency. And tax efficiency is higher when the tax base is wider and larger. If the base itself is smaller, then the people, it's very similar to what we normally talk about, the salaried class people, that we cannot get out of this tedious business. We are always subjected to it, isn't it? You cannot do the tax planning. A business entity can do, but a salaried person cannot do. Similarly, those which are exempted, naturally, that's a decision, that's a political decision which political establishment in every country takes, that certain sectors have to be exempted in the beginning. Ideally, for the GST Council and for the GST, there should be a roadmap and a white paper where the GST Council should share with the taxpayers, with the nation, that these are the 10 top exempted sectors which will be brought under the tax net in next 5 years. This will ward off lobbying, all kinds of pressure tactics which industry will also have. Because one fact is very clear, the government needs revenue. GST Council needs to take decision, otherwise what will happen? Section 17(5). Otherwise what will happen? Rule 86B. All kinds of ITC blockage rules will come into play. The revenue has no option. They will block your ITC. Even today on hotel accommodations, you don't get that ITC. There are so many, in fact, instances where ITC is not available today. We keep on debating though the small sliver of the pie. But the larger issue is that good number of sectors are exempted. If they are in the business of business, they have certain turnover, why they should be exempted? They should also bear the incidence of taxation, so that the burden is equally passed on to every segment of the taxpayer. If you don't do that, here, Anita ji has made a point, which I agree with her, but I also disagree with her, that if I am capable of paying 5,000 rupees room rent, I think most of us should visit some of the government hospitals, not in Delhi, but other parts of the country, and look at our own countrymen. They go to the government hospitals, they can't afford even 100 rupees bedroom. Forget about the bed. There, if our own people, our own brothers and sisters in other parts who are living in other parts of the country, and we are talking about the Fortis and Max and other private hospitals charging us 5,000 rupees, and then I am also covered under, I have taken an insurance package. My insurance fellow tells me, and the hospital, God forbid, nobody should visit. I visited once deliberately to have a first-hand experience. And I deliberately opted for that insurance package. The same gentleman said, sir, this 2,000 rupees room was enough for you, but since you have the insurance coverage, I will charge you 5,000 rupees. Very interesting economics. And we expect government of India not to put a tax. This is very unfair. If the government is not going to tax you, then it's going to tax the industry. It's going to tax the MSME. It is going to tax the traders. It is going to tax the service provider. It will tax other professionals. Let's not do that. We should be fair to the government also. The policymakers, the tax, policymakers, they have to follow the diktat coming from the political masters. Political masters, they are guided more by the concept of equity in the society. They have to look after the vulnerable. They have to provide food to the poor. They have to take care of various other segments. They need revenue. So they will simply tell them, so what solution do you have? Then the Mangal will suggest, sir, let's block ITC. That is the first solution. I mean, he has no option. Let me tell you. Let us be honest and admit it. As a policy maker, as a lawmaker, this is the first solution he will give to the finance minister. Because finance minister says, I badly need, this is a scheme which is going to be launched, Ayushman Bharat. Its space has to be widened and amplified in a big way. Prime Minister he needs 25,000 crore. We say, sir, let's exempt. That's not fair. Let's bring the exempted under the tax rate so that the burden on those who are already paying taxes could be minimized, could be lowered. And that is how we should be looking at the taxation, rather than looking for exemption. Education also, for instance. I can share my first-hand experience. My daughter did the law and MBA from somebody, and I think I sold my entire fortune. I can talk about it. One of those, the big colleges in NCR. And if I say, I advocate that they should not be taxed because they are into business of education, I think as a taxpayer, I am fully educated to say that they should be taxed. It is not fair. As a parent, most of your children, if they go to the law colleges, they go to other colleges, the amount of fees they are charging, and we say that they should be exempted because they're doing a noble work. I think the work is noble, but not paying tax is certainly not noble. They should be paying taxes. So I will go to Punitji. Sorry, Punitji, in last 5 years, ever since GST has come, one thing I can watch for him is that no matter what is the nature of the storm in the GST, he will remain calm.
Yeah, thank you, Shailendraji, and good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, 5 years of GST, there are a lot of things for us to celebrate, be it standardized laws across India, digitization, and there are many things. And one thing I'll specially highlight is, and all credit to GST Council, CBIC, that whenever industry is faced with a challenge or an issue, they're very proactive in bringing notifications, amendments, circulars, and you would have seen in last couple of days how many such notification circulars have come. And I see it more on a positive side, that very candidly, as compared to the past, when those representations were for some reasons not acted upon, here there's a lot of proactive approach from GST Council and CBIC side to address it. Before I share my experience on my experience with the GST, there are a lot of discussions about input tax credit, etc. And I started my career in '99 with a large automobile company, which used to receive 4,000 to 5,000 invoices in a day, totaling 1 lakh a month. If any of you were practicing or working in companies prior to 2000, there was a requirement of defacement of invoices. Means all your tax paying documents on which you wanted to take moderate credit needs to be taken to your superintendent, and he's theoretical, on book at least, he was supposed to see all the invoices, put a stamp, defacement done. So I still remember that we used to have that a small truckload of bound books which he used to deliver, and I'll not comment what he used to do with that, but if I see from that perspective, we have come a long way. In life, we can surely expect that this should be the ideal thing, but many times we should see things in a comparative way also, and that was not very far. I think from that perspective, be it availability of ITC processes, etc., have simplified a lot. Now coming to GST, yes, there were a lot of expectations, but it totally depends how we see GST. I feel any law reform, tax reform, we should not see as a destination that, oh, we have come to a 5-year milestone, so everything should be idle. I think from that perspective, and considering magnitude of this reform, 5 years is not a very long period. And to that extent also, we have achieved a lot. I never saw GST as a destination. I always saw that the train has started running. It's on a journey, and few things, and I think more on the policy side, what I wanted to discuss was that since morning, everyone is discussing policy changes, rate rationalization, this should be done, etc. I have a very different perspective on these things, is that I see that leave aside tax policy changes, which all chambers, industry bodies will be taking up. I see there are a lot of tax policy clarity also, which is needed. So there are some issues which I'll briefly touch upon, which I'll suggest GST Council, CBIC, Sanjay Mangal sir also, if he can consider. Starting with on 1st July 2017, whatever opening balances of credits were, they were supposed to carry forward. And In the morning sessions also, it was acknowledged that at least for first 2 to 3 years, GST portal was not functioning in a most desirable way. So there were portal glitches due to which credits were not transitioned. Mid-size or small-size taxpayers were not knowing how to fill these Tran 1 forms. So at least there are thousands, maybe 10 or 15,000 cases which are pending in different high courts and Supreme Court, where the credit has not been transitioned either due to portal glitches or something else. So maybe it might be more ideal expectation that there should be some sort of amnesty scheme which should be brought for those people. The government has only to check, is your closing balance on 30th June 17 return was this much? This should be eligible or not. So we give more importance to the substance rather than the form. So this is my suggestion on transitional credits. Now, coming on the policy side, there are many gray areas or disputes which are arising, starting from rate of GST on goods and services. We can take many sectors, specifically food sector, number of services are there, railway parts, auto parts. So wherever the arbitrage or possibility of difference is there, 1828. So these sort of disputes come up. So from that perspective, a clarity should come from the government that what is the rate of the tax. I don't think as an industry being an indirect tax, tax has to be borne by the consumer only. No one shies away from paying full tax, but a clarity will really help that what is the rate of tax. Second, in the earlier session, this cross-charge issue was discussed. It's slightly unfortunate that 5 years have completed and we still don't know what is GST Council's or government's take on cross-charge, whether cross-charge ISD is mandatory or not, whether employee cost has to be included or not, can I adopt Rule 28 proviso or not? So frankly, if government itself is not giving clarity to industry, what as a taxpayer I should do? And government or GST Council recognized this issue long back. So there's a draft circular which was made somewhere in 2019, which is still there on GST Council's website, which is not finalized. Another issue which industry is facing is on discounts and incentives. There are multiple disputes, be it GST credit notes, ITC reversal requirement for buyer, pre-communication. Again, this was raised by multiple industry bodies. GST Council has a draft circular on that issue as well for last 2 years, which is not finalized. We discussed the issue of GST on ocean freight, the ruling which came a couple of months back. Minimum thing I was expecting in this 47 GST Council meeting was that at least the council will say, do we agree with this ruling or we don't agree? Because in between, before the GST Council meeting, there were news reports that government is planning to bring a retrospective amendment, because if a retrospective amendment comes and someone abides by Supreme Court ruling, then the interest and all those things come up. Then what as a taxpayer I should do? Should I continue to pay or claim credit, or I run a risk tomorrow authorities will say that this tax was not payable at first place, so ITC will be denied. Now on the ITC side, yes, most talked about thing is why recipient is made liable to reverse ITC if he has acted in a bona fide way. This has been discussed a number of times. There are many interpretational issues relating to 17.5, one of which, like canteen, etc., was clarified in yesterday's circular. But still, what is the meaning of plant and machinery? So disputes revolving that as well. The last point I want to cover is with regard to judicial administration of GST. So this constitution of advanced ruling authority, in my view, is creating a biggest problem for the industry. It leads to creation of issues which actually never existed also. So for some reason, taxpayers goes to the advanced ruling authority asking something which was actually straightforward. Due to some reason or pro-revenue nature, advanced ruling clarifies and creates problem for everyone. Unfortunate part is, let's assume that advanced ruling has given a verdict. I think there should be some final say from the GST Council or CBIC side also that be it the rate or be it the substantive law part, that as per GST Council or CBIC, this is the correct position. Non-constitution of GST tribunals also we discussed in earlier sessions. So a lot of clogging of cases are happening wherever commissioner appeals are passing orders. So yeah, this is my mini laundry list, which I had. So, I'm just giving more like a constructive feedback that yes, 5 years is a good period. The distance which we have covered till now is significant. But yeah, I really look forward that when we celebrate 10 years, my laundry list is 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Punitji. Very calmly, you have unfolded a long laundry list, let me tell you. The GST Council and all the machineries at the center and the state level will take another 5 years to address them. And after 5 years, when there is, Bimalji will organize a conference like this, we will have another laundry list. Let me promise you, but yes, I agree with you that a lot of clarity, a lot of things have been settled, a lot of things have been said, and also notifications like last night, for instance, being very proactive after the GST Council meeting, good number of circulars, probably 171 to 176. It came pretty late in the night, but yes, clarity is something which needs a long journey. Ultimately, the journey itself is there only because clarity is missing. The moment you have the clarity, the journey comes to a halt. So what I'm saying is that clarity in taxation is a very elusive goal. And so far as indirect taxation is concerned, so far as the way I see the prism, there should be no dispute. The reason being that if all of us are in the business of business, then this tax is not on you and us. The tax is on consumer. It has to be collected from it has to be passed on. That is why it is called pass-through tax. That is why it is called consumption tax. We are just trying to confuse you, so we are calling it destination tax. We are not saying, consumption tax. Who consumes? You and me as a consumer, but at the same time, if we are in the business, government is just asking us to collect it. Otherwise, if they start collecting from consumers, then you know what will happen. Somebody will be knocking at your door at odd hours, which we don't want that. So we are facilitating, assisting the state in terms of collection, and a lot of provisions and clauses and explanations which we find and we come across in various notifications and the laws. That's largely because, good number of us, we do collect, we don't pass on, we don't deposit the taxes. The government also has a challenge. The tax is being collected from the consumer. So far as we as consumers are concerned, we have discharged our liability, we have paid our taxes, but somebody else is pocketing it. Somebody else is trousering it. It's a big challenge for the government because it's very unfair, because that's a taxpayer's money, and who is the taxpayer? You and me. It's our money, and the government is, again, in the fiduciary capacity, is the custodian. They are getting this money and spending on us in various formats, in development, in port, in high port, airport, electricity, whatever. So that is, there should not be any dispute, but dispute is largely, and things are becoming more complicated and technical, more because we have a good chunk of taxpayers. I don't know, I will request Sanjay ji to come out with if they have some studies with respect to misuse of ITC or maybe the fake invoices, because I still remember one study which was done in September. The CBIC had conducted one quick survey, and in 90 days they had one data. We said that the total misuse was about 48,000 crore. If that is the kind of misuse, then who is to be abused? Naturally, people who are under the net. That means
that burden should have come down on us because we are paying taxes. But somebody is misusing it. And it is not going even to the coffers, the government kitty. So the burden will come back to us. So, I mean, that is something where as a taxpayers, we need to be a little extra careful in terms of these aspects also. And yes, Punitji has raised very valid ground that tribunal, even after 5 years, we are not successful in terms of creating this tribunal. Most of you perhaps will be able to recall the Madras High Court decision and finally the Supreme Court. And it's a different kind of battle being fought, between the lawyers, who want to become judicial member. And of course, from the bureaucracy side, you have central government, then you have the states, because the state VAT authorities, if there is a tribunal and you have one member slot, one from the CBIC side will come, and one from the state will come. So the gentleman from West Bengal or Assam, he will get posted to Srinagar. He has spent his entire life in VAT in Assam. Now as a tribunal member, he gets posted to Srinagar. Now you know why it is being delayed. I think now you have understood what is the standing between the creation of the GST tribunal and the decision of the GST council. I think you have got that message. Why it is not being created. This legal hurdle has been already cleared by the Supreme Court decision. Supreme Court has said that number of technical members and judicial members should be equal. Traditionally, we have seen in a bench 3 members or 2 members. But here, there are 3 partners. One is, of course, the state. Another is center. So 2 technical members and 1 comes judicial member. So technical will have the upper hand. Now that's a challenge. That is where it is getting stuck because the states are not on the same page. Now the technicalities and legislative issues are not there. Supreme Court has also given clarity. Everything is there now. Council is also trying it very hard to arrive at some decision and build some kind of consensus. And hopefully some decision will be there, but it will take little time in terms of, because of these other things, the issues involved. So I will not stand between the chair now, because the chair is the one we should not be, kept waiting. It should be occupied quickly. So let me go to the chair. So Sajay, maybe your concluding remarks or your overall observations about, the issues raised by the panel and of course, some of your own interesting observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendra-ji. Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, I will thank PhD CCI for giving me opportunity to be here and to listen to such a wonderful feedback and views. I am honored to be on the stage with Mr. Ramesh, ex-chairman CBIC, my friend Mr. Shailendra, and such esteemed knowledgeable panelists. When I entered this hall today, Mr. Vimal Jain was giving sharing his presentation, and I was so amused and happy to listen to the expectations which have come out of GST. This is a new tax. This is a transformative tax. It is only 5 years that GST has come into place. Before GST, we were having such multiple number of taxes all over the country. States were having their own tax. Center was also having some different type of tax, central excise duty and some additional duties and service tax. Each state was having a different law. We were having that sort of system where we were complying with different provisions of different VAT laws, different central laws, filing multiple returns. Cascading was there because ITC was not fungible from one state to another state, from center to states to center. Now GST was supposed to be a good and simple tax. And it was supposed to be the remedy and solution of all the challenges and the problems which were there in earlier regime. 5 years have passed, and the expectations which the people have there, they are wonderful. We have come to a journey. We have come to a wonderful journey challenging journey where integration was required between center and states, where adoption by the trade and industry was required for this new system, for the automated system as against the earlier systems which were quite a lot manual in number of places. And the way everybody has adopted. Anita ji was mentioning that like everybody deserves kudos, everybody deserves appreciation. The way all the people, trade and industry, tax practitioners, tax officers, and policymakers, and the best part is the GST Council, which was being talked about through Mohit Mineral judgment. The way they have deliberated, the way they have reacted, the way they have adopted GST. We are at this place now. We are talking about further improvements. I remember I have started my career in central excise days. Later on, service tax was also there. The clarifications were coming very slowly. Even in that period, I think the same things were there. The issues were raised, but the clarifications were very slow to come. But during GST, like today we have issued, yesterday we have issued circular number 170, 176, like whatever, like within 2, 3, 5 years, so many clarifications have been issued. So many notifications have been issued by GST Council. And it shows the dynamism in which GST Council has reacted to the problems. Lot of things, clarity has been provided. Lot of things, law have been amended to provide the solutions. But again, this is a law. And law can, I don't know, it's very good to expect that law will become such simple. Shalendraji was saying that after 10 years, there should not be any, Puneetji was saying there should not be any issue. But I think it's wonderful to expect. But then everybody here is ingenious in its own interpretations. Otherwise, I don't know whether we will be discussing, so many people were there and discussing GST or any other taxation or direct or indirect taxation law. There are bound to be disputes. I can say the GST Council and the CBIC will endeavor to resolve the disputes as far as possible. But there are bound to be some issues. But I can again assure you, the way the council has proactively and dynamically issued clarifications, made law amendments to simplify things, they will continue. There are different issues which have been raised. I will just flag some of those issues one by one. One of the issues is about the advance ruling, different interpretations being given by advance ruling, and why not we come up with a central ruling or a council ruling on those. You know, this has been the endeavor, and this is being done for the past period also, but the issues are quite a lot. In general, whenever we notice that there are multiple different ruling by multiple advanced ruling authorities, they are generally taken up. But the issues are there are number of issues, and as you are aware, the mechanism in which the decisions are taken in council and council is like that there are officers committees who examine these issues. They give their recommendations, and then council takes up. And as already mentioned earlier, Shalendraji had also highlighted it, that even if some members have got some difference of opinion, those issues are not forcibly passed. The approach has been the decisions by consensus. And that is the reason of success of GST till now, because of cooperative federalism, because the thing is that it is not the agenda is not tried to be pushed like that, but there has to be a consensus among the members. As Shalendraji had highlighted, there was only one decision on which voting had happened in GST Council in 47 meetings. And even in that case, the decision was implemented by all the states. So the effort is made that when an issue comes before a committee of officers or before the council, a consensus has to emerge. There have been issues which have been highlighted here also, ISD issue, sale discounts issue, in which in past it was taken to council, but consensus could not emerge. So those issues are on the agenda, they are on the plate, and they will be taken up, and right opportunities is being looked when they can be further taken up. For example, there was the issue of intermediary services. Earlier, it was taken to council. There were some issues, it was returned by the council back. Then when it was again discussed elaborately with the trade and industry, and after a lot of discussions, again we took it back to the council, and we were successful in getting approved through the council. So that circular was issued based on the recommendation of 45th GST Council meeting. So I can tell similarly there are other issues which are there. ISD versus cross charge. This is a live issue. This has been deliberated in detail by law committee. There are some fine tuning which are to be done, and we will take it up. And I hope that maybe by next council meeting, we are able to come to a consensus and bring some more clarity on the issue. Sale discount issue again. There was some differences last time. We will again try to bring consensus among the members, and hopefully this issue will also take forward further. Now, similarly, about different rate structures and issues evolving out of interpretations of different rates for different items. Now, in this regard, the approach of council of late has been that we should rationalize the rates in such a manner that similar items should be in the same bracket, and there is actually no need of different rates for different for similar items, and the question of interpretation should not arise. Now, GOM, which has been constituted by the council, it is already working on it. Some recommendations it gave to GST Council in 47th meeting. Some of these recommendations have been accepted by the council, and they are under the process of implementation. From procedure side, we had issued the circulars and notifications, but from the rate side, circulars and notifications will be issued, I think, by 18th or so. So we hope that when they come out, it provides more clarity to it. One issue I think you referred in your presentation about liquidated damage. This issue is covered there. So a beautiful circular has been drafted by the committee of officers, and it has been approved by the council. I hope that circular will be issued on 18th or around that in collaboration with states. So this should provide a lot of clarity on the issues related to liquidated damages and the related issues pertaining to act of tolerance, not to act or not to act, those sort of clauses. Those issues should be clarified. Then the issue which have been flagged are about trade. The trade discount is already I covered. About tribunal. Tribunal, as Shailendraji has explained quite a lot. Again, in case of tribunal, there were issues pertaining to different court decisions. In our earlier GST formulation of GST Council, there were 2 technical members and 1 judicial members. So now, as per Supreme Court ruling, that sort of formulation was not acceptable. Number of judicial members cannot be less than number of technical members. So again, this went back to council, and the proposal was that there should be equal number of council, maybe 1 judicial and 1 technical. So the issue was what should be who should be that authority, whether it should be central or state, and if central or state, how it should be administrative arrangement be made about the selection and all, about the qualification and all. So in this GST Council, a decision was taken that because different states expressed their views. So GST Council then took a view to constitute a GOM, and that GOM has been given a time of 1 month. It's a time-bound exercise. It has been given a time of one month, and it will be taken up in next council meeting, which is likely to be held in August. So maybe we are hopeful that we find a solution to the tribunal, the constitution of tribunal, and when it will be approved by council. Again, it will require law amendment, and then the process of selection and constitution will take place. So it will still take some more time, but we hope that solution is in sight now. Another issue which was flagged was about, Ms. Anita ji talked about clarity about VDAs, virtual digital assets. Now, virtual digital asset, definitely it's a new idea for all of us, not only for industry, but for the tax policy makers. It's a new idea, new concept at all. And our knowledge about these virtual digital assets is limited only. But we have started consultation with trade. We have met industry people who are dealing with who are in business of VDAs. And this issue has also been discussed, and like discussions have been started in fitment committee on this. And some discussions and some concept paper and all are being prepared by fitment on it. So maybe in times to come, we are able to understand VDAs more clearly as a policy makers. And we are in a position to provide some clarity about it. Maybe we need to make some amendments in law or need to provide some clarification through circulars and all. So we are on this, but it's a new field for us, and it will take some time. Exemptions, I think enough has been mentioned. I will not like to delve much into exemption issue. And Shailendra ji has given his version. Anita ji has given her version. So this is a I think fight which nobody can win. So there are views, and both the views are right. I don't want to counter any of the views, but again, policy makers have to come to a decision. Ultimately, we need a balance between ease of doing business, the benefits to end users, and the revenue demand for the country, which ultimately are going for the benefit of the common person. And there is no denial that we need revenue also. Our intention is to simplify law as far as possible, to make the compliances easier for the trade. And this has been the approach whenever the committee of officers or whenever the council takes its decisions, either for procedure on the procedural issues, law amendment issues, or on the policy issues of taxation. But again, those decisions have to be balanced. I cannot say that everything should become so easy that then the people are there who can play with the system. And this has played a role when a lot of decisions have been taken. Initially, when we started with the concept that GST is going to be a self-policing system. It is totally automatized. And initially, GSTR 1, 2, 3 concept was envisaged, where total invoice matching was there. So the idea was there will be no need of interference by anybody. That the taxpayer themselves will police each other, and there will be total invoice matching, no misuse of any facility of ITC and all. Over a period, when GST was implemented, it was fine. Operating 1, 2, 3 is very difficult. A lot of feedback was also received from all the stakeholders. It requires continuous engagement between 10th and 20th of the month, and required a lot of compliances. So ultimately, council took a decision in its wisdom not to go for 2 and 3 and substitute it with a 3B, a summary return. When it was implemented, initially, there were no checks by the officers, and some people started taking benefit of that leniency. And we had feedback of large number of people misusing the scheme, issuing fraudulent invoices, taking fake registrations, passing on fake ITC. Shailendra ji has mentioned some number based on our some PQ replies being given by us. But actually, there is no actual estimation I can tell you. We can only make some rough estimations. What is the evasion? We cannot commit any correct number to it. Then those tough decisions had to be taken, which were taken to restrict ITC to some extent through various law amendment, or through some forms like 2A, 2B, and clauses like 36(4) and 86A or 86B, etc., etc. Now, after taking all these decisions, now I can tell you the position is much better now in comparison to earlier period. The situation has improved quite a lot. And all these activities which were being done, because what was happening, there were some people who were misusing this facility. They were becoming more competitive. Suppose I am procuring some fake invoices from a source at some rate, and my cost becomes reduced. I may be able to sell my goods at a cheaper rate. And another person is there who is honest, who is a genuine taxpayer. He is not claiming such ITC fraudulently. His cost will be slightly more than other people, and he will become totally uncompetitive. So the intention of all these activities are that honest taxpayer do not become uncompetitive. And that was the background with which GST Council took those decisions to restrict ITC and all. But ultimately, over a period, now the things are being, the actions were also taken to ensure that the compliance itself becomes so smooth. Auto population of GSTR 3B was provided. And then now we have come up in this Finance Act, we had come up with these provisions of making GSTR1 sequential, making GSTR1 filing the prerequisite for filing 3B, so that the recipient interests are taken care of. The supplies are declared by the supplier, and recipient are able to take their credit in time. Then the 7512 was introduced last year. Again, that was with the intention that if I am declaring my supplies in GSTR1, I should own that liability of tax also, and I should be liable to pay tax. So all this were done with the intention to benefit the recipient, to benefit the honest taxpayers. And the intention and the policy decisions which are being taken in further period will be such that these compliances become easier comparatively. When I think another issue which was flagged in earlier session was about the restrictions which have been imposed through Section 38. It is, and a lot of people fear that will affect the common taxpayer. I can assure you first, whenever we will notify Section 38 through Finance Act, the clauses which will restrict credit will only come through the rules. And the rules, when we will come out, it will be with discussions with trade also. It will be with discussion. It will be with the intention not to hurt the interest of genuine taxpayers. It should be very targeted. It should be targeted only against the people who are playing with the system. So overall, I will say that whenever we are taking policy decisions, we will keep the interests and we will try to give more clarity wherever clarity is required. The issue, but again, the issues will come on, will keep on coming, because law is a dynamic law. It is being told by everybody, and this dynamism will continue as the things move, as the economic situation changes, as new concepts come. The amendments will be required in law also, and more clarification may be required, which we are ready to give. So with this word, I think this journey of 5 years, this should be much more smoother during the next 5 years, or after another 5 years when we meet. It should be the list should be comparatively smaller. I cannot say it will be nil list, but it should be smaller. So with that word, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, for giving us a very nicely gift wrapped, the presentation of last 5 years journey. And although there is to be, section Q&A, but I was told that most of the questions are related to restaurant sector, and most of us are feeling hungry. So I think let's avoid that.
Appreciated. but allowed to, carry on. If time permits, we will take your questions.
Okay, so after this presentation, provided you are meeting the condition that this is not from restaurant sector, right? Okay, so we will do that. So we have something, we have one gentleman here, Mr. Narayan with us. Okay, so yeah, so please, you are welcome, please.
Thank you so much. And now I would request Mr. KP Narayanan to give his presentation. Mr. KP Narayanan is Director, Zoho Finance Plus. A very warm welcome, Mr. Narayanan.
My presentation is not visible there. Achha. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, Bimal ji, and respected dignitaries on the dais. And thank you very much for inviting me and giving an opportunity for me to talk about whatever little knowledge I have on technology. And I think I will be able to share whatever knowledge I am having as far as the technology and the 5 years of journey, how this GST has leveraged technology is concerned. I think I will be able to share a little bit with you. So before I start my presentation, I just wanted to introduce someone to you. Have you seen this bird before? I have brought him from Chennai because I have come along from Chennai and I have nobody to take along with me. Have you heard about them? I'll just share you his name. It's called barn swallow. Now you all must be wondering, what is the connection between the 5 years of GST journey and the connection with this bird? So let me be very honest with you. There is absolutely no connection with this bird and the profession we are all in. Right? Okay. What is this barn swallow? This is an 8-inch bird in size. Okay. And this is the national bird of Austria and Estonia. And this inhabitants of this bird is somewhere around North America, Canada, and Australia, some parts of Australia. And what is the speciality of this bird? Again, my presentation has got nothing to do with this. Okay. I am always inspired by this bird, and ever since I read about this bird in Wikipedia. Okay, this bird travels from California to Argentina over Pacific Ocean, and it breeds there, and it comes back traveling almost 8,000 miles over Pacific Oceans. That is the distance between California and Argentina. So a total of about 8,000 plus 8,000, 16,000 kilometers it always travels. The surprising fact is not that. Even I was not taking rest. I was very sleepy sometimes. Yesterday whole night I could not sleep. So the bird is traveling almost 8,000 kilometers. It has to take rest. How does it take rest? And what is the consumption? So I went on exploring about this bird and learned that what this bird does. Just 8-inch size bird, it flies. It carries a log in its mouth. And whenever this bird wants to take rest, feel like taking rest, it just drops the log on the sea and sits on that. And the food that is consumed from the sea only. And just comparing this bird with human. If an 8-inch bird can do such wonders, where are we? Right? Okay. The unfortunate part is that this guy has not leveraged technology. So let me talk about what is technology and the backbone of GST implementation. Technology as a backbone of implementation. We all know that a lot of things have been simplified. And all these years, we have been hearing words like artificial intelligence, blockchain, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, Internet of Things. What else? Portal, end-to-end encryption, so many things, right? Going back to 2010, all these terminologies were strangers for us, right? Right? And we kept on hearing the same terminologies again and again, even during 15 and 16. We never bothered to understand what it is. But when I am talking in front of you right now, all these are reality. Agree? You all agree, right? Okay, then I want you to raise your hands if you can positively answer my queries. How many of you sitting in this hall are running paperless office? Fantastic, only one person. I'm very sorry to say that if you are not in paperless office even today, we are almost 5 years behind. So think about this. I know that you all all these things. I am not getting to wasting my time in explaining, because you all are probably chartered accountants, and something. My father wanted to become a chartered accountant, but unfortunately, due to the circumstances were not favorable for me, and I ended up stopping my academic this thing, and I was feeling very sorry for that. But I'm very happy that today I am at this PhD house. I am addressing some of the best brains of the country, right? How technology helped the GST? Okay, one is that determination of tax. If you are using an accounting software which is GST compliant and it works on cloud, then I am 100% sure that that determination of tax will be very easy. Even in the case of HSN and SAC code, you just have to go to that field when you are creating an item. Just click on search; it will automatically direct you to the browser, and it will fetch and give you an option of, say, a list of HSN SAC code from which you have to choose the appropriate HSN SAC code. It is very easy as that. And all the tax labs are updated in the website, right? Simplify compliance for taxpayers. I don't have to explain on this because you all understand. And enabled efficient tax administration. The next couple of slides, when I am talking about that, you will understand it better, right? And reduce tax innovation. I was listening to the lectures, which happened in the morning, and people were talking about, government collecting 1.6 lakhs crores of tax. And I was surprised. Okay, so I'm 100% sure this was not possible in the era of service tax, right? Smoothen the collection process. See, for example, we have an accounting software. In the accounting software, what happens is, you will be able to file your GST, because we are GSPs. GST returns online. You don't have to break your head. The GST components from the vendor bill and the invoice, it will automatically pick up, and it will put it in the desired format, which is already pre-programmed and configured in the software. And you just have to cross-verify it, and with using a button, you push it to the government. It happens in 8 seconds time, believe me, right? And you can also pay your tax due to the government right from the accounting software itself, because we have got integrated with more than 10,000 banks. Okay. Technology and the benefits. So back in those days, internet had not penetrated in every corner of the country. So due to this, the government framed laws which was fairly simpler. All right. For example, in the era of service tax, in a year, you need to file only 2 returns, right? And even in the 2 returns, you need to give only summary. And those days, the tax, the returns are considered, as far as the transactions concerned, only a post-mortem, and it will not add value to the businessman in any manner. But today, with the introduction of GST, okay, especially if your firm has completely adopted technology, you will be able to get real-time reports. What kind of reports? For example, in our software, we have about 54 plus reports which can be generated by the click of a button, right? The businessman will be able to every second he is able to see whether his business is in the right direction or not, because he has got real-time access to the sales and to the purchases and also to the productivity, as far as the productivity is concerned. He can make data-driven decisions. Don't you think that will help the businessman? Data-driven decisions, which we cannot even think of 10 years behind, right? And for the government, I was talking about the business people now. Now I'm talking about the government now. Okay, the government will have HSN-wise tracking of, and government has the access to completely track the HSN-wise transaction reporting of supply chain from end to end. Okay, so what is the benefit of the government? So the government can easily track this, understand what is to be exempted and where we have to increase the tax component. That was possible only adopting the technology, right? And for the banks, there was a time, you all will agree, the businessman used to create one balance sheet for the income tax purpose, one balance sheet for the sales tax, and one balance sheet to the bank to get better banking facility. Now, the government has, the introduction of GST has curtailed all these processes, right? And one is often asked to submit the actual returns. And there is also a facility to apply for loan rightly within the GST portal on the basis of the transaction that particular business has, right? For as far as other stakeholders are concerned, see, for this, if you want to go abroad, I very recently read, so I have not by-hearted this, let me see and explain. So if you want to go abroad for a vacation, one is often asked to meet several criteria, but most of such criteria were waived off if one has GST registration. That goes on to prove that GST registration is accepted, one of the valid proof of existence, not only in India, but in abroad also. So this was possible only because of technology adoption, right? One can understand or this is a facility in the GST portal that in which one can find out the turnover range of a company, probably outside the state. See, recently one thing happened. One of my friend's daughter was getting married, and the groom, he was claiming to have a company which fetched him a turnover of about 100+ crores. So when we checked in the GSTL portal, it was not even 40 lakhs. So this is an advantage, for this thing also. So this is, you can, when you set the GST in a cloud accounting software, you can have your tax rate, you can tax exemptions, default tax preference, GST setting, online filing, setting everything. You can also 3B summary in the desired format. You just have to, you are seeing push to the GSTN, push to GSTN. So you just push that button, you will get an OTP, type that OTP and it is filed. Data on the go. Any tax loss without collection and recovery mechanism is like a toothless tiger, right? So sometimes the law has to go overboard to check the malpractices. So previously in every state, the government would come up with certain checks and balances, which would vary from other states. Every state will have their own rules and regulations. Now, this would also create unnecessary hurdles for the person who has to send stocks from one state to other state. With the introduction of GST, what happened is these practices have been largely streamlined. Because when you raise an invoice, the information what you provide in the invoice, you can reuse it for your generating the e-way bills and GSTR1 and GSTR3B, right? So thus business are moving towards single version of truth. You will understand what I mean by that, right? To facilitate all types of taxpayers, there are different types of taxpayers. So to facilitate all types of taxpayers, this e-way bill can be raised by the supplier. Okay, it can be raised by the transporter or even the recipients. Okay. So I am just running through. I have very little time. On the real-time basis, the government is also aware of the movement of goods with the RFID, radio frequency identification. It is all implemented in the transport vehicles. So therefore, the bogus purchases transactions can be largely avoided. Okay. This is how you generate an e-way bill from your accounting software, and it is also showing how that what is the tax invoice. No verifications. The GST functions on a cardinal principle that all the transactions are to be submitted to the government right from the inception of the transaction. Right? So unless there is a reason to believe that this businessman is suppressing his turnover, you don't have to produce any books. No, he will not be asked to produce books, unlike in the era of sales. So don't you think that this has given a lot of relief to the taxpayers? I have a lot of friends who does business. So they all have appreciation for this implementation of this technology only. So it cannot be, it cannot be told and explained. You have to experience it by adopting this technology in your office. Then you will realize. Can you imagine you have about 200, 300 companies and 8 seconds or in less than 1 minute you are filing the GST return. I know how the client will come to your office, probably on 20th morning, right? With all bunch of books. And no book need to be submitted. So this is the format of 3B summary, which you can see it in the accounting software. And no verification and no books to be submitted. No DAN. So I heard, long back, whenever that officers feels like sending a notice, just sit in front of the typewriter, types a notice, and he sends it. Now it is possible. So every document should have the document identification number, unless without which you will not be able to issue a notice. And that has to be flaw from the system. It is, and it would require them to be digitally signed. So the digital signature will have your timestamp also. So you cannot predate the notices also, right? So these are all going to be beneficial for the businessman only. And government has, for everything, government has given, the forms, the prescribed forms, if the notices also has to be issued. So without which it has no value. So invalid FAMs and invalid assessment. No detention forever. Earlier in the if you look at in the there were checkposts, so the vehicle used to be detained, and for what reason? Now by removing the checkposts and making everything online, and the officers have not say the vehicle should not be detained for more than beyond 30 minutes. Okay, so that is also working. That implementation, technology implementation, is also working in favor of the business people. And no fake ITC. Okay, so in the if you're using an online accounting software, when you do a reconciliation, you will come to know whether the GST is a genuine one, whether someone has raised an invoice only without your knowledge. So all these things you will be able to understand. Okay, and you will also be able to know your supplier better. You just type his GST number, what he claims to have registered, and just go in search online, that the system will tell you whether it is a genuine GST number or it's a fake organization. So this will also help the businessman to take a decision whether to deal with that particular vendor or not, or customer or not, right? What is our role? So you completely understand the impact of technology on GST and about our business. And we appreciate the need for compliance discipline and understand how simplified is the compliance and complete tax filing process. and you focus on the right choice of software to help achieve compliances. You should also look at what is economical, the client can afford, and whether it has direct integration. It could be direct integration is possible with other software. For example, if you are taking accounting software, whether it can be integrated with the inventory module or a payroll module or a data analytics. You don't have to sit and analyze how your business is going to be in 6 months down the line. The system will tell you. So you will also, if the companies are becoming customer centric, so the system will also tell you, like, system will be able to capture all the data of these customers. Even the voice conversation between you and the clients can be recorded and attached to a particular contact. So I am not very sure how you are, if you want me to talk for next 2-3 hours about technology, I can go and talk about that. But unfortunately, due to time constraint, I think I am definitely going to get one more opportunity for me to take more time and explain the technologies and technology's role in GST better, to go a little in depth. Probably I will show a demonstration of that and explain how it works. It's only an overview which I have were talking about you. And this company, Zoho Corporation, is based out of Chennai, and we have got about 14 offices across globe. And we have currently about 12,000 employees, and we have about 3,000 plus vacancies still available. And we have got 60 plus applications. And I am not sure about how many of you have heard about. And it's a 25-year-old bootstrapped organization. There is no venture capitalists invested in this company. And it is recognized by the government of India as the best applications in the business category in Atmanirbhar Application Innovation Challenge. And these are all the 5 applications, including the accounting software, which is Zoho Books, and Expense, which will manage the travel expense, and Invoice. We have a module which can be used only to generate invoice, and Workplace Cloud. If you have Workplace Cloud, you ask your staff not to come to office. Let them sit there home, and you will be able to monitor them. You will be able to assign all the works to them. Even if whether it is hot, rains, thunder, shines, we don't have to worry about that. And Click is something similar to WhatsApp, wherein you will be able to conduct meetings, you will be able to upload documents, and it will not go out of your office. If you're using WhatsApp, then you know how the message gets circulated, right? But in using Click, that won't happen. And for chartered accountants, we have 3 plans. We have an MOU with ICAI of India. So instead of Chartered Accountants of India, wherein you go to the website of Committee for Members in Practice, and there is a provision where you can click, you can see Zoho accounting software. It's a 3,77,000 rupees worth of product is free for the chartered accountants. Only thing, you have to open this, punch in your name, email ID, and your membership ID, and you can create an account. And if you want to take a picture of this, please take a picture of this, and you can sign it online. And I think with that, I am ending my presentation here. And thank you very much, and hope you all have enjoyed. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Narayanan. Thank you for giving us a wonderful idea, to the matrimonial website first, the very innovative application of GST portal, and also to the eyeballs of the GST Council. Mr. Sanjay Mangal is here. Tomorrow the government of India decides to perhaps step up the efforts on the family planning side. The 18% rate can be put in 28%. Thank you. So that's well, at the time of designing GST portal, this application was not in the radar. So anyway, so quickly we will have 2 questions. Yes, sir.
My name is Sanjay Sharma. I'm the president of the Sales Tax Bar Association here, Delhi. Since we have the presence of my name like Sanjay Mangalji here, one question to you, sir. Taking a cue from Mr. Puneet Bansal's address, like free flow of ITC, the credit from the earlier regime, Grant 1 and all. We all know most of the courts have decided in favor of the SSC. And the matter is before Supreme Court. In one of the webinars, the learned ASG had assured us that CBIC is going to come out with the policy. The policy is going to come out with a circular that they're going to grant with some certain conditions without waiting for the decision of the Honorable Supreme Court. So we are waiting for that circular to come to stop that litigation. Like what is happening, I don't know why the government is fighting this petition tooth and nail. And why do we have to toil to claim get our own claim back from the, I don't know what is hindering the government. So we are eagerly waiting for that circular so that it eases the business and we get our own claim back. We are waiting for that circular.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your question. Now about this issue of transitional credit. When this issue came to notice of the council that there are some cases where due to technical glitch, the transitional credit, this thing Tran 1 and Tran 2 could not be filed in time. The council set up this institution of ITGRC. And through this mechanism of ITGRC, a number of cases came before it. And those cases were on the basis of a record in the system. The case, it was noticed and it was proved that they are cases of technical glitch. The benefit has been given to the taxpayers. I think large number of cases are there. I think 4,000-5,000 cases are there where the benefit has been given, where it was found on the basis of technical trail that there were some technical glitch in filing Tran 1 and Tran 2. And based on recommendation of ITGRC, council had approved that these Tran 1 and Tran 2 should be taken on record. Now there are cases where based on the trail, it was not found that Tran 1 and Tran 2 are correct. Now there are two things. Whether we reopen the Tran 1 filing, because if you say that I had filed a case and I should be allowed, what happens to the person who has not come up till now? So whether a new window has to be provided for filing this Tran 1. Now this is an issue which requires deliberation because it will open a Pandora box. 5 years has already passed and we are still talking of a transition from the earlier regime to this regime. Council had taken a view that let us close this matter, and even for technical glitch cases, they decided that now because the time period had elapsed, whatever extensions were given in that, and no further extensions were given. As regards about a circular for giving clarification, no such decision has been taken till now to issue any circular. But the thing is, if we find that there is a need of any circular to clarify the issue, we will not shy away from that. I can assure you this.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Yeah, the gentleman who promised to be not to be the person from restaurant sector. Yeah, where is he? Yeah, okay.
थैंक यू सर। पहला मेरा क्वेश्चन सर ये है कि जो हमारे कल लास्ट सर्कुलर्स आए हैं, इसमें आपने बताया है कि जो 3B फाइल करनी है, ITC लेना है, उसमें एज पर सेक्शन 17(5) जो ब्लॉक क्रेडिट है, उसका जो हेडिंग दी हुई है वहां पर वो ITC नहीं दिखाना है। 5 सालों से 3B चल रही है, सबसे पहले रिटर्न्स 3B है। अगर मैं बात करूं कि डिपार्टमेंट्स के नजरिए से आज पता लगा है हमें कि हमें ब्लॉक क्रेडिट कहाँ दिखाना है, तो अगर कुछ गलती टैक्स पेयर से हो गई, लेट सपोज 16/4 की गलती हो गई, जो कि 17/18, 18/19 में हुई है, अगर आप देखोगे 20-21 में इतनी नहीं हुई, या कुछ ऐसा हो गया कि B2B को B2C में डाल दिया, तो इस तरह की गलती के लिए जब डिपार्टमेंट के पास मौका है, 5 साल बाद भी वो ठीक कर रहे हैं, क्लैरिफिकेशन दे रहे हैं, तो टैक्स पेयर को क्यों नहीं?
आपका शुभ नाम?
कपिल जैन।
कपिल जी, आई थिंक आपने हमारे सर्कुलर को ही गलत पढ़ा है। हमारा कोई इंटेंशन कोई पुराना क्लैरिफाई करने का नहीं है। ये जो क्लैरिफिकेशन किया गया है, ये इस कारण किया गया है कि जो आजकल GSTR 1 और 2B से 3B ऑटो पॉपुलेट हो रही है, तो जब ये GSTR 3B का फॉर्म बना था, तो 17(5) का जो ब्लॉक क्रेडिट था वो आपको इस जगह दिया गया था जब आपने कैलकुलेट नेट ITC अपना कैलकुलेट ऑलरेडी कर चुका है। पर अगर 2B से आपका ऑटो पॉपुलेट हो रहा है आज की डेट में 3B, तो उसके अंदर आपका 17(5) का क्रेडिट भी ऑटो पॉपुलेट हो रहा है। आपको उसको रिवर्सल करने की जरूरत है। अगर वो रिवर्सल आपको वहां पे कराएंगे जहां पे वो लिखा हुआ है 17(5), तो वो तो नेट ITC कैलकुलेट होने के बाद का है, वो आपको नेट ITC कैलकुलेट होने के पहले करना पड़ेगा। तो इसको बताने के लिए ये प्रोसीजर चेंज किया है। आपको हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप पुराने जाके आपकी रिटर्न में गलती हुई है या जो भी हुआ है, अभी भी लोग अपनी मर्जी से उसको कर रहे थे। वो नेट आईटीसी वो 17.5 का हटा के ही आईटीसी क्लेम करते थे। बट उसमें एक इशू ये है कि हम आपको पता है स्टेट को सेटलमेंट करना होता है फंड का। आईटीसी की चेन खत्म हो गई है वहां पे। तो स्टेट की तरफ से कई स्टेट्स की सभी स्टेट्स ऑलमोस्ट ये रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे थे कि 17.5 के का जो सेटलमेंट है वो हमें नहीं हो रहा है और हमें रेवेन्यू ठीक से नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो उसके कारण ये क्लैरिफिकेशन दिया गया है। इसमें एक पर्पज है कि आईटीसी का ठीक अकाउंटल हो जाए, और सेकंड है कि जो सेटलमेंट का प्रोसीजर है, जो स्टेट्स को रेवेन्यू मिलना है वो ठीक से मिल पाए। तो उसमें जो लेवल चेंज जो भी रिक्विजिट होंगे वो जीएसटीएन पोर्टल पे कर देगा आप। और अब जो आगे रिटर्न फाइल होगी ये उनके लिए है, पहले जो फाइल हो गई है जो भी, उसके लिए नहीं है।
सर बिल्कुल सही आपने बताया। सर मेरा क्वेश्चन सिर्फ ये है कि जो जो चेंजेस डिपार्टमेंट कर रहा है, गवर्नमेंट कर रही है, 5 साल बाद भी कर रहे हैं, क्लैरिफिकेशंस भी आ रही है, तो अगर कुछ गलती टैक्स पेयर से हो गई है तो उनके लिए भी कुछ टाइम दिया जाए। या जैसे कि महाराष्ट्र ने सर्कुलर निकाला कि भाई अगर आपका आईटीसी B2B की जगह B2C में चला गया तब भी उसे आईटीसी मिले, तो ऐसा सर्कुलर नेशनल लेवल पर भी आना चाहिए। ऐसा क्यों हो कि जब हम बात करते हैं वन नेशन वन टैक्स की, तो कोई सर्कुलर महाराष्ट्र में है वो दिल्ली में नहीं है। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए।
ठीक है कपिल जी, आप सही बोल रहे हैं कि एक कंपटीशन होना चाहिए अच्छे काम करने का।
जी
होगा। थैंक यू।
और
नेशनल लेवल पे
शैलेंद्र जी,
competition।
एक क्वेश्चन मेरा आपसे भी है कि जैसे आप हम बात करते हैं कि भाई टैक्स बेस कैसे बढ़े, सब लोगों को, सब लोग टैक्स में आए, तो सर एक पॉइंट आप इस पे भी थोड़ा सा देखिए कि जीएसटी डिपार्टमेंट्स जो है हमारे, ठीक है मैं सारों की बात नहीं कर रहा, कुछ डिपार्टमेंट्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, कुछ ऑफिसर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, जहां पर आपको भी पता है कि वो प्रैक्टिस चल रही है जो नहीं होनी चाहिए। तो प्लीज उससे भी थोड़ा सा मतलब कि ऐसा कीजिए कि वहां पर टैक्स पेयर भी थोड़ा सा अपने आप को कंफर्ट फील करे, और मतलब जो प्रोफेशनल है वो भी अपने आप को कंफर्ट फील करे। तो ये भी, क्योंकि देखिए सर आपको सब चीजें पता तो होंगी ही, चाहे हम दिल्ली की बात करें, चाहे नोएडा की बात करें, चाहे हरियाणा की बात करें, तो प्लीज थोड़ा सा मतलब कि अगर हम ऑनेस्टी से काम करें, थोड़ा सा हम भ्रष्टाचार को खत्म करने की बात करें, तो इससे भी बर्डन कम हो जाएगा टैक्स पेयर पे, आई थिंक। तो प्लीज ये रिक्वेस्ट है मेरी, 2 रिक्वेस्ट।
इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट ने जो है, अगर आप देखें ये ट्रेंड जो है
जी
टेक्नोलॉजी को टैक्सेशन में लाने का, जिसे टैक्स टेक्नोलॉजी के रूप में देखा जा रहा है, बहुत तेजी से बढ़ते हुए नजर आएगी। आपको डायरेक्ट टैक्स साइड में देखें फेसलेस हो गया, कस्टम से फेसलेस हो गया, जीएसटी का फेस अभी आप आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किए, कुछ दिन के बाद फेसलेस है।
जी
आप निश्चिंत रहे।
तब तक देर ना हो जाए सर, बहुत ज्यादा अमाउंट ना हो जाए, बस ये
Thank you.
चीजें।
नहीं नहीं, देर टैक्सेशन में देर कुछ नहीं, 100 साल बाद जब यहाँ बैठेंगे यहाँ पर हम, तो फिर डिस्कस।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
So thank you for your patience. Let me thank the audience first, and then of course my distinguished guest here. But audience must be given full credit, and rather the ITC, for foregoing their lunch and sitting with us. So thank you for your patience, and let me thank the Sanjay ji, of course, the former chairman, and my friends Anita and of course Puneet ji, and your patience, of course, for one particular session where I don't find that we will be availing any kind of ITC for this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shailendra ji. And now I would request Mr. Vimal Jain ji, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee, PhD Chamber, to kindly present the mementos and honor our distinguished guests on the dais. First, Mr. Sanjay Mangal, Principal Commissioner, CBIC, GST Policy Wing. A big round of applause, everyone. I request you to kindly present a plant to Mr. Shailendra Kumar. I request you to kindly present a memento to Mr. S. Ramesh, former Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Plant to Miss Anita Rastogi, partner, PwC. Mr. Bimal Jain will present a plant to Ms. Rastogi. Mr. Bimal Jain will now present a plant to Mr. Puneet Bansal, Managing Partner, Nitya Tax Associates. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Mr. KP Narayanan, Director, Zoho Finance Plus, I would request you to kindly come on the dais, and Mr. Bimal Jain will present a memento to Mr. Narayanan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly proceed this first group picture here. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on the dais. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to kindly proceed for the delicious lunch waiting outside, and request you all to be back in 30 minutes as we have to ensure that the other technical sessions after this proceed in time. Thank you.
Interesting. Tax India. If you come so often, so happy to.
Once I've learned some art from him, which I see that he also used to give some, humor over the stage.
पानी का बोतल देख लो। प्लांट है 2 मेमेंटो, बाकी सबको प्लांट दिए हैं। सरफराज क्या कर रहा है इधर? हाँ, खाना का मैं जरा रेडी करता हूँ। सर आपका प्लान चेंज रखता है। सर का भी इसमें है। सिर्फ 2 सेशन है, इसके बाद भी एक सेशन अच्छा ठीक है चलो।
कितने लोग हैं? लगा देते ट्रेंड मतलब
आज खाना खाएंगे।
Welcome back, everyone. I request you all to kindly settle down till the time we are waiting for other guests also to join us in the auditorium. Ensure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. This will ensure a seamless flow of our conclave, of our seminar. Once again, we have all gathered here for a very special reason. Today, the National Seminar on GST Conclave, Evolution and Challenges, 5 years of GST. We have been discussing various aspects of GST since morning, and various dignitaries and eminent guests had also joined us. And now also this is the second technical session wherein we'll be discussing a lot of pointers which are included, a lot of topics, including parallel investigations, search and seizure proceedings by CGST and SGST department, deposit of tax during investigation, search and seizure, GST department, audit and litigation. These are the few topics which are very pertinent, very pressing and need to be discussed. And nothing better can be this portal, this platform, which can resolve all the queries, questions, and in-depth try searching for takeaways on these topics. And let us wait for the other panelists also, other guests also to join. Remember, this is the second technical session. We have another third technical session after this. And let us, again, ensure that our mobile phones are on silent mode. Now, since I have got a go ahead from Mr. Bimal Jain, let me start. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now introduce the second technical session on GST evolution and challenges issues. The topics which we will be covering in this session will be parallel investigation, as we had just talked about, deposit of tax during investigation, GST, department, audit and litigation. I would invite our panelists, Mr. Anshul Mathur, partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, to kindly come and take the seat on dais. A brief introduction about Mr. Mathur. He is a partner in the goods and services tax practice of a firm in New Delhi. He handles clients in diverse sectors such as e-commerce, polymer and plastics, oil and gas, insurance, real estate, pharmaceuticals, fertilizers, and vehicle leasing. A very warm welcome, Mr. Mathur. This session will be moderated by Mr. Raman Sridhar, Consulting Editor, TIOL Private Limited. Mr. Raman Sridhar, Consulting Editor, TIOL Private Limited, is a chartered accountant from 1984 batch and recently retired as the Vice President Taxation of Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited. He served Coca-Cola for 12 years and was previously with GSK for nearly 5 years and Britannia Industries Limited for 17 years. I would request Mr. Raman Sridhar to kindly come on the dais. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion today. And now Mr. Anupam Prakash, Commissioner CGST, Central Excise and Customs, will be chairing this session. I would request you to kindly come and grace the dais. And I would now hand over the mic to Mr. Raman Sridhar to kindly moderate this session. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah.
I would again like to welcome Mr. C.A. Rajendra Kumar P., Chairman GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, ICAI. A very warm welcome, sir, once again. And now I would request Mr. Raman Sridhar to kindly moderate this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Post lunch, everything seems difficult. First is sitting tight and listening to people, and last but not the least, not falling asleep, I must say so. But to keep you absolutely awake, we have, as just read out, given topics and the context of 5 years of GST, mostly the department audit, litigation arising out of audit, parallel search and seizure procedures, parallel investigation. So even if you had to look at this canvas of all these subjects and look at what has happened in the high courts in the last 5 years, I don't have to see anything, but I'm from TIOL. I can say about 60% of what we reported, sir, last year or the last 3 years will cover whatever is there in our session for the first half of the second session. So much so for the litigation that has moved up to the courts on these vital topics. I would like to start the session with observations from both the panelists and our representative from the Department of Revenue and Government of India. And then we'll move into a panel mode, because unless you get what their flavor is of what is there in these 3-4 topics, you may not be able to fully judge the controversies that are going in. And also you will not be able to pick up the nuances that is going to come ahead in the next few years. This comment is very, very important. I mean, many of us talk about the top side of GST, but many of us who are in the industry, since I'm from the industry, I would like to say this. 2017, 18, 19 are all but not bygones. We can't say once a year is over, these are all bygones. The year is over, but the fight with the revenue is yet to start. So let's not say things are over. So 2017, 18 and 18, 19. And that moving into the assessment stage and the year getting extended in terms of the review and scrutiny up to September 23, the latest amendments that have come up from the GST Council meeting. And the larger fact that we learned from the first session. The first session, much of was talked on the creation of the tribunals, and the last GST Council meeting, and how whatever has happened for these 2-3 years, 17, 18, 18, 19, would go up to that. So it's very relevant to understand, keeping all this in context, the views of the panelists, instead of just trying to moderate, understanding the views of the panelists and the government, and then getting into a specific questions which I have in mind, which I have framed for myself, and I know they will take it extempore with their background. So first, I would like to request Mr. Rajendra Kumar to come up with his views on the topics. Your flavor for the first 3-4 minutes of what you feel would be the next 5 years controversies around these topics, and what has happened in the past, and how would you like to look at it? And then over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. Very esteemed faculties and Anupam Prakashji on the dais, and other esteemed members who have stayed for the post-lunch discussions. In fact, I would start on a lighter note. I found very many topics of this particular session talking on arrest, talking on audit, all those stuff. So immediately I remembered I saw a movie, Jug Jug Jio, just 2 days back. I'm a fan of movies. I see 4 movies a week, in fact. 4 movies a week. It's very less, I'm telling you. I used to see 7, now it is 4. In fact, in that one, there is one particular scene, very different scene. If you have watched the movie, you will find it. There's this one character talking to another character, and the character gets up and goes to open the tijori by putting that number. Arre, paisa nahi chahiye, this character says. And when the tijori is opened, you find beer bottles there inside. Arre yaar, tu kya beer rakhta hai iske andar? Paise kahan rakhta hai? Yahan draw mein. Then kyun? Ye sab sale beer chor hai. So, sir, chori is normal. That movie says that. So what paisa is something so very great. No, it kept it in a small drawer. Koi touch nahi karta hai. Beer chor hai ye sab sale. That's a dialogue. And then I in fact realized that yes, person will steal only those things which he requires absolutely. Isn't it? Whether is it a fake invoice or is it let us say a wrong credit, it doesn't matter. Not necessarily goods. So, sir, this is all ingrained in the entire humanity. You can never erase it. And as I was telling in the morning, you will never find this law static. The day you find it static, that's all. Boring. Nothing is going to be interesting. You have been yourself in this field for so many years. You're a towering personality like your height. And you have seen it all yourself. Those were interesting days of exercise. Today, night, 10 o'clock, the notification will come, and which is applicable from midnight itself. Now, at least you are giving 15 days time. You plan everything very well. So this is an evolution, isn't it? This is an evolution, not a challenge. And likewise, if you look at the departmental audits now, sir, now every department person should have a good financial background, good grounding. Even chartered accountants need. Why? Because very recently, the MCA has changed the very structure. How will the balance sheet look like? You have to search for figures. You have to search for facts. So continuous training is required, not only for those who know finance. In fact, for those who know finance, more it is required, because we think, I know debit credit aata hai yaar, perfect time. But no, you need. And then with respect to the challenges that are in courts, etc. Now, if you look at the ECJ, the European Court of Justice, number of judgments that are coming up on small topics. Just one more minute I'll take, sir. Whether a person who is playing guitar, okay, there's one Mr. Albert who was playing guitar. Morning he will go sit in a park. He has a cap. He just puts down his cap and he keeps playing guitar, and people walking in the park and children, all those, they all put some coins. So he keeps the coins with him. Then in the evening, he goes to a nightclub, he pays there, he gets a paycheck. He gets a paycheck. Now, department issued a notice. You know what? See, he was a very tax compliant person. He disclosed even this morning income in his returns. See, I got this money. Then this is tax free, and this is on which I am paying the VAT, European VAT. They issued the notice. This man went right up to ECJ. ECJ said, look, what he's done is correct. This is not in the course or furtherance of business. So such a small issue, it may come up. Tomorrow you pay me money. Bimal Jain gives me, take RK, you spoke very well, 1 lakh rupees rakh lo tum. No, I am a GST registered person. No, Bimal, I won't take. Give me 18,000 plus. So these type of issues will come up. There will be code interferences. There will be, sometimes it is voluntary, sometimes it is out of compulsion and so on. So we will have to ensure that we should move towards simplicity, but simplicity is like horizon. When you won't find it anywhere, you have to keep moving towards it. So this is what I thought I should make in the opening session, and then as we proceed, we will. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajendra Kumar. Much more is coming out on the concept of this parallel audits, also parallel investigations. Now, this really assumes importance for people who are registered in a couple of states, let's say more than 5-6 states together. Now, how would you expect the trade and industry, just I'd like to take your view first, sir, that if there is an issue, if the audit for that particular entity or the SSC has been allocated to the center, but the state is looking at a particular issue, how do you think that the state is going to interact with the SSC? Vice versa, how is the information going to be collected, and how do you think this whole process is going to happen? Because in the previous regime, we were very clear. If there was a VAT issue, we used to deal with the VAT authorities. If there was a central excise or a customs issue, we had the central revenue to deal with. Now, this still is such a big area of doubt. Now, what do you think of this would happen in the next 5 years?
Sir, all these 5 years, the state had no issues. They were just sitting back, relax, enjoy. Government is giving money, paisa aa raha hai, CGST kya, SGST kya. Have you ever heard of any search conducted by any state authorities and crores of rupees unearthed? That is GGGI work, sir. They will do 18% वो collect करते हैं ना, 9% मेरे मुझे आ जाएगा, बस है. I am free. फ्री में पैसा आ रहा है, रस्तोगी जी दे रहे हैं, सर दे रहे हैं, वो क्यों काम करेंगे आपको? सब फ्री में मिल रहा है ना. And there's no compulsion for them now to write a policy. सब ऊपर से आता है, बस. But it is a trade and industry which now has a real problem. The problem, as you rightly said, sir, is dual authority, dual audits, dual investigations, and so on. Of course, in some of the progressive states, I won't name them, then someone will again fight with me. Some of these progressive states have really tightened up their belts and gone around looking at their assessees and registered persons and so on. That already an audit has been conducted by the CGST. The SGST people then come in for any sort of investigation, or they issue some letter saying that this particular this issue is there, so you are connected with that. No, sir, already over. Sir, at least I have been vocally telling this, that there should be one authority. If one authority has come, then I don't think there should be any other authority which must enter. You must trust them. Whether it is DGGI, whether it is CGST, Commissionerate, or it is SGST. So there should be only one authority, and more than one authority. So anything more than one, you know what is the problem. मैं किसी gender की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. Anything handling more than one is always an issue. So let us be very clear. Lay down one. Even in fact, we are also telling that have one advanced ruling authority. Na? Every state, center, state, and then different advanced rulings, and advanced ruling being widely reported in newspapers, client coming to see or advocate, dekho sir, isme ye likh diya hai. Arey, this is not for you. No, but the Times of India is written. So for them, Times of India is much more authoritative than a person like him or person like me or person like you. So we must be very clear on the powers, on the delegation of powers, and who should do what. That is how we'll become a successful tax compliant nation moving forward.
I think, Anshul, the bunch of issues that Mr. Rajendra Kumar highlighted, if from your views, okay, from Mr. Lakshmi Kumar Sridharan's views as a firm, as well as from the fraternity of legal side, the views, and also to the last question that I raised, I would like to add on one more question, because the whole idea is to make it much more sensitive for you. There has been a lot from the industry, this is the additional question, that a nation runs, that an indirect tax system runs on the capacity of the field capacity to complete assessments of their respective assessees, that going into normal litigation, moving to the hierarchy, which is exactly what we were doing the last 6 decades. Now, suddenly in the last 3 years, we have an anti-evasion agency, which is doing the bulk work. If I were to use the right word, bulk work, as Mr. Rajendra Kumar also highlighted. Now, do you think that is harmonious for a nation like ours? Because there's no point in only looking at the top. These are the micro issues. Can this go on now forever? Or how do we ensure that the field work happens on time, and how do we start there? Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon to all present here. Well, starting with the basic theme of GST and what we witnessed live in the last 5 years, definitely it has been a success story. I mean, all said and done, there are no two ways about it that for a nation having a federal polity like ours to implement a regime of this stature, that itself is, I mean, kudos to the government for bringing everyone together. The revenue figures that we are talking about today of 1.45 lakh crores, etc., which are being collected and amassed, I think one part of it is also these investigations and the bulk work of the DGGI and the anti-evasion department that they are doing. But as far as businesses are concerned, the actual taxpayer who's concerned, are they happy? I mean, how are they dealing with the entire situation is the basic question. Because this regime came in with the concept of ease of doing business. We wanted people to flourish. We wanted the economy to flourish, not just the revenue figures to plummet. So that is something which I think is a concern area, which needs to be taken more seriously today. That, in fact, also taking a cue from what Mr. Kumar said, that the assessee, when facing an audit, when facing an investigation, how far are we making the job easy for him? Or are we making it much more complicated than it was pre-GST? The other thing, of course, is that the assessees who run in the right, I mean, there needs to be that kind of bifurcation, whether we do it through the robust IT systems that we are creating, the intelligence, the AI that we are building at the back end. There needs to be that kind of bifurcation between the ones where, you know, there may be interpretational issues, there may be difference of opinions, but that is really not a case of evasion where we'd go really hard and fast against those assessees. And also there would be those people like the bear guys, etc., where we know that we need to be more tough on them. So that kind of bifurcation probably needs to be brought about so that we see a smile on the face of the businesses also, and not just the revenue. Now, moving on to the question of parallel investigations. Now, the law as such is clear, and they have tried to bring in that semblance of clarity that if, for example, the proper officers, even in the state legislature, if they have initiated the proceedings, then let them continue and take it to its logical conclusion. Let it not be a case that there is a confusion, not just for the assessee, but also from the department side, that who is conducting the investigation. Whoever initiates should be in a position to take it to its logical end. But there again, when they talk about proceedings, what that word proceedings actually means, is it only adjudication proceedings that we're talking about, or even investigation? Because we are at the end of the day just asking for information, which is the sovereign right of the revenue. So those kind of problems are still creeping in despite the provisions being in place. And just reacting to the last question, sir.
I think I want your reaction.
Yes. So as far as that aspect is concerned, you're absolutely right. I mean, GST for one was supposed to be a law where there is no litigation. The kind of authorities that we had created, the advanced ruling authority, the kind of people that we had brought in the administrative side were supposed to deal with all the problems. And the law was supposed to be good and simple, such that there is nothing which really goes to serious litigation. But much to the contrary, issues starting right from input tax credit, which was supposed to be seamless. Issues starting from fake invoices, where the majority of the investigations and the work of the enforcement guys is happening. That has become the crux of the litigation in GST. Now, going forward, as the process is streamlined, I think there needs to be, and this GST Council meeting also, that seems to be the agenda of simplifying things. When that comes into picture, I think gradually the litigation on the core aspects, if at all any, would come up. And the work which is now being done by the enforcement guys should gradually get restricted to only that margin of the taxpayers or the businesses who are seriously the evaders, who are the habitual offenders. And their taking them by the cuff is guaranteed. But on the other side, let businesses continue and flourish. That's what I feel.
Moving to the next issue, I would like to take Mr. Anupam Prakash's comments. Finally, all issues put together, because we have some kind of a laundry list, if not a big one. Mr. Rajendra Kumar, this recent circular that came about on payment of demands during the course of an investigation. One, it opened eyes, or many people whose eyes were open shut their eyes after reading the circular also. So there were so many two ways of looking at it. Now, going by this very basic theory, that let us assume there is a question of law. The department felt otherwise. Let us assume for a moment that hypothetically it's an industry issue. Okay, I can even quote one. When we were in the middle of the COVID crisis, the nation was not able to find sanitizers. Yes. Every day we used to read what is the correct classification of hand sanitizers. Exactly. I mean, it created so much of confusion. People started refusing to use one also. So how do you really look at this circular in the light of all this that has happened? And whatever has happened is very little. What is going to happen in future with regard to the demands that are going to be created? Now, do you think anybody who's conscious of his merits will give up the issue by paying upfront? Because he's conscious that his chartered accountant, his tax advisor has said, you're on the right side of the law. So what's your view on the last circular?
Sir, you want me to tell the truth?
Yes, sir. Truth is always
So assume this is the circular. Assume I am a department officer sitting in Tirunelveli. I read this. See, circular is one thing and being practical is totally different. Then you must not have targets. If you are issuing such a circular, there should not be any target. कि भाई आपको इतने इस साल में इतना revenue लेके आना है. There should not be any target. Don't fix targets. If you fix targets, then don't give such circulars. The circular was, of course, a reaction out of an incident which happened somewhere around this city. And it cannot be taken as one conclusive proof that every person is like that. On the both sides. On the both sides. After all, everyone is a human being. So, sir, if you ask me very frankly, with my about 20 plus years of experience in this, only in this field, I don't think maybe after a few months, anyone will look at that circular very seriously, unless and until there is a law. And we have seen umpteen number of times the revenue going against its own circular. We have fought in the tribunal also. My lordship, your lordship, look at this circular, it is there. And the department, no, that is different. This is different. So there will be instances when people won't follow the circular. Circular is there. You can also defend sometime when, see, at the end of the day, how confident you are of your client also matters, sir. I mean, today, not all transparent as they used to be. You are from Hindustan Coca-Cola, so I can always 100% trust you. But then XYZ company is my client and I don't know what he has done behind my back, isn't it? So that trust factor also is important. So you can't also go and say, no, see, this circular is there. You can't put my client behind the bars. You can't collect the money. And the client will say, sir, chodo na, sir, danda mujhe karna hai. Main paisa de deta hu abhi. If you like, you please clap, don't. So this is my way of looking at it practically. See, at the end of the day, what he said, that GST should be a law without litigation. It is not practical. There will be litigation, but lesser litigation, lesser headache. Today, a lot of medicines are there in the market, but lesser headache should be our objective and not introducing more medicines in the market. By circular, I mean you're introducing medicines. Please don't do that. Thank you.
I would like to go for a specific question with Mr. Anupam. Their comments later on. Sir, I'm coming to this focus question. There was a recent Supreme Court decision. I don't think so. I need to bring coal to Newcastle. You know it better than us. This is regarding the conduct of the department. The Supreme Court was involved with how proceedings should be happening, even in criminal systems. They talked about cameras. They talked about evidences on how people are treated in police stations. And there was an overall observation, even in economic offenses in that judgment. Now, if you now take that slightly backward and bring it to the Department of GST at large, whether the state or the center is not relevant. Now, two things are very relevant. Sir, Mr. Rajendra Kumar just hinted and then moved away. Certain happenings in the city and he moved away. Now, conceptually going by the theory of that Supreme Court judgment, or as you understand the ratio of the judgment, we should have cameras in offices where investigations are being conducted. One. For want of more parliamentarian words, I'm using the word decorum in the course of proceedings. So that's the least offensive word I can use. Decorum in the course of proceedings and how we treat people who are even subject to investigations. What is the department's view on the implementation of this Supreme Court judgment, and where does it really stand? Because there was a review of the same judgment by the Supreme Court also recently. It was reported also.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. You have touched upon so many issues, and finally this pointed issue to me. So, as you are aware, this is not the first time Supreme Court has observed something like this on the matter of investigation. In fact, there are detailed guidelines related to arrest process, what should be a procedure. Supreme Court had to lay down the procedure because the police officer, within inverted comma, because the act also term us as a police officer. So, so all the proceedings and the pronouncement of Supreme Court are binding on any government agency. And there are internal instructions for the earlier Supreme Court decision to implement in totality. So that is one. In respect of investigation being conducted in office, there are some processes laid down and there are some proper officer for conducting those investigations. It's the responsibility of the superior officer to ensure that all the processes are being followed. Supreme Court said that in-camera proceedings should be there. There should be proper decorum. There should be no harassment at the time of investigation. And the recent circular, even there should not be any forced recovery at the time of investigation. All these go hand in hand. Because once we, what was envisaged, as you mentioned at the earlier in the morning session, the good and simple tax doesn't remain good the moment investigation, audit, scrutiny starts. For the concerned taxpayer, it is not so good. From the enforcement angle, obviously the flip coin, the morning session was all the 17 taxes were subsumed and single tax GST was introduced. The flip side, all the enforcement of the 17 taxes were subsumed and one enforcement under GST is to be ensured. The GST authorities, again, there is duality. You mentioned about the parallel. I'm just extending the question. You mentioned about the parallel investigation. Now, duality of investigation 62B and exclusivity of the investigation for the particular agency, these provisions are there. But I will tell you from my experience, there are two types of investigation which I thought I should just mention. One case was one higher authority mentioned some case, it was top driven. The information was passed on to us from some sensitive agency and we were required to investigate the matter. It so happened it was SEZ unit exports were happened. It had already happened. Then we got into the supply chain analysis of this. Initially, there were around 20, so to say, L1 suppliers, that is the first supplier to the original exporter. There were 13 in the center, 7 with the states. Then there were up to L7 we investigated. It was more than hundreds, both having center and state. Now we are talking about the parallel investigation, how to deal with such situation where the export has taken place, some sensitive fraud has taken place, and we are struggling to find out the ITC chain from where the fraud has happened. So this type of parallel investigations are there. As you mentioned, there are coordination committees, but actual implementation, RK mentioned, it happens the way it happens. So if it is state authorities are investigating some particular ITC, central government will not interfere with it. They will show some paper. Second incident, I'm reminded of my anti-evasion branch. They were just developing some intelligence. It was a typical type of firm, very typical kind of supply, and they thought it's 100% case, foolproof case, and we should definitely strike that particular note, and we'll have some hundreds of crore rupees as recoveries. This was the brief given to me. I said, okay, go ahead, develop the intelligence, convert to actionable intelligence. They developed it, got the paper signed by the proper officer, went to the place. One person was there. He welcomed our officer and politely informed, DGG has already visited. And not only this, he mentioned state has also visited. And you must appreciate the unit was registered with center. So there may be some additional case somewhere registered with center, somewhere registered with the state. They might have investigated the matter. So these type of parallel investigation are happening on ground. Going forward to the question of audits. So, and I will term this question and extend this question for the next session, because technology is the next session. But I think the solution of all these problems somewhere lies in technology. Recent GST Council also recommended use of artificial intelligence and machine learning for the use of not only at the time of GST registration, monitoring of GST behavior, the compliance behavior, and further subsequent detection of the cases. GSTN has developed business intelligence fraud analytics. CBIC has developed its Advat platform for data analytics. Different states have developed their individual data analytics. So these data analytics are somewhere, some states have some limited data, center has some large data, GSTN has overall data. I think once the technology develops and the request for foolproof identified investigation to particular taxpayer is done, then the intrusiveness of tax authorities will be less. The hassles felt by taxpayers will be less. So we will be moving towards the direction of good and simple tax. Unless we reduce this hassle, multiple tax authorities for the same question knocking at the door, we remove the hassle that audit is knocking at the door for some provision of the CGST Act or SGST Act, or that for that matter, special audits, some processes for the audits. Again, I'm coming back, all this has to be technology driven. It is at some particular stage of development where 90% of the audits selected by center are AI based. The selection by DG arm for the units taken for riskiness behavior are based on the reports. But this has to develop further to further identify who are the actual taxpayer, where the concentration should be there of the state authorities, center authorities, DGGI, or any national body, so that the particular person is traced, not everybody is impacted. I think these are the broad observations. Thank you.
Really, thank you very much for your initial observations on the question. So as we progress, I will come back to you, sir. Now going to the next one that I have in mind. This happened in the last 5 years. A vehicle moves carrying industry. All these are all decisions reported by Tax India Online. I am not raising anything beyond this. So it moves from state X to state Y. The invoice is an invoice according to the GST law. It is fulfilled all its compliance requirements. The officer in state Y, where it is moved from X to Y, does not believe that the classification of the product in question inside the lorry is right. We have reported, I don't know what we have not reported, what we have reported, over and about dozen are there, over and about dozen, which I have read, and I have written some notes for my chief editor, that the High Court ultimately held that it is not for you to get into this whole subject. Why is that? We are complicating the existing structure also. Now, I cannot for an assurance, at least from the panel side, to say that it has stopped happening. But how do you think that the government can go forward and raise this in the council and put an end that at least procedurally, when all the council members are nothing but the state finance ministers along with the center? Can't this be taken up in the council and ensure that this stops ultimately? Your views.
That's a very pertinent point that you raised, sir, because I mean, the pulse of the business is goods moving from one place to the other. And if there is any stoppage at any level, then that is stoppage of the business as such. So we cannot have that go on. And this is not a new problem. This e-way bill system is just a successor to the road permits that we had under the VAT regime. And this is precisely what was happening in the VAT regime also, that the authorities or the officers who were intercepting the vehicles, जो vehicle रोक के देखते हैं कि document और goods एक है या नहीं, उनका काम यही है कि वो documents को goods से मिलाएं. If they go beyond that and they start stepping into the shoes of the assessing authority and start evaluating whether the right tax has been paid or not, what is the commodity, what is the classification, then that is clearly a case of overstepping, sir. And this has been shunned by the courts in the VAT regime. And like you mentioned, even under GST, it is writ large that this is beyond their brief. So I think what solution for this is that obviously there are internal circulars and guidelines. There needs to be a clear mandate of what is the role and responsibility of the officers who are intercepting the vehicle. At that stage itself, if the civic clarity is there, that the quantity, the value, the nature of goods being carried is the same, then that is not the stage where this needs to be questioned. There is a subsequent stage of assessment where it needs to be brought up. So I think there needs to be clear guidelines internally, and till the time that happens and it is actually executed, a clarification from the GST Council would definitely be welcome.
Rajendra Kumar, your views, please.
Sir, now department has all the data. Now certain borders of the states, you need to find out which are those borders of the state which have come out with a large number of cases. Because you ask me, I know there are certain borders of the state which are very, very active, even in those areas which you have just now told, and also in every other area, again, because of revenue compulsions. So let them identify those state borders which have come up with large number of these type of cases. Talk to them informally also, if necessary, whichever government or even the GST Council, you can come up with a small agenda. Of course, the agenda is always confidential. So even a confidential agenda, you can come up with them and discuss. We have found that these are all the cases which have been booked by you in this so many number of, in these 5 years. Large number of cases of transportation of goods from one state to your state, and see whether you can find a solution. Otherwise, lay down the law very clearly. In fact, sir, I have gone one step ahead, discussed with the CBIC officers. It is time we took a thorough relook at the entire CGST law. In its entirety. What the law was on 1st July 2017 is not what it is today, with so many amendments coming up, with so many court directions or court cases which have come up, with some ARs coming up, some beautiful theories also. Let us look up at all these things and come up with a new legislation. Let us sit down, form a committee, write a new law. That is my suggestion, sir.
Sir, once again, back to you. This is with regard to the larger issue. It has got some connection to the first session that was there. Now we have about more than 4 years of data that has moved into the field officers' hands. At least I can say safely 3 years of data. 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20 they are having. Now I am expecting for, as from the press, that by 23 January, we will have at least 2 lakh assessment orders, which are subject, very, very simple work we did in our team. 2 to 5 lakh orders we'll have, which are subject matter of dispute. Still, the council is setting up a way to resolve this issue of tribunals. Now, don't you think that between the period January 23 and December 23, some high court in India is going to stand up and say, enough of this, we are not able to handle it. If an assessee has a problem, he's moved up to the appellate authority level and he's saying something that is absolutely not in line with jurisdiction, because that is not subject matter of alternative remedy at all. And therefore, they will say that, no, we are not able to handle it. If there is a tribunal that can handle all this load, we are not able to handle this load. So let us keep this issue of search, seizures, intervening systems that are creating a problem, handle that with the assessments. I mean, add it to the assessments. How do you expect January 23 to December 23? I'm moving ahead by a year now. How do you expect our fiscal management system to handle this entire load? Somebody has to handle it. You can't say, let us say, okay, there is a pre-deposit enshrined, you pay that money. But the larger question comes, it's not even inside your jurisdiction. Then only the question of pre-deposit comes. There is no such demand at all. Then only the pre-deposit comes. So how do you expect? Because somebody will say that, okay, if there is no tribunal as a creation, I would like to move to the High Court. And you can't expect those 2 lakh people whose orders have been passed, or 5 lakh people whose orders have been passed, to say that, okay, I'll go ahead and pay.
Yes, you have raised a very pertinent question because scrutiny instructions have been recently issued, and department is really struggling with the scrutiny of the SSC, getting the data, completing the time-bound exercise, because if it has to be educated by Feb, if GST and the council decision is to extend, that's all right. But suppose if it has to be educated by Feb, then by November we have to issue notices, all the notices. That means scrutiny has to be completed safely 1 month prior to that. And our officer have to have such workload to handle all these cases. Now, all these cases cumulatively at the range level and the division level at the commissioner level may appear small. Commissioner level aggregate number is large, but at the zone level and the national level definitely is going to be much larger and bigger number. There may be cases where SSC accepts it, depends on the practicality of it. The amount involved is less, he may not litigate, and he may simply pay the amount to avoid litigation. There may be cases where some technical issues are involved. He may like to address the situation, he may like to address in the appellate forum. Our appellate body, once they have decided, because that timeline is as per Act, but if they have decided, the volume is already building up. Additional build-up will be there when the scrutiny assessment cases are taken up by investigation at some stage and the matter is decided. I agree with you. There is no denying of fact. There will be huge workload, and the sooner the tribunal is created, it will be better for the GST taxpayers, so that the alternative remedy is available and the problems are addressed.
I would just like to now go to one of my favorite topics in the IOL, the Director General of GST Intelligence. Under the old regime, sir, I have read the DGGAE manual, anti-evasion manual I have read, sir. Now, do you think that there is a current GSTI manual right now available, which are privy to the department alone and not available to the trade, or a manual of an equivalent composition is not yet created for the GST regime? Because that is very important in the current situation, mainly in the light of this invoicing scam that is happening, and whatever numbers which were quoted by our editor to the Mr. Sanjay Mangal was present in the morning session. Their numbers were also said that this is the kind of volume of wrong invoicing, or for want of a better word and milder word, I would say wrong invoicing, but it is fraud-based. So how do you therefore say that this should be the setup of DGGI investigations, and how this should fan up? And the second connected question. Now, do you perceive that the states have created some similar setup in the light of this new integrated regime called GST, or the functional system which were existing under the old VAT is just perhaps, I would say, transposed to the GST? Your views.
So first of all, thank you for bringing up these pertinent questions, which I think every business is guessing that what is happening. So thank you so much for bringing this up. And the DGGI, of course, it's well known that there are internal manuals and everything is as per the instructions. But of late, what we have been seeing is that the term intelligence, which was for checking evasions, has now become something which is for the mundane issues as well. I mean, there are so many investigations that we are handling for our clients where the issue starts from a particular end. And then in the course of investigation, there starts a kind of fishing or a roving exercise. So that I'm sure is not as per the guidelines which is there. And obviously, if the states are to conduct parallel proceedings or they also need to be in the picture, then there needs to be an adequate setup like we have in the form of the DGGI at the central level. And it's not just that the existing officers without any knowledge or base of how that particular investigation has to be conducted is simply transposed into the new regime. So effectively, when businesses are being faced by multiple inquiries or investigations, at least the broad picture has to be clear as to what are they supposed to answer. If that setup is clear, if the AI is robust to segregate that kind of matters, then probably even parallel investigations could exist and the people would not shirk from sharing that information. But in the present setup, definitely it is a problem.
Kumar, I just remember my CA days and the decision of barium chemicals. Justice Hidayatullah's comment, late Justice Hidayatullah's comment that the government cannot go on a fishing expedition to collect evidence. And I remember to have read it from Avtar Singh those days on company law. Yes. So now, considering that this is the situation, because you deal with the states more, as I have seen from that,
both.
how do they have today a comparative system like a DGGSTI, or do you think that they've just transposed the VAT system, so therefore the effectiveness of it, is it compromised under the GST regime?
See, coming from the south, I have to deal with both center as well as the state. Now, I have seen the sales tax regime being converted to VAT regime and everything getting finally coming to GST. Now, what was the situation in sales tax, which was also carried on? See, there was one particular X budget for a particular business entity or the state for that matter. So if the business entity has fulfilled its requirement of paying X amount of taxes, whatever they did not do, no one was bothered to look into. Same is the case with VAT also. Now, in the GST regime, in the beginning, when everything was getting converged, there are some of these units which wanted to get into state authority, state. Said, no, I want to come within the state jurisdiction. And some which went to state jurisdiction, they applied enormous pressure. No, I don't want to with these fellows. I want to come to center only. My whole life will be spoiled. My time will be ruined discussing with all of them. I want to come to state. Now, this was the scenario. And it was also advocated at that point of time that there will be, if state is looking at, center won't come, center is looking at, state won't come, but then things became different. Now, in this scenario, sir, what is happening today is, now, if a matter is being taken up by one authority, they go 360 degrees fully to ensure nothing is left out for the purposes of that investigation. So something which is fishing and something which is not fishing inquiry, it's only a thin line of difference and not more. That is what is, I have looked at the investigations like this only from the beginning, whether it is state or the center. It's only a thin line of difference. At the end of the day, what you think is right may not be right. Thank you.
Like your your comments on all these 4-5 questions up to now, whatever was raised and what are their comments, your views from the government.
It's not the views from government side, it's the it's the sense of the gathering. So yes, as we have seen, so the question about the investigation, the touch points, basically the touch points with the taxpayers, it is always troublesome with the taxpayer once his questions about the payment of taxes, whether he has paid, he has correctly paid or not. For anybody, it is a big question. And that is the problem statement. How to reduce it? One is technology solution. Second, as Anshul mentioned, some decision from the top, some uniform guidelines from the top about conducting of investigation. On the GST day, our Honorable Finance Minister also mentioned we should have less of discretion with the officers. So what she was hinting at probably is less of the investigation discretion, because there we have, once we reduce discretion, the method is tight-jacket. The other aspect which I will mention is going forward, like in income tax, the scope, I will just merge both approach. He mentioned fishing, no fishing is a very thin line. Actually, it is. You cannot say that it is non-fishing or fishing, because once the, see it from the department point of view, once the officer is investigating his case and he's not doing complete investigation, leaving aside one particular aspect, other conducting investigation in different aspect, he will always be questioned. And the question will not be answered by anybody other than him. So he is at the greater accountability and there is more responsibility on him. So he covers everything. At the same time, the point raised by him that he should be limited in his investigation arena is also valid, because, and it can only happen so when we have lots of data, and we fortunately have lots of data. We don't have to look for any additional data. Once we have data, we can pinpoint what is to look for. Like to some extent, our counterpart, direct tax administration, has identified the areas where scrutiny has to be done, which area, which subject matter is to be questioned. Likewise, our system will evolve over a period of time. Already GM has recommended something. Something will come up with GST, and in the next session, maybe some will get some inputs about it. So once we develop that type of IT structure, probably these things can be addressed. But ruling out of the interface, as you mentioned, it's a practical way, and the litigation is no.
Do we have time? Because we have passed the clock. I just thought I should take your permission. 5 more minutes. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to give a slip to you. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let us take the questions also, because we have to ensure that the next session also starts in time. Yeah.
Questions from the audience, please. We have the panelists, and so you can address your questions and we can get whatever their reactions are to your hands, please, and please address the panel and your name and the organization or the institution. Somebody there to hand over the mics, ma'am? Somebody there to hand over the mics? Questions, please.
सर, मेरा नाम सीए कपिल जैन है। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जैसे सेक्शन 125 है, उसमें 25-25 हजार की पेनल्टी हमने लिखी हुई है। अब हमारा एक केस आता है सिंपल कि 3V फाइल करनी थी और उसे 1 महीने बाद फाइल करा हमने। उसमें सेक्शन 47 की हमने लेट फीस दे दी। ऑफिसर्स ने हमें 50,000 की पेनल्टी का नोटिस दे दिया। हमने उसका रिप्लाई भी करा। रिप्लाई करने में आधा 1 घंटा लगेगा ही, किसी प्रोफेशनल की मदद लेंगे। रिप्लाई से वो सेटिस्फाई नहीं हुए, हम जाके मिले नहीं, उन्होंने ऑर्डर भी पास कर दिया। 50,000 की पेनल्टी लग गई। फिर हम गए अपील में। अपील में जाते हैं, हेयरिंग में 5 मिनट में हेयरिंग में वो कहते हैं ठीक है, अपील एडमिटेड। इस प्रोसेस के दौरान जो टाइम वेस्ट हुआ, प्रोफेशनल का, टैक्स पेयर का, ऑफिसर्स का। सर इसके लिए भी कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए कि अननेसेसरी के जो नोटिस है वो ना आए। दूसरा एग्जांपल, ASMT 10 आप लोगों ने इशू करा, ASMT 11 में हमने उसका रिप्लाई दे दी। रिप्लाई हमें नहीं पता हमारा सही है।
ये फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर करूं
जी,
अगर
जी,
परमिटेड, उसके बाद आप।
जी जी जी।
हाँ, तो ये आप कितने साल से प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं?
सर मेरे को हो गए 10 साल।
10 साल में, मेरे
जी।
को हो गए 24 साल।
जी जी।
तो जो आपको 10 साल में आप जो देख रहे हैं ना, वो मैं 24 साल से देख रहा हूँ। देखिए आपके लिए तो सिर्फ 50,000 है, मतलब आपके लिए 50,000 है। डिपार्टमेंट के ऑफिसर की तरफ से देखिए, उनका तो एडिशनल रेवेन्यू है ना, 50 एडिशनल रेवेन्यू है, रेवेन्यू कंसिडरेशंस है उसमें। आप जो रिप्लाई आपने दिया, आपने किसको रिप्लाई दिया? जिसने शो कॉज नोटिस इश्यू करा उसको ही तो दिया आपने। अगर वो कन्विंस्ड है तो पहले क्यों कन्विंस नहीं था? जब वही आदमी आपका एडजुडिकेशन करेंगे, जिन्होंने नोटिस दिया, वो क्यों आपके फेवर में ऑर्डर पास करेंगे भाई? ठीक है, अब अपील में गए, उन्होंने पढ़ लिया, बोले ठीक है, 5 मतलब आपको मतलब 5 मिनट दिए ना आपको,
5 मिनट ही लगे होंगे।
5 मिनट्स, 5 मिनट्स बहुत होते हैं 50,000 के लिए, ठीक है। That's it enough. So this is normal, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन उनका नहीं है क्या? सेम है क्या? हाँ ठीक है, चेयरमैन हुआ है तो वी विल हैव टू फॉलो हिम।
So, hi everyone, hello. My name is C.A. Shiva Goyal, and my question is: lot of errands are pending at the portal. Maybe due to cancellation, we see a lot of cancellations happening, and errands are pending even for more than a year. Whereas the timelines have clearly stated that this is the time limits of the officers to close that cancellation proceedings, either to reject it or to pass it or to approve the cancellation within maybe 60 days or 90 days as per the law. But still we see that in such a technological era, those cancellation errands are pending for so long, and there is no one to see that data, to ask the officer concerned why that errand is pending. Until unless we meet, we go to the officer concerned, we meet them, there is no practically, this is something that practically happens. They are waiting for us to come to the office. In such a faceless era, in such a technological driven GST portal, is there not anyone in the CBIC who could have a look at the errands which are pending for more than maybe 90 days or maybe 6 months or more than 1 year, or maybe that officer should be show caused? Yeah.
I can straight away interact with you on this issue. Even the ombudsman are there for the relevant questions. I'm not going to give it to the panel for them to answer. Anything from you, sir? Maybe.
The issue you raised, you may not be aware, more than 60, these are time bound refunds, and these are monitored at the highest level. Because you have not got refund, you may have this particular grievance that my refund is not been given and nobody is looking at it. It's not the matter. Every this type of there is a prescribed format of report, and every timeline is accountable. Person has to make answer why he has not sanctioned refund within 60 days. So that is one. Second, what is my experience so far? The pending refund over 60 days, the significant category is where the officer has sanctioned refund, and because of the PFMS integration with the GSTN, the account number is mismatched and the payment is not made to the account. So those are large number of cases, and tickets have been raised. The resolution as and when then it is received by the range officer, the payment is directly transferred to the account. So these are 2 observations I'll give.
Thank you. No, 1 minute, boss. We have a lot of people waiting for their time.
Gentlemen, there is a humble reminder that since we are running really short of time.
Give us a minute because let's complete
Okay.
what he has raised.
Yes,
Yeah, please go ahead.
yes.
We are saying something.
The question was on the cancellation, not for deferral.
Okay.
Deferral generally within time.
Yeah, so I think as far as the cancellation of the ARN is concerned, there definitely we have that remedy that since the original application has been made in time, we can make use of that limitation. But like you rightly mentioned, we have also come across a lot of cases where the applications stay pending. And unless and until a proactive approach is taken by the assessee, the process doesn't happen. So that is a common problem that the industry is facing.
One more, do we have, madam, one more question or no?
Oh, sir, I'm afraid that we are really running short of time. We have to ensure that the next session also starts in time.
Hello.
Please don't blame us, we are on time. I mean, we completed on time, please don't blame us. We were, I think maybe.
Okay, let us make it very quick. Let us make it very quick and brief.
Yeah.
Very quick and brief.
Sir, my question is related to Rule 37, where we are reversing the input tax
Please be a
credit.
bit louder, please. Bring the mic
We
closer.
are reversing the input tax credit after 180 days if payment is not made. And we are liable to pay that interest on that amount at the rate of 18%. Even then, GST Council in 2018, August 18, they have taken up this matter, but till date, no notification or no amendment is.
No, no. One,
Absolutely. I didn't want to say that.
you're on that 180 days, na? 180 days. You're on that interest component which is leviable for 180 days when you are reversing on the 181st day, correct? You're on that, na? But now this law is there which says that until you have utilized, that is something called as availment and utilization. So unless and until you have utilized this, only then interest portion will come. It is retrospective from 1st July 2017.
Very clear.
Clear, na? Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Sorry, I should apologize to you because madam is very clear.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's just that we have to abide by the time limit, what we have decided. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I would request Mr. S.P. Sharma, Chief Economist from PhD Chamber, to kindly honor the guests on the dais. I request you to kindly present shield, a memento to Mr. Anupam Prakash. I request you to kindly present a plant to Mr. Raman Sridhar. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Mr. Anshul Mathur will be presented a plant by Mr. Sharma. Thank you so much. Here, Mr. C.A. Rajendra Kumar P. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
There has to be dark.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the third technical session, which is on GST compliance and challenges issues. I would request you all to kindly settle down as we are just about to start with the third technical session. The important areas which we will be delving in will be e-invoicing, open issues and challenges, GSTN related woes, various issues and resolutions related to it, sequential filing of GST returns, way forward, e-way bills issues, and integration of GSTN, IRP, and e-way bill portal. I request you all that kindly the panelists come and take their seats on the dais. First of all, I would request CA Tushar Agarwal, partner, Tattvam advisor, to kindly come on the dais. CA Pavan Arora, co-chair, PhD, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is a partner at Athena Law Associates. He has more than 11 years of relentless and steady experience of advisory and litigation matters in indirect taxation and handle matters of clients from diverse industries. And his field of specialization is indirect taxes. Mr. Dheeraj Rastogi, Senior Vice President, GSTN, will be chairing this session. A brief introduction about Mr. Rastogi. Senior Vice President, GSTN, he is an IRS officer with 24 years of work experience in Government of India and currently working as Joint Secretary, GST Council. He has worked extensively in the CBEC, which is Central Board of Excise and Customs, and has experience of working in customs, central excise and service tax on both intelligence cultivation and collection, profiling of entities, as well as running an EDI project successfully. This session will be moderated by Mr. Bimal Jain, and it will be followed by a Q&A session. I would also welcome Mr. SP Sharma on the dais. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now the stage is all yours, Mr. Jain.
Good afternoon to all of you. Last technical session and very important one. See, I was hearing certain questions in the last two technical sessions. One of the question is being asked that why interest to be paid for reversal of credit if payment is not made within 180 days. I was also hearing out that yes, cash balance lying in CGST and IGST that can be transferred among distinct persons under same PAN number. But I can tell you within GST law, one is the law position and another one is understanding and interpretation, which we were discussing in last two technical sessions. अब जो हम डिस्कस करने वाले हैं, देखिए क्या होता है, लास्ट का जब टेक्निकल सेशन हो जाता है तो उसमें सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज क्या आती है मालूम है? वही लोग बैठे होते हैं जिनको बाकी जीएसटी में थोड़ा बहुत अभी और कुछ समझना है। वरना जीएसटी में देखिए आए दिन अगर आपके पास कोई कॉल आता है, आप मान लीजिए अपने टैक्स प्रोफेशनल को फोन करते हैं तो आप सीधे बोलते हैं सर जीएसटी में एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, बड़ा क्वेश्चन तो है ही नहीं है। लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं जीएसटी इज इवॉल्विंग, इट्स अ वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस। If I talk about GSTN, and we are saying in the morning, one shop portal, आप सोचिए 1.4 crore taxpayer, humongous data, voluminous data is being maintained and integrated in terms of registration, payment, return filing, adjudication, appeal. So many things are happening over a period of time. We have seen when lot of technical glitches, and still there are. I'm not saying that it is not there. Recent example, and this is question to the panel also and to our chairperson, Sri Dheeraj Rastogi ji, Senior VP. April 2022, 2B was not getting auto-populated. GSTN has issued one clarification that you avail credit on the basis of GSTR 2A, but there is no reference in the law in terms of GSTR 2A, it is only 2B. Then they have taken out that clarification also. अभी बहुत कुछ हो रहा है। तो पहला चैलेंज से क्या आ रहा है, मैं धीरज जी के लिए क्वेश्चन भी रखता हूं, फिर पैनलिस्ट भी ऐड करेंगे, उनके लिए भी ये क्वेश्चन है, सिंक्रोनाइजेशन, लॉ वर्सेस जीएसटीएन there has to be synchronization. Yes, I do agree that GSTN is working on a software IT platform. You cannot get everything implemented, but at the same time, अगर मेरा 2B ऑटो पॉपुलेट नहीं हो रहा तो मैं ये नहीं बोल सकता कि 2A के बेसिस पे ले लो, मैं ये और फिर मैं नेक्स्ट डे उसको विड्रॉ भी कर लूं। मैंने अभी हम यहाँ मैं सीरियस नोट पे आपसे कह रहा हूँ, ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ दिस टेक्निकल सेशन, कई बार हम सोचते हैं कि यार सब इजी है। आप देखिए GSTN की तरफ से आप प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। आपने एक सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप कर दिया, आपने कहा बिमल, आप अपने घर का ही केस ले लीजिए, आपने वाइफ से बोल दिया चाय बना दे, और किसी रीजन से आपका मूड चेंज हुआ, बोले लस्सी बना दे, फिर आप देखिए आपको चाय कैसी मिलती है। फिर वो आपको चाय भी मिलेगी, चाय भी नहीं मिलेगी और कुछ और ही मिलेगा। कम से कम GSTN कोशिश तो कर ही रहा है। वी मस्ट अप्रिशिएट इनकी अपनी भी, हमें इनके शूज में जाके इन चीजों को हाँ ग्रीवेंसेस हैं, मैं मना नहीं कर रहा है। मैं दूसरा आपसे टॉपिक लेता हूं GSTN के ऊपर, और कई प्रॉब्लम है जिसमें लॉ वर्सेस GSTN सिंक्रोनाइजेशन की बहुत कमी है। आज क्लासिफिकेशन के बहुत सारे डिस्प्यूट है, HSN एंड SSE कोड। अब डिपार्टमेंट की अलग इंटरप्रिटेशन है। अभी HSN और SSE हमने डेवलप कर दिया है GSTN पोर्टल पे, आप चाहें तो अपना HSN और SSE कोड देख सकते हैं। अब सर एक आइटम मैं लेना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं आइटम ले लूंगा तो वो डिस्प्यूट यहां पे आ जाएगा। जब मैं HSN GSTN पे सर्च करता हूं तो वो बोलता है कि बेमल ये पर्टिकुलर इस टैरिफ हेडिंग में आएगा और 5% लगेगा, और वहां दूसरी तरफ लॉ वाले जो एंटी इवेजन DGGI वाले हैं बोलते हैं नहीं नहीं, जो GSTN पे आ रहे हैं हमको कोई लेना देना नहीं है, हमको कोई लेना देना नहीं है, मेरे हिसाब से तो ये 18% का आइटम है और इस टैरिफ हेडिंग में जाएगा। तो अब टैक्स पेयर बेचारा बोलता है मैं अब देखूं तो कहां देखूं। अगर GSTN मुझे HSN और SSE कोड की फैसिलिटी देता है और वहां मैं टैरिफ हेडिंग डालता हूं, वो बकायदा उस नाम से आ रहा है, फिर भी मैं उसको एक्सेप्ट करने को तैयार, तो ये एक डिफरेंस निकल के आ जाता है। अब तीसरी चीज जो ग्लिचेस की बात है, कई बार हम देखते हैं कि GSTN पोर्टल पे समटाइम इट इज डाउन, नहीं वर्क कर रहा, एंड ये ओनली GSTN, बैंकिंग सेक्टर में भी होता है, रेलवे में भी होता है, आप कोई भी सेक्टर उठा लीजिए। पर हमारे लिए तो ड्यू डेट है, ड्यू डेट तक रिटर्न नहीं गया, और पहले तो कैसी कैसी प्रॉब्लम होती थी। एक एग्जांपल आपको देता हूं कि आप रिटर्न भर रहे हैं तो लोगों का मन बन गया था कि दिन में तो रिटर्न जाता ही नहीं है, रिटर्न रात के वक्त जाता है। अब देखिए मान लीजिए आपने GSTR1 भरा, और पहले दिक्कतें भी कितनी कैसी होती थी। यहाँ कई अच्छे लर्नर लोग बैठे हुए हैं, तो इस टेक्निकल सेशन को मैं चाहता हूँ आप एंजॉय भी करें। टेक्निकल है बट प्रैक्टिकल के साथ। वो बंदा भरता था, अब डाल दिया, उसने सबमिट किया, उसे समझ में नहीं आ रहा लिया या नहीं लिया। मान लीजिए उसकी 1 लाख रुपए की लायबिलिटी थी GSTR1 में, तो वो उसके समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि GSTR1 सबमिट हुआ या नहीं हुआ, उसने एक और 0 डाल दिया तो वो 10 लाख हो गया। फिर उसने सबमिट का बटन दबा दिया, तो कई बार वो तो स्क्रॉल करता रहता है ना, बफरिंग चलती रहती है, तो वो 10 लाख हो गया, और तब जाके वो सबमिट हो गया। जब उसने देखा फाइल तो 10 लाख पे आ रहा है, होना चाहिए था, अब वो करेगा, रिवाइज तो कर नहीं सकता, कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। अब उसे GSTR3 भी भरना है, GSTR3 भी में लायबिलिटी तो उसकी 1 लाख रुपए की रहेगी। अब वो क्या करे, डिपार्टमेंट बोलता है एक्सप्लेनेशन अंडर सेक्शन 75 सबसेक्शन 12 आपका सेल्फ असेसमेंट टैक्स हो जाए। ठीक है, क्लैरिफिकेशन इशू कर दिया। तो मैंने GSTN पे कुछ बातें रखी, कुछ ऐसे चीजें हैं जो हमें समझनी है। अब मैं ई-वे बिल पोर्टल पे आता हूँ। ई-वे बिल पोर्टल अगेन रिवोल्यूशन, मैं कहूंगा डेफिनेटली। आप सोचिए कितना वॉल्यूमिनस डेटा दीज पोर्टल्स आर हैंडलिंग टुडे, एंड इट इज वर्थ एप्रिशिएटिंग। वी कैन ऑलवेज नेगेटिव, अगर मैं बोलना, हम हमेशा नेगेटिव बोलते रहेंगे, हम ये भी बोलेंगे ये नेगेटिव है, ये नेगेटिव। अगर मैं उनके सूझ में चला जाऊंगा ना, मैं आपसे भी कह रहा हूं, अगर आप इनके सूझ में आ जाएंगे ना, आपको उनकी प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम समझ में आने लगेगी। कई बार हम टैक्स ऑफिसर को भी ब्लेम करते हैं फॉर आइदर और रीजन। यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि उसकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी है बहुत सी चीजों की। मैं साइट नहीं ले रहा किसी का, कई बार मैं टैक्स पेयर की तरफ से भी देखता हूं ना। आपने भी देखा ना, आपकी क्रेडिट रुक रही है, किसकी वजह से रुक रही है? 4 सप्लायर थे, माल दे के चले गए, आ जाता पता नहीं है, इनवॉइस रेज कर दिया, आज पता नहीं उस जगह पे वो रहते ही नहीं है। अगर आप वो मिल भी जाए ना तो वो फोन पे आपसे बोलेंगे मुझे कोई मतलब नहीं है, और द्वारा आपका फोन उठाना भी बंद कर देंगे। सो चैलेंजेस दोनों तरफ है। अब मैं ई वेबल पोर्टल पे आता हूँ, प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम की बात कर रहा हूँ। पहले प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम, ई वेबल पोर्टल पे मान लीजिए आपने ई वेबल निकाला और आपसे कोई क्लरिकल एरर हो गई और ई वेबल रास्ते में चला गया। क्लरिकल एरर इवन इनवॉइस डेट की हो गई, इनवॉइस डेट मान लीजिए 25 है और ई वेबल पे हो गया 26। वो डिपार्टमेंट जो रास्ते पे खड़ा हुआ है ना, उसे समझ में नहीं आता, बोलता नहीं मैं तो पेनाल्टी लगाऊंगा, और पेनाल्टी सीधे 200% की, 200% की पेनाल्टी ओनली फॉर क्लरिकल एरर। मैं ये समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, हमें समझना तो पड़ेगा। मे बी मेरा एक सजेशन है कि आप टैक्स पेयर वाइज एक डेटा बनाएं और कुछ टॉलरेंसेस टैक्स पेयर को भी दे कि यार 10 गलती तूने कर दी 1 महीने में तो तेरे ऊपर कोई पेनाल्टी नहीं लगाएगा। तो ये जो क्लरिकल एरर के पेनाल्टी वाले जो ऑर्डर पास हो रहे हैं वो थोड़ा कम होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। ये कुछ तो एरर इज ह्यूमन, गलतियां हमसे हो सकती है और अभी हम इवॉल्विंग स्टेज पे हैं। अब ई वेबल में दूसरी प्रॉब्लम क्या आती है, माल आपका आ रहा है मुंबई से यूपी, मुंबई में सप्लायर है महाराष्ट्र रजिस्टर्ड और माल आ रहा है आपका नोएडा में यूपी में। अब बीच में इंदौर वाले ने पकड़ लिया, अब वो इंदौर वाला बोलता है तू यहीं आ, यहीं पे अपील फाइल कर, यहीं पे सारे डॉक्यूमेंट लेके आ। अरे भैया इंदौर में मेरा कोई बेस है ही नहीं है। आप क्या चाहते हैं कि मैं जीएसटी में जब 1 नेशन 1 टैक्स की बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं क्या हर स्टेट में जाके अपील फाइल करूंगा? या अगर अपील उसके पास पहुंच गई है तो पेपर बना एनी जुडिक्शनल ऑफिसर, सप्लायर ने जनरेट किया तो सप्लायर के पास भेज दे, और रिसिपिएंट ने जनरेट किया है तो रिसिपिएंट के पास भेज दे। लेट इट बी डिसाइडेड बाय देम। आप वहां बैठ के क्यों डिसाइड कर रहे हो? तो मुझे लॉ वर्सेस पोर्टल की भी जो चीजें नजर आती है। अब मैं ई इनवॉइस पोर्टल पे आऊं, ई इनवॉइस पोर्टल इवॉल्विंग है एंड आई विल गो विद द चेयरमैन सर इन द मॉर्निंग। थ्रेशोल्ड 500 करोड़ से स्टार्ट हुआ, बट अभी 1-2 प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन अभी भी आते हैं और बड़े प्रैक्टिकल हैं, बड़े अंडरस्टैंडेबल हैं। कई अब टाइम टू इशू इनवॉइस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन। अब मुझे ई इनवॉइस जनरेट करना है, जब ई इनवॉइस जनरेट करना है मैं नहीं जनरेट कर पा रहा, मेरा माल जाना जरूरी है। व्हाट इज द अल्टरनेटिव वे? सारे मेट्रोपॉलिटन में नहीं रहते, सारे की इंटरनेट हाई स्पीड नहीं होती, या 2 टायर सिटी 3 टायर सिटी जहां पे जनरेशन, लेकिन सिस्टम ने आपको अलाउ कर रखा है कि आपको एक पोर्टल विंडो ओपन कर दिया, लेकिन सेक्शन 31 आपको राइट नहीं देता। सेक्शन 31 तो आपसे बोलता है बिफोर और एट द टाइम ऑफ रिमूवल ऑफ गुड्स, तो लॉ की पोजीशन यही है, पर सिस्टम आपको अलाउ करता है कि 10 दिन भी लेट हो गया तो आप ई इनवॉइस जनरेट, पर ये कब तक चलेगा? यानी मुझे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को और भी इनरीच करना है। My only submission to this all learned panelists along with senior VP from GST and धीरज जी, पहले तो मैं क्वेश्चन थ्रो करना चाहूंगा मेरे जो 2 को पैनलिस्ट हैं। सबसे पहले तुषार जी के पास जाऊंगा। तुषार जी, हमने GSTN ई वेबल पोर्टल और आपके ई इनवॉइस पोर्टल की बात की। मैं आपसे 3 अच्छे, 3 गुड जिसको हम हिट बोलते हैं और 3 मिसेस, 5 years of journey on this digitalization, automation, either GSTN portal or e-Babel portal or e-invoice. Your take on the matter.
Good evening, everyone. Friends, to my view, 5 years is a very short span of period in a life of a tax legislation. When we talk about excise, VAT, income tax, they had prevailed over decades. It took them a certain period of time to get a stabilization. The procedural part, the compliance part took more than decades to stabilize. However, the litigation part in respect of such legislations is still going on. Cases are pending before various forums. Coming to GST, in last 5 years, to my mind, we have achieved a lot. Uniform law, uniform returns, uniform portal, things are stabilizing. The issue which we have to see is whether we are improving every year. In last 5 years, if we talk about the portal, e-invoicing portal, is it practically working? Yes, it is working. We're able to generate e-invoice easily. More than 1,500 crores invoices have been generated, and it is the proof. E-way bill, Initially, during initial months, we had certain glitches, but today when we go and generate EV bill, do you practically see any problem while generating EV bill? When we see the database of our clients, we actually see that the EV bills are getting generated. There may be certain challenges, certain exceptions, etc. I'm not talking about that. More than 280 crores EV bills have been generated, and itself sees how portal is working smoothly. So to my mind, over the period of time, this portal have improved. There have been certain challenges also. For example, matching concept. The way matching concept has been implemented in India, it has been a pain area for everybody. There can be two ways of looking at it. Earlier, if we get back and recall, at the time of GST implementation, what they had emphasized was GST 1, 2, 3. It was basically a two-way matching process. Why called two-way? The idea was if supplier uploads the invoice, let the recipient take action, accept or reject it. If recipient uploads the invoice first, let it go to the supplier, let supplier accept and reject it. Let both the parties accept or reject the invoices on the portal itself. However, considering the volume of the size, it could not get implemented. And thereafter, we had this concept of 2A, 3B, then 2B came into picture. The issue which we really face is like, okay, GST 1, 2, 3 not got implemented. And they tried to implement GST 2A, 2B, etc. But the point which was raised by Bimalji also, this has to be in synchronization with the law also. 2B they introduced in the portal in August 2020. So from 2020-21, we had 2B concept. However, in the law, it came into picture only from January 2022. Now we are aware that the law is crystal clear. You have to follow what is there in 2B. So if this could have been done, like all the amendments in the law and what was there in the GST together, it could have been a much better, it could have provided a much better clarity. Today also, we face various challenges in the portal, and I would like to highlight few of the challenges. One challenge in each of the part, whether EV bill part, e-invoicing part, and I look forward for your suggestions, sir. When we talk about e-invoicing, now rule 48, sub rule 5 says, if somebody is eligible and is required to issue an e-invoice and he does not issue an e-invoice, it is not a proper invoice. Meaning thereby that if it is not a proper invoice, then under section 16, your credit is not available. Now, one task which is added and one activity which as a taxpayer I have to do, I have to see whether my taxpayers who are eligible to issue an e-invoice, are they really issue an e-invoice or not? So I have my 50,000 vendors. How do I check whether they are eligible to issue e-invoice or not? I go to the portal, I can write GSTN, search, write single GSTN, and then check whether he's eligible or not. If there is a mechanism where I can undertake such kinds of reconciliation that if my vendor is eligible or not by putting 50,000 line items together in an Excel, and then a report comes, it will make task much easier. Moving to GST refunds, some of the practical issues which are still being faced by us. And the good thing also, for example, export of goods on payment of tax. We are not facing problem in getting refunds. If I file my GST 1 correctly, I report my shipping bill details correctly, port details that are correctly, I'm getting refunds at a regular intervals automatically. And it's an achievement. It's a big achievement. July 2017, nobody thought that we will get automatic refunds. However, when I talk about export of services refund, when I export the services on payment of tax, the formula as per the GST rule says that I don't have to, the turnover, the total turnover has to be seen basis the total receipts in a month and not basis what you have raised, the basis your tax invoices which are raised during the month. It is basis the receipts, the consideration which you have received. The amount of consideration which you are receiving in a particular month, you are not capturing it anywhere. What you catch up in your 3B is your turnover and not the receipt. Whereas the refund formula is based on the consideration which you receive. So if you actually file an application, export of services on payment tax, you file your application, you write total turnover is, I have received $20,000 in this particular month. Whereas turnover as per 3B will be 40,000. That is based on the tax invoices raised. Officer raises objection. Your return data and application refund turnover is not matching. Whereas the formula is something different. So that's the challenge which we are facing at ground level. In fact, one of the biggest sector like steel sector, the biggest problem which they are facing is if they export steel, they are eligible to get two kinds of refund. One is the refund of input and input services, the GST paid on input and input services. Second is the GST refund of the compensation cess, which they pay on procurement of coal. And the formula for calculating the refund amount for a compensation cess refund is different because their turnover formula is different vis-a-vis the refund which you calculate for input and input services. Whereas portal allows you to file only a single application or not different application. And then you have to file the application under others category also. And when we go to the officer, sometimes the practical problem which we say, it was an export issue, you should have filed an export refund application, not under the others category. So that's the kind of issue which we are facing. Coming to e-way bill. Practically, one of our client asked, he was into medical industry. Sir, I have a small equipment, a very small equipment, but expensive. I'm asking one of my person to go and deliver to somebody else. He will use the public transport. I don't know whether he will take bus, he will take taxi, which taxi he will take, how will commute. So generating EV bill in these situations is a challenge. Bill to ship to model. EV bills are getting generated, but the practical problem received by EPC industry is that margin getting disclosed. In case of bill to ship to model, when I generate the EV bill, my margin gets disclosed. A practical challenge which we are facing. Coming to returns, 3B working smoothly, GST1 working smoothly. But again, few challenges, practical problems. In case of negative tax liability, my credit notes are more than my tax demand. I cannot put a negative figure in 3B. These are the challenges which are being faced by various taxpayers, and government is obviously working on all these challenges. They are aware, they are devising the mechanism. And in fact, we see the recent revamping of GST 3B form, the recent circular and the amendment, the way they have changed the table for ITC. It itself shows they are working on this direction. That's it.
If I take it further, take this 47 GST Council meeting, one of the recommendation, the time limit to file refund claim is 2 years. But specific time period is now going to be excluded, which is from 1st March 2020 to 28th of February 2022. There may be many cases that you were having refund claim, but for 1920, you may have filed nil refund claim. But now, because this time period to be excluded, you're entitled to file refund claim, but you have gone ahead and filed refund claim for 2021 and 21-22. अब पिछला वाले का क्या करे जिसका nil फाइल कर दिया है? तो ये तो सर्कुलर आ गया कि पीरियड आपका एक्सक्लूड हो जाएगा. ये सर्कुलर भी तो आना चाहिए कि रिफंड जो फाइल करना है और मैंने नील फाइल कर दिया है तो जीएसटीएन पे पोर्टल पे कैसे सुविधा मिलेगी मुझे. So sometime law versus practical challenges, I think there has to be real marriage. And these are the challenges which we are facing. I will invite Dheeraj to comment on all the pointers, but before that I will go to Pavanji. Pavanji, if you look at digitalization and automation, please tell me what are the important challenges you find and which you'd be looking for the answer from Dheeraj sir today that GSTN can cater or e-way bill portal can cater or IRP portal can cater. So these challenges are very important. So please tell me what are the challenges you have come across when you talk about digitalization and automation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. So, sir, I think today morning our chairman of CBIC has said that to bring the uniformity in the field formation of the practices which they are adopting, we are more focusing on technologically driven systems. And I think today GSTM is also playing good role in that. I will take the opportunity to bring some crucial points before the senior VP of GSTM so that can bring into the system. So section 73 says that if you pay the tax and interest prior to issuance of show cause notice, your show cause notice will not be issued to you. And even they provide the opportunity that even within 30 days of issuance of show cause notice, if you pay the interest and penalty, interest and tax, you will not require to pay the penalty. And there is a system in the law itself that if any discrepancy will be found in the returns, they first issue the ASMT 10 to you. And I've seen at many cases that we got the opportunity to rectify our mistakes and we pay tax, interest, get it closed. And there is another procedure prior to issuance of show cause notice. There is a requirement of issuing of DRC 01A for the pre-intimation of the show cause notice, so that you, if you are agree with that, you can pay the tax, pay the penalty, or pay the interest and get it set off. But sir, what is happening?
department is issuing directly show cause notices. And my chance to assess my liability actual and pay prior to issuance of show cause notice or even within 30 days is getting lapsed. I am missing this opportunity repeatedly. And I will give you example. 3 months back, I have represented one of my client in one state, not in Delhi, but in another state. Put this ground in almost 20 pages that you have to provide me 2 chances, ASMT 10, DRC 01A, but you have not provided. Today, I am received same show cause notice for a different client for same department, direct show cause notice. So, sir, my request to you is that you can make a process in the GST for the department also, that prior to show cause notice, they must be asked why you are not issuing ASMT 10 so that they can be educated. At least they may issue direct show cause notice as per the practical requirement, but prior to that, they should be asked that why you are not issuing ASMT 10 and why you are not issuing DRC 01A in the portal itself. Department, I think, not educated properly that they have to follow this procedure prior to direct coming to the show cause. So my first submission to you, sir, you may bring it in the GST portal itself for the department. Sir, second issue which I'm coming across is today department is scrutinizing the GST 9 and 9C and all returns and issuing the notices to me. So what I've seen recently, there is a difference in GST 9, right? But different does not mean that I have short paid the tax or excessively availed the ITC. Some column says, because what happened in my case, my GST 9 in somewhere I am not so much in returns, but there is some differences coming in GST 9 of ITC. Because they asked some question, standard question from me in the returns and I have put the figures. But I have availed a credit through my GST 3B. My credit has went into my ECL through GST 3B only. So there is no excess availment of credit. But I received the show cause notice merely on the fact that there is difference coming on GST 9. So department should be aware while you are giving them a data analytics. When you give a flag to them that there is a difference in the returns, they must also be aware that this difference is not impacting any excess availment of ITC or short payment of tax. And what happened in one of the case, there is 2 show cause notice separately come to me. One is based on the GST 9, same impact because of some figure error, same impact went to 9C, another show cause notice on the 9C. So what is problem I am facing? Repeatedly notices or maximum notices which I am receiving on this errors, which is not actual error, just because initial days GST returns formats are also getting developed. So I think forms के अंदर भी सर कुछ problems थी, वो problems आज show cause notice में convert होके आ गई. So this require attention and education to the field formation from the GST and network side that these fields of the forms are not relevant for the tax liabilities. Sir, 1, 2, 3 thing in this case itself, that when I file a reply to my show cause notice or ASMT 10, we as a tax professional know that there is an option to opt for the personal hearing, but by default it is no. Do you want option of personal hearing? By default option is no. You should make it a mandatory, like without yes or no you can't proceed, so that assessee get aware that whether I actually want a hearing or not. It is by default no. So once if somebody is ignoring that, it gets submitted with a no option of personal hearing. So it may cause a hardship to me without a hearing opportunity. So it should make a mandatory option by choosing yes or no rather than defaulted no. There is no mechanism of taking adjournment. So what is how we are taking the adjournment on the portal? If you are getting SCN, so you have to reply SCN in DRC 06. So for taking the adjournment, I have to file the same reply. It seems to be that I am replying to the SCN, but it's an adjournment. So please put an option for seeking the adjournment in the system itself. There is at present no system for seeking the adjournment. There is a great, from the morning itself, we are saying that recipient should not be penalized, but at least one thing, compliance rating of the taxpayers should bring as soon as possible, so that I will get to know about my supplier, whether he is compliant assessee or not. So this is a requirement of the entire industry of the compliance rating. So that's few submissions from my side, sir.
So before I hand over to you, one thing which we all would be looking for the answer from your side. When there's a provision for scrutiny notices to be sent in the case of differences while scrutinizing the GST return. Now, Pawan has raised the issue that without issuance of scrutiny notices, he is issuing so-called notices. Do we have any system in place on GST and for reporting by the officer as well, that he should not issue so-called notice at first go when he's supposed to issue a scrutiny notices ASMT 10? क्या सिस्टम में है? अगर सिस्टम उसे फ्लैग करेगा कि भाई आप सो कॉज नोटिस इशू नहीं कर सकते अभी इस मूवमेंट पे, फर्स्ट यू सेंड स्क्रूटनी नोटिस, तो आपको लिटिगेशन कम करने में उसकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी, उसके बाद भी अगर वो ओवरराइड कर रहा है तो आपको मालूम पड़ेगा ऐसे कौन से ऑफिसर हैं दोज हु आर नॉट फॉलोइंग. क्या सिस्टम उनको वार्न कर, जैसे टैक्स पेयर को तो कई जगह वार्न करता है, तुम नेगेटिव नहीं डाल सकते, तुम्हें पॉजिटिव डालना है. कई बार मुझे भी लगता है कि टैक्स ऑफिशियल्स, क्योंकि उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग भी बहुत, आज सेंटर इज मोर इन रीच कंपेयरिंग द स्टेट ऑफिसर. So I'm not saying, I'm not critics here. I'm only saying that we all are learning in a process. लेकिन अगर GSTN ऑटोमाइजेशन कर रहा है तो उनके लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं ऐसे स्टिकिंग पॉइंट होने चाहिए कि भाई सो कॉज नोटिस से पहले DRC 01A इशू कर दे, आप टिक कीजिए इसको, या रिप्लाई नहीं आई तब आप 30 डेज का टाइम लीजिए, फिर आपको उसको. कई बार तो ऐसा देखा गया DRC 01A आया और उसके बाद इमीडिएटली 2 दिन के अंदर सो कॉज नोटिस आपके पास आ जाते हैं. तो कई बार वो टिकिंग अगर होगी ना, यू कैन ऑल्सो फोकस कि ये जो ऑफिसर्स हैं जिनने ये इशू किया, दे हैव नॉट फॉलोड द सटल compliances accordingly. So we have given a lot of insight from a trade perspective. Now handing over to you for your remarks, and then we will start certain question answers. No, he has got enough time. He's got enough time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take the last question first. That there should be a provision that you should issue a ASMT 10 first and then the show cause notice. Now, as the history of GSTN is going and the building of a software, my previous CEO used to say that we are building a ship as it is sailing, and we had started building it. So initially there was no law. I mean, one model law was given, which was much different than the law that was finally enacted. And based on that, you were supposed to build the law, build the system. So whatever system they built, then subsequently it was said कि नहीं नहीं ये नहीं चाहिए, ये नहीं बना रहा. उसके बाद दूसरा बनाया, GSTR 1, 2, 3 बनाओ, करेंगे अब ये भी नहीं चाहिए, अब फिर दूसरा बनाओ. तो अब आप घर पे तो सोच सकते हो, जो विमल जी ने सजेस्ट किया ही था कि घर पे आप एक बार कह के देखना, फिर आपको क्या मिलता है. So that is the similar situation with us. Now with GSTN, the primary work that was supposed to be done was that you have to have registration, you have to have returns, you have to have the assessment by the officers, and then whatever show cause notices, recovery, and all these functions, and the complete front end has to be made for the tax officer, taxpayers. So primary aim was to have the front end of the taxpayers, and then the secondary was to have the back end for the officers. Now back end, the automation of the tax officer's office is perhaps the first time being undertaken in India. There was no automation earlier. If you go back to excise or the service tax regime or whatever regime, there was no complete automation. I can definitely say so because I was involved in the automation of the excise and service tax and customs also, and here also. So now the things are coming in bits and pieces. Now assessment module I do not look, so I am not aware, but then that is a definitely genuine demand that there should be first ASMT 10 and then thereafter there should be a show cause notice. But all said and done, in a system when you build, you have to have enough flexibility and you have to provide the mechanism to have a manual override also at times. So even if I do, I will provide ASMT 10 and give an alert that you have not done, but I would not be stopping the officer if he says, no, I don't want it, I want to issue a show cause notice. So this is more of a policy, more of an administrative problem rather than the problem of the system. Then the second thing is, broadly, the issue is the law policy and the systems gap that exists. Over the past 2 years, we have been trying that whatever development at the GSTN we do, we take the broad priority from the government. Time to time, each and every month, we hold a meeting, we tell them that this is a development, this is the date when such and such functionality is going to come. And often it happens that something which is not there in the policy and we develop that we can do it in this way. The government asks us that you develop it first, show it, let us see the operation and thereafter we will notify it. So something like this has happened with the GSTR 2B. If you recall GSTR 2A, it's a completely dynamic statement. You look at the GSTR today, it's different. 1 day before it was different. 5 days before it was something else. Now, when you go for an audit, if somebody comes before for audit before you, you cannot justify in previous years GSTR 3B of that particular month what credit you took on what basis. It was a completely dynamic. We suggested that the government should have a static statement so that it is not only easy for the assessee, it is also easy for the officer also to reconcile. Otherwise, there will be no reconcile and there will be a barrage of show cause notices and the replies and the court cases. So we have tried to bridge the gap in the past 2 years between the policy and the developments that happen. So normally, if you see past 1.5 or 2 years, you would generally observe that when something is notified by the government, by that time, either it is available at the GSTN or within next 15-20 days or a month, it is available at the GSTN. Unlike earlier years, where the government would notify something and it would not come for 2 years. Then I would also like to tell you about the electronic invoice. That the reservation is that you have to generate the invoice first and then only move the goods. Otherwise, the invoice is invalid and there is no credit. Keeping that in mind and also observing that only one IRP if you have, then that is a danger that if one IRP goes down, then there is no recourse. Either the trade comes to an halt or you have to have some backup plan. So as a backup plan, we have obtained the permission from the GST Council to have 4 more IRPs plus 1 more of the NIC also. So overall, there will be 6 IRPs maybe coming in next 3 months, 3 to 4 months, who would start operation. And with that, you will have freedom. You can go to anybody, either of the 2 IRPs of the NIC, or you can go to either of the 4 IRPs of the private. All of them would be interacting with the GSTN as a central server and obtaining the numbers from there. So that way there will be freedom. It can only happen that if GSTN itself goes down. then you can have a difficulty. Otherwise, you have one of the 6 would be available anytime. So that is one. Along with that, we are going to give the facility of download of invoice, not only by the supplier, but by the buyer also. So that buyer can also integrate it into their IRP, and they can do, for them, it becomes the easy reconciliation and find out, because sometimes the instances are getting noticed that some people issue e-invoice, but when it comes at the end of the buyer finds that invoice is something different which has been reported to IRP. So these are the broadly 2 things. And as regards that HSN thing that was mentioned, I mean, whatever facility we have provided at the GSTN is purely a trade facilitation. And we are clearly mentioning as to this is what the top assessees who are generating e-invoice, they are reporting it. Based on that, you can find it as to, I mean, it is assumed that they will not be committing an error in finding out the HSN pertaining to their product. It is nowhere mentioned that it is something which is binding to either to us or to the tax authority. In any way, the classification and the deciding what is the correct classification is the domain of the tax authority. It is not the domain of the GST. With that, I think.
Sir, certain specific question to you.
Yeah.
सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है डिस्क्लेमर. आपने कह दिया कि जीएसटीएन पे जो हमने रखा है वो ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन है, तो सर वो हेल्प नहीं हो पा रही. रियलिस्टिकली ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन नहीं हो पाया. लेकिन मैं कुछ क्वेश्चन सर आपके सामने डालता हूँ.
नहीं, उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं. एक आपका जो होता है, कोई संस्था बाहर में बैठे हुए वो कहते हैं कि साहब आपका डूइंग बिजनेस खराब है. डूइंग बिजनेस खराब क्या है? आपके यहाँ जाओ तो आपके यहाँ पता नहीं लगता कि HSN का क्लासिफिकेशन क्या है. बाहर भी दूसरी जगहों पे भी लोगों ने सर्च HSN डाल रखा है. सिमिलरली वी हैव आल्सो प्रोवाइडेड सर्च HSN. आपको एक नंबर उसका भी काउंट करना होता है, काउंट कर लीजिए उसका नंबर. इट इज प्योरली फॉर दैट.
सर लाइटर नोट पे ना पहले होता था, एक सेठ जी थे अपने यहाँ लाइटर नोट पे, क्योंकि लास्ट सेशन है, उनको किसको चाय पिलानी है और किसको चाय नहीं पिलानी है. चाय लाना ना, चाय को नहीं लेके आना. सर मेरा कहने का मतलब वी ऑल आर इवॉल्विंग, वी आर एप्रिशिएटिंग.
मैं भी सेठ जी वाली एनालॉजी आपको एक्चुअली क्या है कि अब सेठ जी है और अपने यहाँ एक मुनीम रखते हैं. अब अगर मुनीम ही ये डिसाइड करने लगे कि सेठ जी आप ये खरीद सकते हो या नहीं खरीद सकते, तो फिर सेठ जी किस काम के रहे? तो हमारे हिसाब से सेठ जी है टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट और हम हैं खाली उसके मुनीम. तो हम ये डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते कि सेठ जी क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे.
इससे अच्छा टेक्निकल सेशन नहीं हुआ था. सर मैं कुछ क्वेश्चन डायरेक्टली आपको थ्रो करना चाहूंगा. पहला क्वेश्चन सर, टू एरर इज ह्यूमन. गलती हो जाती है टैक्स पेयर से. एक टैक्स पेयर की मार्च 2020 की इनवॉइस थी, मार्च 2020. और ध्यान से सुनिए, ये आपकी भी प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. मार्च 2020 की इनवॉइस थी, गलती से उसने GSTR 1 भरते वक्त उसको मार्च 2019 कर दिया. क्या कर दिया? मार्च 2000 फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2018-19 कर दिया. अब वो उसे करेक्ट नहीं कर पाया, उसे मालूम ही नहीं था कि मैंने गलती की है. टैक्स तो उसने 3B में मार्च के 2020 में ही दिया है, लेकिन चूंकि GSTR 1 में गलत कर दिया, उसमें उसने 19 की डेट डाल दी और वो पर्टेनिंग टू 18-19 हो गया. अब जब 20 अक्टूबर 2020 निकला तो वो इनवॉइस 2A में नहीं आ रही. बायर बोलता भैया तुम्हारी इनवॉइस नहीं आ रही है. अब उसने पलट के देखा तो ये तो उसने गलती कर दी है, 20 की इनवॉइस को 19 दिखा दिया और अब क्रेडिट मिलेगा नहीं क्योंकि टाइम लिमिट चला गया 18-19 के हिसाब से. अब उसकी गलती प्रैक्टिकल एक टू एरर इज ह्यूमन हो गया, वो इसे करेक्ट करना चाहता है. अब कुछ तो तरीका होना चाहिए, कोई तो विंडो होनी चाहिए. उसने मार्च 2020 में उस इनवॉइस का पेमेंट भी किया है. अब कुछ तो हमें मैकेनिज्म, अब IT ग्रीवेंसेस सेल हमने बनाया है. सुबह हम लोग रेफर कर रहे थे ट्रेन क्रेडिट के लिए. अब ट्रेन ट्रेल देखता है, अगर ट्रेल देख रहा है तो उसे मालूम है कि मार्च 2020 में इस इनवॉइस का पेमेंट हुआ है जिसको गलती से मार्च 19 कर दिया गया है, तो ये सॉल्यूशन हमें मिल जाना चाहिए। बट ऐसे कई प्रॉब्लम होंगी जो हमें इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिल रहा। डू हैव एनी सजेशन फॉर दैट?
एक्चुअली ये प्रॉब्लम जो है, हमारा डिस्कशन गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी हुआ है। इनिशियल जो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से स्टैंड भी रहा, वो ये रहा कि आप जो है रिटर्न में अमेंडमेंट करेंगे, रिवीजन नहीं करेंगे। So that is how the returns and everything was built at the GSTN system. Subsequently, it was pointed out कि साहब इस तरीके की ये कॉर्नर सिनेरियो है, यहाँ पे तो आपको रिवीजन ही करना पड़ेगा, you cannot do the amendment. So now they have agreed and given us go ahead कि आप जो है limited amendment के जो है कुछ सिस्टम बनाए। So that we are contemplating कि कैसे बनाए, but इसमें कई सारे हमको सेफ गार्ड भी चाहिए होंगे, क्योंकि कई बार क्या होगा कि आपने इनवॉइस किया, उसके बाद उसका विद पेमेंट किया है, रिफंड भी ले लिया है। अब ऐसे केस में मैं उसको अमेंडमेंट अलाउ करूं कि ना करूं? ये कॉर्नर, इस कॉर्नर का भी ये कॉर्नर सिनेरियो है। तो हम अभी उसको कंसिडर कर रहे हैं एंड वी में कम अप। सिमिलरली नेगेटिव लायबिलिटी का भी था, तो नेगेटिव लायबिलिटी है जो आपका रिवर्सल होते हैं, उन सभी के सिनेरियो है। तो ये सब चीजें अब हमारे पास में है, अंडर कंसिडरेशन है और डेवलपमेंट में है। बट दीज विल बी कमिंग वन आफ्टर द अदर, दे विल नॉट, मतलब ये कि अब उनमें से कौन पहले आएगा कौन बाद में आएगा, दैट विल बी एज पर द प्रायोरिटी गिवन बाय द गवर्नमेंट।
सर दूसरा क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे ये करना चाहूंगा, अब 47 जीएसटी काउंसिल मीटिंग में इन्हें कह दिया कि सर्विसेज प्रोवाइडेड बाय जीएसटीएन एग्जम्पशन की विड्रॉ की बात कर ली। अब ऐसी कौन सी सर्विसेज पे अब आप जीएसटी चार्ज करेंगे, और अगर जीएसटी आप चार्ज करेंगे तो आप अकाउंटेबल भी होंगे क्या?
नहीं, उसमें एक्चुअली यू डोंट हैव टू वरी, बिकॉज हम सर्विसेज आपको प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पैसा हम आपसे नहीं ले रहे हैं। पैसा हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से ले रहे हैं। तो अभी तक जो हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को बिल फाड़ते थे वो एग्जेम्प्ट था, अब उसके ऊपर हमको टैक्स भरना पड़ेगा। बट देन वी हैव लॉट्स ऑफ इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट आल्सो on the software, on the hardware that we have. So I think it will be near zero. And on top of it, we are a no profit company. We don't earn any profit. So that way, हमारा कोई value addition उसमें जो है minimal है, which is to the extent of the salary of the officer. और salary bill पूरे GSTN का मिला के 20-25 करोड़ का साल से ज्यादा का नहीं है। तो उसमें कोई टैक्स बर्डन या ऐसा तो कुछ आने वाला नहीं है।
सर तीसरा क्वेश्चन ये होगा, फिर इसके बाद हम ओपन हाउस कर लेंगे, और जैसा चितकारा जी 10-15 मिनट लेट रुक जाएंगे पर एंजॉय करेंगे सर। और कुछ मैं ना आपको लॉ के अंदर भी कुछ चीजें बता के जाऊंगा कि चीजें हैं जिसको हम कर सकते हैं, पर पता नहीं हम उसको अनवांटेड तरीके से लिटिगेशन में डाइवर्ट कर देते हैं। आई विल टेल यू दोज इंस्टेंसेस आल्सो। तीसरा क्वेश्चन सर मेरा ये होगा, अगर ऑफिसर ASMT 10 इशू कर सकता है, फिर भी वो उसको ओवरराइड कर रहा है, आप उसे ओवरराइड करने दीजिए, पर ऐसी रिपोर्ट तैयार करके उन ऑफिसर को रिपोर्ट भी तो कीजिए कि उसे सो कॉज नोटिस पहले इशू नहीं करनी थी, उसने ASMT 10
मैंने सजेशन नोट कर लिया है।
अच्छा,
क्योंकि अब ये मॉड्यूल मैं देखता नहीं, सो आई कैन नॉट कमेंट ऑफ इट।
परफेक्ट। अब बिफोर I go to my part, I want to have anything which you want to understand from GSTN perspective, e-way bill portal, e-invoice portal, and then GST law perspective. So please ask. Mic दीजिए यहाँ पे. Please provide the mic here.
एक क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए इसमें। अभी जो नया एक अमेंडमेंट आया कि ई इनवाइस के ऊपर को डिक्लेरेशन देना है, तो सर वो डिक्लेरेशन स्टार्ट होता है कि और टर्नओवर इज मोर देन, तो क्या ये कौन कौन से इनवाइस के लिए एप्लीकेबल है ये डिक्लेरेशन?
नहीं, I didn't get the questions.
Rule 46 में कुछ अमेंडमेंट आया है।
Yes, sir. An amendment has been brought that even if your turnover is more than 20 crore rupees in any of the previous year, and still you are not generating the e-invoice, then you have to put this declaration that I am not required to generate an e-invoice. This seems to be applicable for cases like GTA, SEZ, etc., who has already been exempted from generating the e-way bill, e-invoice, sorry. And that's why, just for clarity's sake purpose, they have to put this declaration that they are not liable to generate the e-way bill because their turnover is more than 20 CR in any of the previous year. It seems it is applicable for those kinds of taxpayer. Otherwise, whose turnover is actually aggregate turnover is actually more than 20 crore rupees, they have to generate e-invoice.
And they are not required to give any such declaration.
No, no. फिर तो डिक्लेरेशन की जरूरत ही नहीं है. डिक्लेरेशन तो तब है जब आप जनरेट नहीं कर रहे. कब नहीं कर रहे?
ये फिर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड कर दिया आपने. जो हो गया उसे कैसे बदलो? इनने कहा कि अगर आपकी एग्रीगेट टर्नओवर इन एनी प्रीसीडिंग फाइनेंशियल ईयर स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 2017-18 अगर थ्रेशोल्ड 20 करोड़ से ज्यादा है तो आपको जनरेट करना था. लेकिन कुछ एंटिटी हैं जिनको इनने इनवॉइस से बाहर रखा, लाइक गवर्नमेंट कंपनी, लाइक एनबीएफसी, फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन, इंश्योरेंस, जीटीए, पैसेंजर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सर्विसेज, मल्टीप्लेक्सेस, सिनेमा एडमिशन बाहर रखा. तो उन्होंने कहा भैया तुम तो इनवॉइस जनरेट नहीं करते लेकिन तुम्हारी टर्नओवर 20 करोड़ से ज्यादा है. तो उन्होंने कहा अब आगे से तुम अपने इनवॉइस पे ये डिक्लेरेशन डालोगे, माय थ्रेशोल्ड इज मोर देन 20 करोड़ in any of the preceding financial year starting from 17-18, but we are not required to generate e-invoice. जिससे जब जिसके पास जाए तो उसको मालूम पड़ जाए कि एंटिटी ई-इनवॉइस के लिए बाध्य नहीं है. होप आई एम क्लियर अबाउट इट.
इसका बैकग्राउंड ये हो सकता है क्योंकि हमारे पास कुछ कंप्लेंट्स आती थी, बायर्स जो होते थे दे यूज्ड टू इंसिस्ट कि भाई आप तो 20 करोड़ से ऊपर हो, आपने ई-इनवॉइस क्यों नहीं दिया मुझे? Unless you give me e-invoice, I will not pay you. This will save you from this.
So बहुत क्लैरिटी के साथ दो लोग नहीं, यानी देखिए टैक्स प्रोफेशनल और टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट दोनों ने मिलकर आपकी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर दिया. यस प्लीज, दिस वन देन मैं आपके पास आऊंगा.
सर अभी एक केस में नॉलेज में आया था, डिपार्टमेंट ने ASMT 10 अपलोड किया सिस्टम पे एक्सएससी के, उसके बाद 4 शोकोस नोटिस भी उस पे अपलोड कर दिए और कोई मेल नहीं आया एसएससी के पास. तो दे शुड बी सिस्टम कि जब भी ऐसा कुछ अपलोड होता है तो ऑटोमेटिक मेल भी जाए रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल आईडी पे. उस केस में जो जीएसटी नंबर था कैंसिल हो गया था, तब हमें पता चला कि हमारे यहाँ ये सब कुछ हो गया.
सर ASMT 10 में इतने आई मीन टू से इतने इश्यूज चल रहे हैं. ASMT 10 इशू किया गया, आपने विद इन 30 डेज ASMT 11 क्लैरिफाई कर दिया. अब उनको ASMT 12 देना चाहिए, या तो वो मुझे डिस्प्यूट करें या फिर मुझे ASMT 12 दे दें. ASMT 12 किसी के पास नहीं आता, जबकि इन लोगों ने एक SOP इशू किया हुआ है. SOP में कहते हैं कि इनके लिए टाइम लिमिट 45 डेज की है. 45 डेज के अंदर ASMT 12 भेजना पड़ेगा. अब नहीं भेज रहे. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ सर, आप कुछ सिस्टम जैसे हमारे लिए डेवलप कर रहे हैं ना, इनके लिए भी डेवलप कर दीजिए. कम से कम इनको भी मालूम पड़े यार मुझे कुछ करना था और मैंने नहीं सर, अकाउंटेबिलिटी हम दोनों के लिए नेशन है. ऐसा नहीं ना देश मेरे लिए है, देश उनके लिए भी है. उतनी ही जिम्मेदारी उनकी भी है देश को आगे लेके जाने की. अगर मुझे 20 तारीख तक रिटर्न भरना है तो उसे भी 30 दिन के अंदर अगर इशू करना है तो इशू करना है. देखिए मैं एक चीज एक मिनट देखिए मैं आपको एक चीज बताता हूँ. छोटा बच्चा है ना और पापा मम्मी से कोई चीज मांगनी है, अगर आप जैसे बच्चे बन के हम पापा मम्मी से मांगेंगे तो हमें आइटम नहीं मिलना. थोड़ा सा हमें डिप्लोमेटिक कई चीजों को बोलने के तरीके होते हैं. देखिए मैंने भी अपनी बात रखनी है तो रखने का तरीका होता है. वी कैन नॉट बी सो ब्लंट. See, it's a responsibility. We are educated class. We have to take the response. See, मैंने भी तो सर से कई बातें कही, सर उनके लिए भी आप अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स कीजिए. बड़े आप अगर जैसे ऐसे ही बोलते हैं ना तो कई बार इंप्रेशन क्या लेके जाया जाता है, यार PhD में ना मुझे वो इंप्रेशन नहीं देना. अच्छा मैं एक चीज, राजीव थे कोई होंडा के, उनने क्वेश्चन किया था कि सर रिवर्सल ऑफ ITC मुझे पेमेंट नहीं आया 180 डेज के अंदर, मुझे रिवर्स करना पड़ेगा. नहीं किया तो अलॉन्ग विथ इंटरेस्ट. बहुत क्लियर है ना, रिवर्स कर दीजिए 180 डेज खत्म होने से पहले, इंटरेस्ट नहीं लगेगा. और जब आपके पास पेमेंट आए फिर अवेल कर लीजिए, टाइम लिमिट एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा. तो कुछ चीजें विद इन द लॉ ऑफ फ्रेमवर्क में कर सकते हैं. अब कुछ और क्वेश्चन है तो आप बताइए. हाँ जी सर, माइक दो सर पीछे से. सर आप इतने पीछे क्यों बैठे? पहला क्वेश्चन.
सर 2 सवाल है मेरे. पहला सवाल कि जो हम लोग वेयर हाउस कंस्ट्रक्ट करते हैं, उस वेयर हाउस उस पे जो परचेज हमारा होता है उस पे GST इनपुट नहीं ले पाते हैं. बाद में जब हम उसको रेंट आउट करते हैं तो उस पे कोई ऐसा इनपुट होता नहीं है, तो इसमें कुछ होना चाहिए।
आप सुबह इनॉग्रल सेशन में थे?
सुबह के सेशन में देना था आपको।
आप थे इनॉग्रल सेशन
हाँ,
में?
था।
मैंने चेयरमैन सर से कहा था, सर मैं कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ फैक्ट्री, वेयरहाउस, होटल, मॉल करता हूं, आप मुझे कंस्ट्रक्शन पे क्रेडिट नहीं देते, और बाद में इसी जगह को हम फॉर द प्रोविजन ऑफ टैक्सेबल आउटवर्ड सप्लाईज के लिए यूज करते हैं। तो कैस्केडिंग चल रही है। हमने जीएसटी लॉ को इंक्रीमेंटल चेंज के लिए लेके आए हैं या रेडिकल चेंज के लिए लेके आए हैं, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। यही वाली बातें मैंने सुबह कही थी। और 5 साल, अब ये पॉलिसी डिसीजन है, मैं धीरज सर से भी नहीं बोल सकता सर आप कमेंट कीजिए इसके ऊपर। ये पॉलिसी जीएसटी काउंसिल को डिसीजन लेना पड़ेगा। 17 सबसेक्शन 5 को रखना चाहिए। जब मेरा ऑब्जेक्ट क्लॉज ऑफ जीएसटी वाज सीमलेस फ्लो ऑफ क्रेडिट। दूसरा क्वेश्चन प्लीज।
दूसरा,
हाँ, पवन जी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप?
अगर अभी ये प्रैक्टिकल केस है तो अभी आप सर पेंडिंग चल रहा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस, तो आपके ऊपर इंटरेस्ट लायबिलिटी तो है नहीं, आप लेकर उसको रख लो, क्रेडिट को क्रेडिट लेकर रख लो, यूटिलाइज मत करो, वेट फॉर द सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजमेंट एंड देन यू कैन यूटिलाइज द सेम।
थैंक यू।
ये पवन जी ने बोल तो दिया, और अब आप समझिए जो इंटरेस्ट का जो प्रोविजन इन्हें विड्रॉ किया कि नो इंटरेस्ट ऑन रिवर्सल ऑफ रॉन्गली अवेल क्रेडिट बट नॉट यूटिलाइज, बट पेनाल्टी का प्रोविजन 73 और 74 में अभी भी
है,
इंटैक्ट है। तो जैसे बोलते नहीं है, आपकी सुरक्षा आपके हाथ। अगर यहां तो बैठ के मैंने आपको बता दिया, अब ऑफिस में ओपिनियन दूसरी होगी। लेकिन मैं आपको क्यों लास्ट सेशन में इतना स्माइल देने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि आपको प्रेशर ना लगे, यार टाइम हो गया, आपको प्रेशर ना लगे। चित्कारा जी बोलने लगे थे 2 मिनट दिया है, मैंने बोला नहीं, पूरा एंजॉय करके जाइए। आज पूरा दिन हमने भी लगाया और आपने भी लगाया, जब लगाया तो पूरा एंजॉय कीजिए। अब कपिल भाई ने एक क्वेश्चन कर दिया था, लाइटर नोट पे बैठी ना, बैठी। कपिल भाई ने वो 50,000 पे क्वेश्चन रेज कर दिया, राजेंद्र भाई चले गए, उन्होंने बोला आपकी कितने साल की प्रैक्टिस है, तो उन्होंने उस तरीके से जस्टिफाई किया। पर ऑब्जेक्टिव वो नहीं है, ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि हम सब जीएसटी को गुड एंड सिंपल टैक्स देखना चाहते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स इट इज वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस। आप इस बात से सहमत होंगे, जिस जीएसटी को हमने जुलाई 1, 2017 पे देखा था, चाहे वो जीएसटीएन हो, चाहे वो ई बिल पोर्टल हो, चाहे वो आईआरपी पोर्टल हो, चाहे लॉ हो और लॉ के चेंजेस हो, लॉ इज इवॉल्विंग, वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस, पॉजिटिव साइड पे जा रहा है। क्रीपिंग तो देखिए, क्रीपिंग हो कई बार ना, आज जब हम उनकी जगह बैठे ना, आज 15.5% का रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट अगर 11.6% पे आ जाएगा, रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी क्या करेंगे? आप उनकी भी रेवेन्यू किसके लिए? फॉर नेशन ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट। देयर लॉट मेनी फैक्टर वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड। योर सेकंड क्वेश्चन।
जैसे सर अभी ई इनवाइसिंग हम कर रहे हैं, तो क्या कल को हमें ऐसा देखने के मिलेगा कि अगर हम ई इनवाइसिंग करते तो ई वे बिल करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी?
सर ये एक्चुअली पॉलिसी क्वेश्चन है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ई इनवॉइसिंग का जो पर्सपेक्टिव था वो यही पर्सपेक्टिव था कि एक बार कोई ई इनवॉइसिंग जब सभी का शुरू हो जाता है तो शायद फिर ई वे बिल की जरूरत ही ना हो। बट फिर भी उसके साथ दूसरा होगा कि ई इनवॉइस तो आपने इशू कर दिया, लेकिन तरह तरह का जो है बिजनेसेस हैं, और आप समझिए कि 100% जो है वो कंप्लायंट नहीं होते। कुछ 0.1% एक ऐसा एलिमेंट ऐसा भी होता है जो खाली इनवॉइस जनरेट करेगा और सामान नहीं भेजेगा। तो ऐसे केस के लिए जो है मे बी ई वे बिल ना सही, देयर विल बी सम अदर कैच कि वो फास्टैग है कहीं ना कहीं, या तो इनवॉइस का फॉर्मेट चेंज होकर उसी में ही व्हीकल की डिटेल ले लेगा, कुछ ना कुछ करेगा। बट देन इट्स अ प्योरली पॉलिसी क्वेश्चन।
एक छोटा सा सर,
नहीं, बिफोर आप छोटा सा करें, मैं थोड़ा बड़ा सा दे दूं आपको। पवन भाई ने अभी बीच में मुझे टोका, सर इंटरप्रिटेशन में काय बात की पेनल्टी, किस बात की पेनल्टी? अभी जो हम रॉन्गली अवेल क्रेडिट की बात कर रहे थे, मैंने भी कई बार रेज किया है, हमारे सीजीएसटी दिल्ली जोन के कमिश्नर भी बैठे हैं, एक प्रोग्राम था, तो मैंने कहा था कि जो लॉ की सिनर्जी है, आप सेक्शन 50 सबसेक्शन 3 में कहते हैं नो इंटरेस्ट ऑन रिवर्सल ऑफ रॉन्गली अवेल क्रेडिट बट नॉट यूटिलाइज्ड। जब थीम ही ये है कि जब तक मैंने यूटिलाइज नहीं किया तब तक आप मेरे ऊपर इंटरेस्ट नहीं लगाएंगे, तो आप पेनाल्टी को भी ठीक कर दीजिए। Why are keeping that 73 and 74 open? मैं आपसे ये कहना चाह रहा हूं, मैं कई बार इन बातों को रेज करता हूं और कहता हूं, मैंने रेज भी किया हुआ है, श्री अनुपम जी बैठे हुए हैं, इनको मालूम भी है। जैसा मैंने कहा कि कई चीजें पॉलिसी लेवल पे होती हैं, जहां पे सीबीआईसी को कॉल लेना पड़ता है, जीएसटी काउंसिल को एग्री करना पड़ता है, एंड इट्स वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस। और जो आपने क्वेश्चन अभी रेज किया, ये ट्रेड की डिमांड है। ट्रेड कह रहा है जब मैं ई इनवॉइस जनरेट कर रहा हूं तो क्यों ई वे बिल जनरेट करूं, क्यों मुझे सारे कॉम्प्लायंसेस 3 पोर्टल पे जाके करने पड़े, एक ही पोर्टल पे रेज कर रहा हूं, सारा डेटा ऑटोमेटिकली फ्लोट कर जाए, इंटीग्रेटेड हो जाए। इट्स ए वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस, वे फॉरवर्ड। मैंने whatever I heard from Revenue Secretary, I am being told that over a period of time they're going to integrate all 3 portals, and e-invoice is now going to be made applicable for all taxpayer above 5 crore rupees. तो फिर ये जो चीजें हैं ई-वे बिल की, या फिर आपके इंटीग्रेशन की, या GSTR1 ऑटो पॉपुलेशन की, या GSTR3B ऑटो पॉपुलेशन की, या आपके रिसिपिएंट के पास डायरेक्ट पहुंच जाएगा, ये सारी प्रॉब्लम देख लीजिएगा 12 महीने में। दे आर ऑन सीक्वेंशियल फाइलिंग ऑफ GST रिटर्न आल्सो, जो हमने आज डिस्कस नहीं किया। मैं 2 मिनट ले लूं सर इसके ऊपर। सर आप बताएं सीक्वेंशियल फाइलिंग के ऊपर।
सीक्वेंशियल फाइलिंग भी अब जिस दिन भी नोटिफाई होता है वी आर रेडी। एक्चुअली सीक्वेंशियल फाइलिंग से अभी तक क्या है कि आपका GSTR3B तो मंथ टू मंथ सीक्वेंशियल फाइलिंग है। आपको हर महीना, आप इस महीने का नहीं फाइल कर पाएंगे अगर आपने पिछले महीने का नहीं किया। बट GSTR1 में ऐसा नहीं है। GSTR1 में ऐसा इसलिए नहीं रहा क्योंकि शुरुआत में लोगों को GSTR1 फाइल करने में डिफिकल्टीज थी। So thereafter we have now noticed that there is a substantial number of people filing GSTR1 as well as GSTR3B, और ड्यू डेट तक लगभग 70% GSTR1 फाइल हो जाते हैं और ड्यू डेट तक 80% से ऊपर जो है GSTR3B फाइल हो जाते हैं। एंड बाय द मंथ एंड दिस रेशियो राइजेस, परसेंटेज गोज अप टू ऑलमोस्ट 90%, जो गुड टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की पहचान है। गुड टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए IMF का क्लासिफिकेशन है कि अगर आपका 90% जो है आपका फाइल हो जाता है मंथ एंड तक, then it's a good administration to be rated as A. So we are trying to achieve that. So almost we are almost there. 2-4% का गैप है. Maybe this step is towards that. अब आपको GSTR1 अब फाइल करेंगे तो उसमें भी अब पिछले महीने का अगर फाइल नहीं है तो इस महीने का नहीं फाइल होगा। रीजन बहुत सिंपल है कि GSTR1 से आप क्रेडिट पास ऑन करते हैं। अब आपकी इच्छा ही नहीं हो सकती इस महीने में पास ऑन करूंगा, 2 महीने नहीं करूंगा, उसके बाद फिर पास करूंगा। तो दैट शुड नॉट बी देयर, इट शुड बी कंसिस्टेंट। फिर दोनों के बीच में लिंकेज है कि अगर जिस महीने का आपने GSTR3B नहीं फाइल किया, अगले महीने GSTN पोर्टल पे आपको GSTR1 नहीं फाइल करने देगा वो। क्यों? क्योंकि पिछले महीने आप जो है क्रेडिट पास ऑन करके आए विदाउट पेमेंट। तो मैं ज्यादा 1 महीने का रिस्क लूंगा, उससे ज्यादा का रिस्क क्यों लूं?
देखिए सर ने जो कहा, मैं एक बार रिपीट फॉर द सेक ऑफ रिपीटेशन कर रहा हूं, बट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। 4 ऐसे प्रोविजन हैं जो आपकी सिक्वेंशियल फाइलिंग में आएंगे और आने वाले टाइम में ITC मैचिंग मिसमैचिंग का जो डिस्प्यूट है खत्म हो जाएगा। पहला, रूल 59 सब रूल 6, आपने अगर पिछला मंथ का 3B नहीं भरा ना, आपको करंट मंथ का GSTR1 नहीं भरने देगा। तो यानी आपको पिछला मंथ का टैक्स का पेमेंट करना पड़ेगा। सेक्शन 75 सबसेक्शन 12 एक्सप्लेनेशन, अगर GSTR1 और 3B में मिसमैच हो गया, दैट इज सेल्फ असेसमेंट टैक्स, आपके पास स्क्रूटनी नोटिस आ सकता है। सेक्शन 37 में उन्होंने चेंज किया, बिमल अगर पुराने पीरियड का तूने 1 नहीं भरा है ना, तो करंट पीरियड का 1 भरने नहीं दूंगा तुझे। सेक्शन 37 बजट में प्रपोज था, जो फाइनेंस एक्ट का पार्ट है, नोटिफाई होगा। यानी जब तक मैंने मई तक का नहीं भरा, मुझे जून का GSTR1 नहीं भरने देगा। 39 में अमेंड किया कि बिमल करंट मंथ का जब तक आप 1 नहीं भरोगे तब तक मैं 3B आपको एनेबल्ड ही नहीं करूंगा। और these are the process which is give a way, pave a way for sequential filing of GST return। यानी जो डिस्प्यूट रिसिपिएंट के एंड पे था कि सप्लायर ने टैक्स का पेमेंट किया या नहीं किया, या उसकी 1 से मेरे 2B में ऑटो पॉपुलेट नहीं हो रहा, इस सारी प्रॉब्लम इससे सॉल्व होने वाली है। So maybe on automation, whatever we are discussing, this is the one of the Now they have moved from GSTR 1, 2A, 2, 1A and 3. फिर the new GST return system का process लेके आए, उसको भी हमने omit कर दिया. अब this is the new mantra of sequential filing of GST return. Get set ready, and I'm sure this will definitely. But unilateral हो गया. अब क्या हो गया? मेरी credit किस पे dependent हो गई? Supplier के ऊपर हो गई. So you must know your supplier. अगर आपका supplier tax compliant नहीं है तो आगे credit नहीं मिलेगी.
लास्ट इस छोटे से में जीएसटी काउंसिल का एक छोटा सा डिसीजन और भी है जो शायद पब्लिसिटी नहीं पाया है. वो जीएसटीआर 1, 2, 3 वो हमेशा के लिए अबेंडन कर दिया.
Yes, please. Yeah, mic यहाँ पे.
सर एक जो सॉरी
सर कुछ समन्स रिगार्डिंग फेक इनवॉइसेस के बारे में बता दीजिए.
क्या चीज?
कुछ ये कह रहे हैं, कुछ फेक इनवॉइस के बारे में बता दीजिए, समन्स के बारे में बता दें. सर बताएं कुछ, आप ऐड करना चाहें, कुछ भी ऐड करें सर. अब देखिए ये हमने आपसे कभी भी, अभी हम नहीं कह रहे आप एज ए गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर हमसे बात कर रहे हैं, अभी हम मान के चलते आप हमारे बीच और हमें सिखा रहे हैं.
समन्स ऑन फेक इनवॉइसेस पे तो मतलब व्हाट कैन बी से, नाउ इट हैज टू बी कंप्लाइड. आई मीन एज पार्ट ऑफ जीएसटी पोर्टल हमने एक बीफा वहां पे प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया हुआ है. देयर वी आइडेंटिफाई ऑल सच पर्सन कि जिनको जो है these are the persons who seem to be suspicious, जिनके ट्रांजैक्शन पिछले 1-2 महीने में सस्पिशियस हमको नोटिस में आए हैं और टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उनको वेरीफाई करता है. और उस वेरिफिकेशन के दौरान वो आपको समझ, यदि वो पाता है कि वो लोग नहीं एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं, प्राइमा फेसी या तो जाता है वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहे, या वो कई बार एड्रेस ही ऐसा है कि वो एड्रेस ही नहीं मिल रहा, या जो डॉक्यूमेंट उन्होंने दिए हैं कई बार वो डॉक्यूमेंट ऐसे होते हैं कि वो या एलिजिबल नहीं है या वो डॉक्यूमेंट में कुछ फोर्जरी की हुई है. इवन समटाइम्स तो ये भी हुआ है कि हैदराबाद डाला है, वो हैदराबाद पाकिस्तान की हैदराबाद का बिल डाला है. तो उस तरीके की सिचुएशन में जब अगर आपका बायर, आपका सप्लायर अगर नहीं दिख रहा है तो ऐसे केस में प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो आपकी है. जब आपने रिसीव किया है तो आपको जस्टिफाई करना है कि आप उससे मिले हुए नहीं है. So that is because he is not found, so bonus जो burden of proof है वो अब आपके ऊपर शिफ्ट हो गया to prove that you have also been cheated. That is the only advice I can give.
देखिए एक चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है, मुझे नहीं मालूम था लास्ट टेक्निकल सेशन इतना अच्छा हो जाएगा. मुझे लग रहा था कि आप लाइक करेंगे या नहीं लाइक करेंगे, बट लास्ट टेक्निकल सेशन में हम सब एंजॉय कर रहे हैं. घड़ी तो देख रहे हैं पर जाने का मन नहीं है, घड़ी तो देख रहे हैं पर जाने का मन नहीं है. देखिए कुछ चीजें ऐसी है जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारी भी है. अब सप्लायर फेक है, आप ऑनेस्टली अपने इस पे हाथ रख के बताइए.
इसमें मैं एक मैं बचपन में था तो हमारे एक पड़ोस में घर था, उसमें सारे लोग जो है दिन भर 24 घंटे दिखाई देते थे. कोई कहीं बाहर नहीं जाता, कोई बिजनेस नहीं, कॉमर्स दिखता नहीं था. तो वैसे ही आपस में क्यूरियोसिटी में यूज्ड टू फाइंड आउट. तो क्या होता है उनके यहाँ, क्या होता है बोले उनके यहाँ इनवॉइस का धंधा होता है. तो तब समझ में नहीं आया कि इनवॉइस का धंधा क्या होता है. अभी समझ में आता है ये इनवॉइस का धंधा क्या होता है.
चलिए टाइम पॉज है. मैं लास्ट क्वेश्चन. अच्छा एक मिनट हम, अच्छा आपको छोड़ के नहीं जाएंगे, आपने इतनी देर वेट किया, आपके क्वेश्चन जरूर लेंगे. अच्छा आप और आप 2 क्वेश्चन लास्ट. एग्रीड, हाउस एग्रीड? 2 क्वेश्चन ओनली. आपको आप क्लैरिफिकेशन हमें देना चाहते हैं? चलिए बताएं मैम, बताएं. इनको लेते हैं, फिर आपके पास, फिर आपके पास. अच्छा ठीक है, आप चौथे हो गए.
सर एक क्वेश्चन ये है कि एनुअल रिटर्न में HSN वाइज जो अपने को इनवर्ट सर्विसेज का भी मैंडेटरी नहीं है, पर अगर हम उसको भरते हैं तो एक इश्यू आ रहा है. जैसे मैं इंपोर्ट की पेमेंट करती हूँ, उसमें फॉरेक्स कन्वर्जन चार्जेस लगता है, एंड फॉरेक्स कन्वर्जन चार्जेस स्लैब रेट पे लगता है, जैसे इनकम टैक्स में होता है वैसे स्लैब रेट पे लगता है. लेकिन अगर उसमें मैं डेटा भरती हूँ तो वो मुझे कहता है इस HSN पे यू गिव मी अ फिक्स्ड रेट, किस रेट पे आप उसको चार्ज कर रहे हो और उसका टैक्सेबल अमाउंट बताओ। तो मुझे उल्टा करके उसको कैलकुलेट करती हूँ तो आई नो इट इज रॉन्ग, क्योंकि वो रेट फिक्स्ड है ही नहीं। तो बस ये एक इश्यू फ्लैग करना चाहती थी मैं, दैट इज ऑल।
Yes, please.
Whenever GSTN portal issues any advisory, whether it takes approval from CBIC before issuance of any advisory?
ये सवाल RTI में अभी तो नहीं पूछा था, अभी पिछले महीने आया था।
So, sir, yes, there is a friend of mine who asked this question, and why I am repeating so in the house is कि जो आपने एग्जांपल दिया कि जो मुनीम है, आपने लिखा कि अप्रूवल नहीं लेता है, तो जो मुनीम है वो सेठ जी से नहीं पूछता कुछ काम करने से पहले।
नहीं, पॉइंट है कि मुनीम ने अपने जब अकाउंट लिखने हैं, अकाउंट लिखने के लिए उनसे अप्रूवल नहीं लेता है। लेकिन पॉइंट ये है कि अगर कहीं पे आप कहो कि इसके लॉ के खिलाफ या लॉ के अगेंस्ट या कुछ है, लॉ का अगर कोई इम्पैक्ट है तो वो जनरली हम उनसे सलाह लेते हैं।
Okay, only on the law points, but IT अगर मैटर है तो that advisory GST and advisory और portal itself handles.
अगर लॉ और हमारा, क्योंकि जनरली क्या है, आप सोचो, मतलब हमने कोई भी गवर्नमेंट, मतलब एक हमारा कम्युनिकेशन है, नॉर्मली हमारा कम्युनिकेशन जो है इट्स नॉट कमिंग फ्रॉम अ टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, सो देयरफॉर court will also see from that point of view. They will not be seeing from the point of view that it has been issued by CBIC or it has been issued by the state government of Maharashtra or from some government source. GSTN is a company ने कोई clarification या आपको कोई जो advisory issue की है, advisory is in the nature of advisory. It is advising you. It is not binding on you. You may or you may not adopt. तो जो चीज आपके ऊपर बाइंडिंग नहीं है, why it should be finding the approval of the government? Normally ये आपको एडवाइजरी दी जा रही है to make your job easy and something advising you is that system will behave in this manner. वो उसको लॉ के खिलाफ है कि लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग है या क्या नहीं है, ये सब चीजों के लिए
CBIC आप पूछे यहाँ माइक दीजिए आप।
मेरा नाम अभिषेक गुप्ता है, मैं कानपुर से आया हूँ। सर मेरा क्वेश्चन धीरज सर से है। सर क्या जो रिपोर्ट्स कंपैरिजन रिपोर्ट्स आईटीसी की होती है जो हम लोग 3B में क्लेम करते हैं, तो क्या जो एसएससी को जो विंडो होती है वही सेम विंडो ऑफिसर्स के पास भी होती है?
नहीं, वो एग्जैक्टली सेम विंडो आपको डिजाइन तो नहीं होता है, बट देन नॉर्मली ब्रॉडली दोनों तरफ सेम डेटा लगभग दिखाई देता है।
वो शो कॉस्ट इस बेसिस पे इशू कर रहे हैं कि 3B माइनस 2B बस सिंपली, और प्रैक्टिकली क्या हो रहा है कि अगर 3B फॉर्म में हम कोई भी आईटीसी रिवर्स करते हैं, गलती से किसी क्लाइंट ने मतलब आईटीसी डबल ली किसी मंथ में, तो नेक्स्ट मंथ में वो रिवर्स करता है, तो वो रिवर्सल उस ऑफिसर को नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है। और जब हम लोग डिटेल कंपैरिजन रिपोर्ट में जाते हैं जहाँ पे
वो जो ऑफिसर है आपका सेंटर की तरफ से है कि स्टेट की तरफ से?
स्टेट, ये सर स्टेट का मैटर है।
एक्चुअली क्या है आपके पास जो आज की डेट में हमें बताऊं कि डिफरेंट भी सिस्टम है बैकएंड पे। अभी हमारे पास 28 स्टेट आए हैं, 3 स्टेट अभी भी नहीं, 4 स्टेट अभी भी नहीं है और सीबीआईसी नहीं है। तो पीछे बैकएंड पे क्या चीज वो कैसे दिखा रहे हैं जाकर के अपने ऑफिसर को, वी में नॉट बी अवेयर।
और जब हम सर सेम विंडो क्यूमुलेटिव शॉर्टफॉल का अगर कुछ दिखाते हैं ऑफिसर को,
पोर्टल मैंने बनाया है लेकिन वो मेरे से डेटा लेकर के डिस्प्ले अपना कर रहे हैं। अब डिस्प्ले करने में क्या चीज अकाउंट फॉर कर रहे हैं क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं उसको मैं नहीं कह सकता ना
सर। बट जो क्यूमुलेटिव शॉर्टफॉल
आप जो है भाई, आप दुकान से जो है दाल आपने भी खरीदा उन्होंने भी खरीदा, दोनों बना रहे हैं, आप अपने हिसाब से नमक डाल रहे हैं वो अपने हिसाब से डाल रहे हैं, तो मैं क्या करूँ उसमें? रिपोर्ट नहीं प्रोवाइड करते हैं, रिपोर्ट हर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन अपने हिसाब से अपने ऑफिसर्स के हिसाब से निकालता है।
सर जो क्यूमुलेटिव शॉर्टफॉल की रिपोर्ट जब ऑफिसर को हम लोग दिखाते हैं अपने लॉगिन से, तब वो मान लेते हैं सर
उसमें उनके यहाँ जो ऑब्वियसली कमी है कि जो रिवर्सल आपके आगे पीछे किए हैं वो रिवर्सल को उन्होंने अकाउंट फॉर नहीं किया टू अराइव एट कि भाई ये ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम इट हैज बीन रिकंसाइल्ड, दैट इज व्हाट यू वांट टू सी ना। तो वो ऑब्वियसली रिपोर्ट की एरर है। अब नाउ इट हैव टू फाइंड आउट कि हमारे बैकएंड पे एरर है या कि दूसरे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के बैकएंड पे
सर ये 17, 18, 18, 19 की नोटिस जो आ रही हैं उसमें ये पाया जा रहा है।
चलिए लास्ट क्वेश्चन सर, लास्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज, माइक भेज दीजिए वहां पे।
Sir, my name, sir, my name P.K. Gupta. I'm running a small industry in Haryana. For the last 50 years, I'm working over there. So with this GST came 5 years back so far. In the beginning, everything was very normal. So we were getting the money back by claiming or by adjusting so many ways. But for the last 1 to 2 years, so there is a lot of difficulties. Number one, they stop to give, when we apply for the value of money that we have exported this much goods, so we want to have the money within our hand. So then they don't listen anything, just we reply online. We reply online. So I asked to my accountant, what they want actually. Sir, हमको ये लेटर आया है, 6 दफा में लेटर आया उनका, वो कहते हैं जितने भी आपके अकाउंट्स जहाँ जहाँ से माल आता है उसमें 14 कंपनी ऐसी है जिन्होंने कोई अपना GST के बारे में कुछ नहीं भरा। ये आपने कैसे माल ले लिया उन्होंने? कोई बुक डिपो है, कोई किराना स्टोर वाला है, कोई और है, आपने सामान लेकर रखा हुआ है। ये कंपनियां ब्लैक लिस्ट हो चुकी है, ब्लैक लिस्ट कैसे मान ले सकते हो आप? ये नहीं होगा, पैसा वहां फंस गया सर, पैसा वहां फंस गया। फिर हमने क्या किया कि चलो एक्सपोर्ट के बिल के ऊपर पैसा लगा के ऑटोमेटिकली पैसा आ जाएगा, हमें अप्लाई करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। वहां से भी पैसा नहीं आ रहा है, 1.5-2 करोड़ रुपया वो वहां फंस गया। फिर मर्चेंट एक्सपोर्ट, सर 2 मिनट प्लीज सर, मर्चेंट एक्सपोर्टर को ट्राई किया कि तुम तेरे थ्रू माल भेज देते हैं, हमारे यहाँ दिक्कत होगी, तेरे यहाँ दिक्कत नहीं होगी। वहाँ में 1.5-2 करोड़ फंस गया। मेरी छोटी इंडस्ट्री है, मेरा 6 करोड़ रुपया GST के अंदर ये ऐसे घूम रहा है। आई डोंट हैव मनी टू वर्क, ऐसे घूम रहा है जैसे जो है।
मैं समझ नहीं पाया पूरा सवाल। हाँ हाँ,
अब इनका पैसा अटक गया, वो रिफंड नहीं मिल रहा वहां से GST डिपार्टमेंट से।
एंड इन्होंने बहुत से तरीके अपनाए कि मैं कहीं किसी और को बोल के या जैसे मर्जी, जैसे अपने बायर को जो जिनको ये एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं कि उसको इनवॉइस में जोड़ के कर लूं, तो वहां से भी उनको पैसा नहीं आएगा, जो कि ऑब्वियस है, क्योंकि जो बाहर का इंपोर्टर है जो हमसे खरीदेगा वो तो हमारा GST में नहीं आएगा, तो ही वोंट पे।
मैं आपको क्विकली आंसर करता हूँ। रिस्की एक्सपोर्टर कह दिया इनको इन लोगों ने। इस बार की 47 GST काउंसिल मीटिंग में ने इन प्रिंसिपल कॉल लिया है, जो रिस्की एक्सपोर्टर है जिनका रिफंड रुका हुआ है उसको एक्सपेडाइट करेंगे। सारे रिफंड जो अगर आपने फाइल कर दिए हैं तो वो आपकी जुरिडिक्शनल अथॉरिटीज के पास चले जाएंगे, अब कस्टम से नहीं आएंगे। सो लेट्स वेट एंड वॉच, दिस इज बीइंग अनाउंस्ड एंड होपफुली यू विल गेट। अगर कहीं पे कोई चैलेंज है, यस आई नो रिस्की एक्सपोर्टर के लिए चैलेंज था, जो 47 GST काउंसिल मीटिंग में रिकमेंडेशन दे दिया गया है। लास्ट क्वेश्चन, टाइम पहुंच जाए, अदरवाइज मैं डेफिनेटली आई एम नॉट सेइंग, नो नॉट एन इशू। लास्ट वन, गिव द माइक हियर।
Sir, what is the vision of GSTN in the coming 5 years, or say by 2025? How do you intend to make the task of a genuine taxpayer easier?
now अभी तो GST 1.0 completely finished नहीं हो पाया है। Anyway, the task of GSTN has been cut out in the sense that it had to automate the front office. That is almost done, but there are some problems in some of the modules because those have not been clearly either spelled out by the government, or some gaps are there. For example, that appeal module, as and when it gets utilized, the whatever problems are there, they will also get highlighted and they will be ironed out. The second portion was the automation of the back office of the entire state administrations and all the administrations. So that is almost 70-80% complete. Some 20-30% portion is still work in progress. Beyond that, then ultimately from the point of view of the government, not from the point of view of the GST, the target would be to build such an atmosphere where the honest or maybe the compliant taxpayer feels that he is safe and whatever he is doing his duty. Whereas the non-compliant ones have reason to fear. So that would be, I think, the ultimate goal.
Kindly, with permission of you all, kindly, time is a pause. Last 1 minute, one minute to all the panelists. Tusaji, 1 minute, whatever you want to say. Open floor.
So GST is like a baby which is getting matured, and in last 5 years we have actually developed and gained a lot of experience and getting matured. One last point which I want to raise is on the recent 47th council meeting, and a very important amendment which we all should be aware about. They have come out with a revised format of GSTR 3B. In the sense they have proposed certain changes in 3B. The way my ITC has to be availed, the way it has to be reversed. And that will actually impact the ERP systems of many of the clients. So that's a very important amendment which everybody should be aware about. Now, the next process will be like whatever is auto-populated in 2B, say 2B में 1 crore rupees का credit आ रहा है, वो आपको 3B में पूरा 1 crore रुपए का credit दिखाया जाएगा कि आपका 1 crore रुपए का credit आ रहा है. फिर उस 1 crore रुपए में से आपको रिवर्सल्स अलग-अलग तरीके से लिखने हैं. एक रिवर्सल ऐसा जो रिवर्सल परमानेंटली आप रिवर्स करते हो. फॉर एग्जांपल रूल 42, 43 का क्रेडिट वो अलग से आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा. मैंने 20 लाख रुपीस का रिवर्स किया 1 करोड़ रुपए में से. 17.5 का इनएलिजिबल क्रेडिट जैसे आउटडोर कैटरिंग का, स्टाफ वेलफेयर का, मोटर व्हीकल का क्रेडिट आपके पास एलिजिबल नहीं है. आज हम इन सबको डायरेक्टली कॉस्ट में ऐड कर देते हैं, एक्सपेंस ऑफ कर देते हैं. नाउ अब आप उसको रिवर्सल में उसको आपको अलग से दिखाना पड़ेगा कि मैंने 1 करोड़ रुपीस का 2B में क्रेडिट आया, मेरा 17.5 में 10 लाख रुपए का रिवर्सल ये बनता है, 20 लाख रुपए का मेरा 42, 43 लाख रुपीस का रिवर्सल बनता है. देन इज योर नेट क्रेडिट ऑफ 70 लाख. सो 70 लाख में से फिर रिमेनिंग आपको वो रिवर्सल्स दिखाने हैं जो बाद में आप रिक्लेम कर सकते हैं. रिवर्सल ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ 180 days, रिवर्सल ऑन द फैक्ट कि यू हैव नॉट रिसीव्ड द गुड्स, क्योंकि 2B में तो ऑटो पॉपुलेट होके आ गया. इट मे सो हैपन दैट यू हैव नॉट रिकॉग्निटेड द इनवॉइस, यू हैव नॉट रिसीव्ड द गुड्स, तो वो अलग से आपको रिवर्सल दिखाने पड़ेंगे. एंड देन यू हैव टू टेक द नेट ITC. सो जो ये 3B का नया मैकेनिज्म इंप्लीमेंट हो रहा है, दो वी हैव लाइक देयर कैन बी टू वेज ऑफ लुकिंग एट दैट. इट इज इंक्रीजिंग द कंप्लायंस वर्क एटसेट्रा कि मुझे पहले टोटल अवेल करना है फिर रिवर्सल्स दिखाने हैं. अनदर वे इज आपका पूरा ITC मंथली रिटर्न्स के अंदर कैप्चर हो जाएगा. कल को आपका अपने डिपार्टमेंटल ऑडिट्स कराने होंगे, उसके अंदर आपके लिए आसानी होगी कि क्या 2B में आए, क्या मेरा एलिजिबल क्रेडिट था, क्या इनएलिजिबल था, क्या 17.5 के रिवर्सल्स थे, क्या मेरे 180 days के रिवर्सल्स थे. तो ये जो बाइफर्केशन आई है, दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बाइफर्केशन एंड इट शोज like the government, as what sir also said, that 1, 2, 3 has been now scrapped. It's only 1 and 3B which is prevailing along with 2B. So 3B का जो है फॉर्मेट रिवाइज हो रहा है और जिस तरीके से हम इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं GST के अंदर, तो ओवर द नेक्स्ट व्हाट आई पर्सनली फील कि जितने भी हमारे कंप्लायंस वर्क है, कंप्लायंस फॉर्मेट्स हैं, कपल ऑफ ईयर्स में प्रॉपर स्टेबलाइज हो जाएंगे. और जो इंटरप्रिटेशनल इश्यूज हैं वो अभी थोड़े टाइम चलते रहेंगे. दैट विल टेक टाइम टिल द टाइम जुडिशरी कम्स आउट विद जजमेंट्स.
थैंक यू तुषार. मैं रिटर्न्स को पॉइंट ऐड करूंगा. ये जो फॉर्मेट इसने बताया वो रियली हेल्पफुल है और आई थिंक हम सबको कंप्लाई भी करना चाहिए इसका वेलकम करके, बिकॉज अभी रिसेंटली कैसे नोटिस आ रहे हैं. हमने रूल 42 का रिवर्सल क्या किया, नेट ऑफ कर दिया, कॉस्टिंग में डाल दिया. एंड डिपार्टमेंट सर GST रिपोर्ट जाती है वहां से कि रूल 42 के रिवर्सल्स नहीं है बट इनकी एग्जाम टर्नओवर है. आपने बुक्स में किया हुआ है बट यू आर रिसीविंग द नोटिसेस. सो वी कैन अवॉइड नोटिसेस बाय एडिंग प्रॉपर रिवर्सल्स इन द रिटर्न इटसेल्फ, so that unnecessary notices will not come. और मैम एक क्वेश्चन पूछ रही थी अभी, मुझे रिटर्न्स का तो नहीं पता ज्यादा, बट आप कह रहे थे कि रिटर्न में रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है बट मैं फिर भी करती हूँ. मतलब आई एम जस्ट, हाँ मैंडेटरी नहीं है. सो मैं ये कह रहा था एक्स्ट्रा कंप्लाइंट भी ज्यादा कभी ना हो, एक मेरी और सजेशन है. क्यों ऐसा मैं बताता हूँ. अभी एक मैं शोकोज नोटिस फेस करके आया हूँ. 13 जुलाई तक 13 अक्टूबर 2017 तक अनरजिस्टर्ड सप्लायर पे RCM था. सो आप इम्प्लीमेंट करते करते 2-4 दिन एक्स्ट्रा लग जाते हैं. मैंने टैक्स पे किया सरकार को और उसका क्रेडिट लिया. दे हैव डिनाइड मी द क्रेडिट. So don't be extra compliant. But हाँ, जो information necessary है वो fill करें, जहाँ reversals proper form में भरे, but ज़्यादा extra compliant भी. Thank you.
Sir, 1 minute if you want to say something.
No, I would like to only say that we had started a ship building when it was sailing. Now almost whatever the government wanted, a substantial part of it has been built. Now improvement phase is starting, and the second phase is that there were certain gaps noticed in the return, because of which the settlement of IGST between the center and state was not happening properly, because of all of that issues are not now going to be addressed in maybe next 1 or 2 years, so that at the end of a particular tax period, there does not remain anything which is either settled by way of ITC transfer or by way of transfer of funds from one state to another. So that is the ultimate aim. And the third aim is that automation of the back end of the tax offices also gets complete. So that perhaps with that being achieved, thereafter GST 2.0 and the other versions would further improvement will follow thereafter.
Dr. Stamma, vote of thanks, please.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was indeed a very insightful discussion, and there were many key takeaways also. Thank you once again. Our gratitude to all our esteemed panelists here. I would now request Mr. Bimal Jain to kindly present the memento to Mr. Dheeraj Rastogi, Senior Vice President, GSTN. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion today. And I would request Mr. Bimal Jain to kindly present a plant to CA Tushar Agarwal, Partner, Tattvam Advisor. And also, Mr. Pavan Arora, Bimal Jain is presenting a plant to Mr. Pavan Arora. Thank you so much, Bimalji. And now I would request one more plant.
No, Memento.
One memento.
Smriti, please come forward.
Oh.
Thank you, Samriti, for moderating this session very nicely. Shri Vivek Johri ji, Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, CBIC. Shri S. Ramesh, former Chairman, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, CBIC. Shri Sanjay Mangal, Principal Commissioner, CBIC, GST Policy Wing. Shri Anupam Prakash, Commissioner, CGST, Central Excise and Customs. Shri Dheeraj Rastogi, Senior Vice President, GSTN. CMA P. Raju Iyer, President, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. CA Rajendra Kumar P., Chairman, GST Indirect Taxes Committee, ICAI. Shri Puneet Bansal, Managing Partner, Nitya Tax Associates. Shri Sudipta Bhattacharya ji, Partner, Khitan and Company. Shri Anshul Mathur, partner Lakshmi Kumaran Siridharan, CA Tushar Agarwal ji, partner Tattvam Advisor, Shri Pratik Jain, partner Tax and Regulatory Services, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Company LLP, Shri KP Narayanan, Director Zoho Finance Plus, Shri Shalendra Kumar, Founder, Editor and CEO TIOL Private Limited, Shri Raman Sridhar, Consulting Editor TIOL Private Limited, Shri Pradeep Mul, President PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Bimal Jain ji, Chair Indirect Taxes Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Pavan Arora ji, Co-Chair Indirect Taxes Committee PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Shri Saurabh Sanyal ji, Secretary General PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Managing Committee members, eminent dignitaries, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to all of you. So today's discussion on GST has provided us valuable insights. I would say the invaluable, because there is no value of the connotations which have been provided by our dignitaries, our esteemed speakers, the galaxy of speakers which we observed during the day. And all the presentations and viewpoints were truly enlightening and growth provoking for the Indian economy, because if we don't discuss the issues or challenges, then we can't move forward with the more and more growth. So discussions are mandatory, and discussions are significant to move forward with the dialogue and to reform the challenges so that GST actually becomes the good and simple tax. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and my own, it is indeed a pleasure to provide a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, all the esteemed dignitaries and the delegates who participated in this very knowledge-provoking session during the day. So we thank all the esteemed dignitaries for sparing time from their busy schedule for giving us the glimpse related to the national seminar on GST Conclave, Evolution and Challenges, 5 years of GST. So GST collections, if I think you must have observed from the last many months that the GST collections are growing consistently, and the average GST collections, as mentioned by CBIC chair, are now 1,50,000 crores. That is a great achievement, and we look forward that these collections will become more and more prominent to boost the economy and to create the revenue for the government and simplification for the businesses, so that more and more businesses are able to pay the taxes, and our tax to GDP ratio also increases, which is now significantly low as compared with the peer groups in the Asia. We are only 17% of the GDP, but the other Asian countries, the peer group of the Asian countries average is 22%. So that is that we have to increase the, we are not increasing the rates, but we are simplifying the rates, but we have to increase the tax base to become a more and more prominent and to support the economy to become a 5 trillion size in the next 5-6 years. So that is the objective of PhD Chamber, to provide knowledge to our stakeholders, our members, so that businesses are becoming more and more simple and reformed, and they are able to participate much in the growth trajectory of Indian economy, and India becomes more and more prominent in the global charts. So we once again heartily thank all and express sincere appreciation to all for joining us for the seminar, and we look forward your same trajectory of participation, that we are organizing so many programs. I think on an average there is a program on GST after every 20 days. So we are thankful to our dynamic chairman, Shri Bimal Jain ji, who has provided us guidance to organize such series so that awareness is spreaded among the businesses, and businesses are able to boost the economy, and that is needed for the creation of employment for the growing young population, those who are sitting here in this hall. So thank you very much, and we look forward that this is very, very fruitful for you, and you are able to participate more and more in the coming times. Thank you very much.
May I also request to give a big round of clap to our team, Dr. Sarma, Mr. Nanda, Mr. Rishabh,
and moderator of the day, and thanking each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Gentlemen, a humble reminder that there are refreshments and tea waiting outside. I request you all to kindly proceed for the tea and refreshments. Thank you.